I will ask the representatives here to inaugurate Rector of the National Technical University of Athens, Mr. Poudouvis, the CEO of the Israeli Antiquity Authorities, Mr. Elias Kozido, the Rector of the University of Ioannina, Mrs. Batistatou, to come to the podium, the UNESCO Chair, Digital Heritage, Dr. Marinos Ioannidis, and of course the President of the Technical Chamber of Cyprus, Mr. Konstanti, to come to the podium, to welcome the Mayor of Rhodes, Mr. Kambourakis, and you permit me to start with the presentation of this conference, if I may have. Can you please start? Okay. So it is with great pleasure and with great honor that I welcome you here to inaugurate a conference which is a multitask conference. In this salle de conférence, we are going to attend in the auditorium the panel discussions, and in the halls nearby to follow the papers which are going to be presented at the scientific sessions. It is, I'm sorry. It is a conference organized by the National Technical University of Athens, along with the Technical Chamber of Greece, and a lot of international organizations who will address the conference. It concerns the innovative scientific methodologies that arised and were recognized through the implementation of the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule in Jerusalem. And this is a major event to which we refer for the three conferences we have performed till today, because the transdisciplinary modeling and cooperation that we had established through this work are actually supporting the sustainable preservation of cultural heritage, and at the same time they work together hand to hand with a critical dimension, an innovative dimension, which is actually social participation and communication, supporting mutual understanding and peace through culture, as was experienced through this unique work in Jerusalem. And of course, the innovative knowledge transfer, which is in action right now through the Edicula program. A lot of people from Sapienza University, which is continuing now the works in Jerusalem, the Bezalel Academy of Arts, and the Israeli Antiquity Authorities are here, and we are working together in order to transfer this know-how and establish a new era in the education for the preservation of cultural heritage. The third TMM is working as well at an extended spectrum of issues. That is, it works as well for the exploitation of cultural heritage in local and regional development, and it exemplifies the capacity to develop local areas by this new capital, which is very old, architectural and historical heritage. That means that the three conferences, this is the third, at 2018, 2021, and this all together, are being registered in Springer Nature Proceedings and in various journals, which are disseminating to the world the work we, the scientific community, are performing to this direction. And it is important to say that the TMM-CH, that's the name of the conference, is to be approached by all people through the live streaming that it is occurring right now in this auditorium. And we are very glad that the panel discussions are concerning all the issues of interest: historic cities and centers, which will follow, digital heritage, a holistic approach, and machine learning as well, the Holy Sepulchre Rehabilitation Project, transdisciplinarity and innovation in research and education, archaeology, archaeometry, archaeogene, preserving compatibility, the materiality and integrity of structures and architectural authenticity. This session is an honorary session in memoriam of Professor Guido Piscontin, ca Foscari di Venezia, who was my professor as well. Earthquake protection and structural rehabilitation. And we have here resilience of cultural heritage, mitigating climate change, natural hazards, and pandemic risks, and ensuring biosafety. New European Bauhaus. It is an initiative for Green Deal addressing energy challenges. Green and Blue Deal for local and regional sustainable development. And of course, bridging stakeholders with science and industry, and advanced non-destructive techniques for diagnosis and structural health monitoring. And the final concerns recapturing the world in conflict through culture, promoting mutual understanding and peace. The synergy with important European projects like Edicula, like Researchers' Night, like AI, Respect, Biofos, Triquetra for culture. This is the competence center of Europe, which is being represented here, emphasizes the impact of the Holy Edicule project to the new trends in research. And it is highlighting the fact that through diffusion and social accessibility and narration, it contributes to the future trends of cultural heritage preservation at large. It is with great pleasure that I'm right now initiating this discussion, which is going to be attended all around the globe by the BCI Media Toronto and ERT. And I want to thank all the contributors, sponsors, supporters, the International Steering and Scientific Committee, and the Executive Organizing Committee, which brought us to this moment. Thank you very much. The Vice President of the Greek government, Mr. Pikramenos, will address the conference through a video since now traveling to Panama. There are Greeks in Panama, we discovered them, and we are going to address them. Please, the address of the Vice President. the video, please.
Κύριε Πρίτανη του Πολυτεχνείου, κύριε Πρόεδρε του Τεχνικού Επιμελητηρίου Ελλάδος, κυρία Πρόεδρε του Συνεδρίου, αγαπητή κυρία Μοροπούλου, αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, κυρίες και κύριοι, είναι μεγάλη χαρά και τιμή για μένα να κηρύσω σήμερα για δεύτερη χρονιά την έναρξη του Τρίτου Διεθνούς Συνεδρίου με θέμα «Καινοτόμος διαπιστημονική ψηφιακή διατήρηση της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς», συνέδριο που διοργανώνει η διεπιστημονική ομάδα του Εθνικού Μεσοβείου Πολυτεχνείου με επικεφαλής την ομότιμη καθηγήτρια κυρία Αντωνία Μοροπούλου. Στην εποχή μας είναι πια βέβαιο ότι οι ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες παρέχουν νέες ευκαιρίες για τη διατήρηση του πολιτιστικού περιεχομένου και τη βελτίωση της προσβασιμότητας πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς σε όλο τον κόσμο. Μουσεία και οργανισμοί που χρησιμοποιούν τεχνολογία είναι πια σε θέση να προσφέρουν καινοτόμες εμπειρίες στους επισκέπτες τους, καθώς και να παρέχουν στο κοινό πρόσβαση σε εκθέσεις εξ αποστάσεως και σε υλικό το οποίο δεν εκτίθεται. Και ένα λαμπρό παράδειγμα των επιτευγμάτων αυτών ήταν η μοναδική εμπειρία ολοκλήρωσης του καινοτόμου έργου της αποκατάστασης του Ιερού Κουβουκλίου του Παναγίου Τάφου, το οποίο παρικολούθησαν χάρη στην ψηφιακή τεχνολογία δισεκατομμύρια άνθρωποι σε όλο τον κόσμο. Όμως δεν είναι μόνο αυτά τα ωφέλη. Οι ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες συμβάλλουν όχι μόνο στην αποκατάσταση και προστασία της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς, αλλά και στη βιώσιμη χρηματοδότηση των μουσείων και των πολιτιστικών ιδρυμάτων, καθώς και την αναβίαση παραδοσιακών τεχνών. Γι' αυτό άλλωστε και η υποδειγματική εφαρμογή διεπιστημονικής συνεργασίας που πραγματοποιήθηκε στο Πανάγιο Τάφο δεν επιβραβεύθηκε μόνον ως επίτευγμα μηχανικών και θετικών επιστημών, αλλά απετέλεσε και σημείο διαλόγου με τις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες. Η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά εμπλουτίζει τη ζωή των πολιτών, αποτελεί κινητήρια δύναμη για το πνευματικό και το δημιουργικό τομέα και διαδραματίζει ρόλο στη δημιουργία και την ενίσχυση του κοινωνικού κεφαλαίου της ανθρωπότητας. Αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, κυρίες και κύριοι, τα πολιτιστικά αντικείμενα, είτε είναι κινητά είτε είναι ακίνητα, μας δίνουν μια αίσθηση σταθερότητας, διάρκειας και διαχρονικών αξιών, κάτι που όλοι οι άνθρωποι χρειαζόμαστε, ειδικά σε περιόδους παρατεταμένης αβεβαιότητας. Και κάθε φορά που ο πλουραλισμός, η ελευθερία του λόγου, η δημοκρατία, τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα και οι ίσες ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης απειλούνται σε όλο τον κόσμο, σε αυτά τα αγαθά στρεφόμαστε, στην πολιτιστική κληρονομιά, περισσότερο από ποτέ. Ο πολιτισμός δεν είναι μόνο ένα δείγμα ισχυρών ανθεκτικών κοινωνιών. Ο πολιτισμός και η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά είναι το κλειδί για ισχυρές, ανθεκτικές, αλλά και ευτυχείς κοινωνίες. Με αυτά τα λόγια θα ήθελα να ευχηθώ κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου σας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
I have the honor to invite the rector of the National Technical University of Athens, Professor Andreas Boudouvis, to inaugurate the conference.
Thank you, Tonya. Good morning, everyone. Those who are in this auditorium and those who are watching us from a distance, honorable guests, distinguished representatives of international organizations, universities, technical chambers, dear rector of the University of Vienna, dear colleagues, the project of the rehabilitation of the Holy Sepulchre, Holy Edicule in Jerusalem is a big endeavor. It involves a pilot, multispectral, multidimensional approach based on transdisciplinarity, holistic digital reconstruction, and cooperation in the protection of monuments. It is this project that motivated the successful organization of the first TMM-CH International Conference in 2018 and the second one in the same series in 2021 by a network of international and national co-organizers under the initiative and coordination of the National Technical University of Athens. We welcome you today to the third international conference to discuss the new trends and investigate the possibilities to transfer the know-how already created. I would like to express my thanks to the National Technical University of Athens interdisciplinary team under the lead of Professor Emeritus Tony Amoropoulou from the School of Chemical Engineering, who are diffusing the knowledge produced in this emblematic work. Moreover, for sustaining excellence and the international recognition of my own institution, the National Technical University of Athens. The synergy with important European projects, as evidenced in the conference, emphasizes the impact of the Holy Sepulchre project to European research, innovation, and education. The know-how transfer of the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule through the Erasmus Plus Strategic Alliance EDICULA, which stands for Educational, Digital, Innovative Cultural Heritage Related Learning Alliance, keeps up with the need to preserve cultural heritage at large, applying the innovations developed. This international conference further opens a universal discussion with national interest, investigating preservation and management strategies regarding cultural assets, and this pertains to the scale of historic cities, local and regional development through reuse, land and urban management, applying circular economy and all related principles. It promotes social participation and highlights the potential impact of culture in a world in crisis and conflict. Upon closing, let me emphasize the commitment of the National Technical University of Athens to contribute with its scientific capacity towards green innovation serving sustainability. All best wishes for a productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rector, for being always present and to our support.
Trying my best.
I have the honor to present a few words from the President of the Technical Chamber of Greece, Mr. Giorgos Stasinos. He is at the Parliament right now, and he cannot come. But he actually writes on behalf of the Technical Chamber of Greek Engineers, more than 120,000. I have to endorse the commitment of the Technical Chamber to continue the co-organization since the TMM-CH conference series have been established internationally. The exemplary Holy Edicules Rehabilitation Project in Jerusalem as an integrated interdisciplinary project of continuous cooperation and interaction in real time among the worksite team, the interdisciplinary scientific team, and also the owners of the project, guardians of the Holy Tomb, has been important not only for science and culture, but also for the technical world. The Technical Chamber of Greece is working hand by hand with the National Technical University of Athens into determining the qualifications and skills required from the engineers in order to undertake these professional activities as described by the Erasmus Edicula Educational Project. Today, the Technical Chamber of Greece recently decided to republish in English the Technical Annals, a journal which was counting decades of life following TCG's activities, is inviting the third conference as well to publish selected papers in it. We wish fruitful works of the third TMM-CH International Conference towards transfer and implementation of innovation. I wish to him good work in the Parliament today. And we pass to the blessings of the Holy Fathers. The Ecumenic Patriarch of Constantinople, Bartholomew, was trying to connect. Since it was not successful, he sent me his works. It is in Greek. I will only say that we have his benedictions, and that as he highlighted at the March 22nd of 2017 in Jerusalem, when we delivered the Holy Edicule restored, he says, we would like to express our blessings and our congratulations to the National Technical University of Athens and the international scientific community, which is gathering here in Athens today, because technology and know-how is actually developing a new approach to understand monuments and cultural heritage and to reconstruct them. And it is opening a dialogue with theology, anthropology, and philosophy, developing a new language for culture around the globe. With these feelings, we are addressing the conference and blessing you to continue your enlightened work. I want to thank him very much. Ο Αρχιεπίσκοπος Αθηνών και Πάσης Ελλάδος, Ιερώνυμος. He is addressing the conference and he is blessing our efforts to sustain religious monuments through history for the future of believing in God and for the future of functioning in the sacred liturgies within these churches. The Holy Sepulchre is in our heart, and I wish you that God is blessing you and the works of your conference. Ο Αρχιεπίσκοπος Αθηνών και Πάσης Ελλάδος. Patriarch Theophilos of Jerusalem, the Greek Orthodox Patriarch. Your conference is gaining interest and is valuable as having its roots on the values of the emblematic work for the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which was performed under the supervision of the interdisciplinary team of the National Technical University of Athens under your coordination, and of course under our benedictions and efforts in unity, the three custodies of the Holy Tomb, the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate, the Franciscan Order, and the Armenian Patriarchate in the Holy Sepulchre. So we wish you a fruitful work. And after this, we we are passing to the addressing of the European Commissioner. The European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel. Can you please? I have to say that the European Commission invited us to present in Brussels this work before delivering at March 20 Jerusalem. Dear Vice President, All Holiness, President of the conference, distinguished participants, after two successful editions in 2018 and 21, it is a pleasure to reconvene at the Eugenides Foundation and in Athens, a city at the crossroads of cultural heritage and times, hence the perfect place to host discussions on the contribution of culture to mutual understanding and peace. I would like to express my gratitude to the National Technical University for being an unwavering partner of the European Commission. The TMM-CH was introduced during the European Year of Cultural Heritage back in 2018. I am pleased to see that it continues to bring the community together, stressing the year's lasting impact. This significant conference perfectly embodies the core meaning of heritage, ensuring the transmission of our collective assets and memory to future generations, a mission that is particularly close to my heart and my work. The Commissioner is addressing the intersectionality of risks confronting heritage while designing people-centered approaches. This is key if we want future generations to enjoy the same richness that inspires us. This is a watershed moment. We need to recompose our frameworks and tools in the cultural heritage sector, not only to acknowledge its complexity, but also to work together to tackle these risks. We thank the Commissioner, and we wish next time she would be with us. We can pass now to the Secretary General of ICOMOS, International Council of Monuments and Sites, Professor Mario Santana Quintero from Charlton University. We have his video. Could you please proceed?
Thank you very much for the invitation to address the authorities and participants of this third international conference on transdisciplinary multispectral modeling and cooperation for the preservation of cultural heritage. In particular, let me thank the National Technical University of Athens in cooperation with the Technical Chamber of Greece. I wish I could be there with you in person in Athens. Let me introduce myself. I am Mario Santana Quintero, Secretary General of the International Council of Monuments and Sites and Professor of Charlton University at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. I'm also a heritage documentation specialist, and I welcome, as mentioned on your website, that this activity is an opportunity for sharing knowledge, experiences, and recommendations about sustainable cultural heritage approaches and practice at the moment of great conflicts and climate emergency, energy, environmental, and socioeconomic risks, development, and so on that is threatening the integrity, authenticity of our world's cultural heritage. If you allow me, let me raise the points of ethics of digital information, which is collected from heritage places. The data collected should follow clear principles to be able to index, share, search, and reuse the data, but also should benefit the communities and right holders that steward those places, and that should be the beneficiaries of that digital data. We should avoid that the potential that they are all fully integrated into the process, preventing digital colonialism or digital parachuting, in particular in those areas that lack substantial financial and human resources to effectively utilize digital technologies. I wish you a great event. I'm looking forward to see the results and proceedings. But now I leave you with Professor Andreas Georgopoulos, member of the ICOMOS International Board, current Vice President and past President of the Heritage Documentation SIPA Committee, and I invite you equally to participate in our SIPA activities, especially the symposia to be held in Florence, Italy this year, and also the ICOMOS General Assembly that will happen in the fall of this year, August of 2023. I thank you very much and have a very fruitful and interesting activity, and also enjoy a lot of Greek cuisine that is just excellent. So, all the best. Bye.
I have the honor to invite the Director General of Israel Antiquities Authorities, Mr. Eli Escozido, to address the conference, and I have to recognize the support that was exerted to our work during the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule in Jerusalem, and which is continuing in a fruitful cooperation. Eli, you are having the floor.
Good morning, בוקר טוב. קודם כל תודה לחברתי וידידתי פרופסור טוניה מורופלו, שנפגשנו כבר הרבה פעמים ויש לה הרבה זכויות בשימור בעולם ובארץ ישראל.
My friend Tonia Moropoulou, that we met a year before, and she had a lot of achievements, and also she did good things and important things also in Jerusalem and all around the world, especially in Europe.
שהזמינו אותי לברך בכנס.
All the distinguished guests and honorable people that invited me as a director of the IA, Israel Antiquity Authority, to say some words in this conference.
אנצל הזדמנות זאת שנותנים לי היום לספר מעט על העשייה של רשות העתיקות במדינת ישראל עבור כל הדתות.
I would like to emphasize several aspects of the IAA is the Israeli Antiquity Authority that we are doing, especially in Jerusalem.
לפני שנה בערך ערכנו אצלנו בירושלים את הכנס של העדיקולה בצלאל וביחד עם טוניה ועוד הרבה אנשים על הנושא של השימור של המורשת.
A year ago we hosted in Jerusalem with our partner in the Bezalel Academy and Tonia as our leaders and a mentor the conference, the Edicula conference in Jerusalem that dedicate to the preservation and conservation of holy sites in Jerusalem.
הנושא החשוב ביותר שהיה זה המורשת והשימור של העדיקולה, ועל הנושא הזה היה כנס בירושלים. הוא היה מאוד מאוד מעניין ודיברנו והעמקנו בכל הנושא של השימור של העדיקולה.
And especially we are dedicating our those times about the preservation, conservation and studying the Edicula in the holy tombs in Jerusalem.
אנחנו כגוף מרכזי במדינת ישראל ששומר על המורשת והארכיאולוגיה מכירים בחשיבות של שימור כל האתרים של המורשת בירושלים, בארץ הקודש, כולל כל המבנים וכולל כל המקומות הקדושים בכלל ובפרט.
We as the main organizations
dealing or working in Israel to preserve and conserve a monument, understanding the importance of preserving and studying and also searching all the monument, and especially including holy sites, which is combined together in Israel.
אנחנו מכירים בחשיבות וברגישות של כל הדתות שנמצאים בירושלים ובארץ הקודש, ואנחנו עושים את השימור ושמירת המורשת בצורה הרגישה ביותר והעדינה ביותר שמתחשבת בכולם.
We understanding the sensitivity of dealing in the holy sites. Holy sites, most of the holy sites in Jerusalem and in the Holy Land at all are a historical monument, and we are understanding how sensitive and how we ask ourselves to be more sensitive than other activities at all.
במדינת ישראל ובירושלים בפרט יש הרבה מאוד אתרים ארכיאולוגיים עם מורשת של הדתות, גם של היהודים, גם של הנוצרים וגם של המוסלמים, ואנחנו מקפידים וחשוב לנו מאוד לתת את הכבוד ואת הדגש לכל דת באשר היא, בלי שום קשר לדעות פוליטיות כאלה ואחרות.
Of course, in Israel, when we are dealing in a historical monument, archaeological monument, and as I said before, some of them are belonging to specific religions, and it could be combined for two religions, and especially we are talking about Jewish, Muslims, and Christians. It's need to we need, as the main organizations in Israel, to understand the sensitivity, the political sensitivity, and keep the honor of each religions that have a monument or historical site in Israel.
לסיום, עוד פעם אני רוצה להגיד תודה לפרופסור טוניה מורופלו, שהיא חברה ושותפה שלנו לאורך כל הדרך, ועמיתה לפרויקטים המקצועיים שאנחנו עושים, ומארחת אותי אתמול בערב, וערכה אותי גם לארוחת ערב אצלה בבית, וזה מרגש אותי מאוד, החיבור והקשרים בינינו.
And in personal words, I would like again to thank Professor Tonia Moropoulou, my good friend of us, my personal friend and a good friend of the IA and the Israeli told. Thank you for what you did till today, and we hope to strengthen our cooperations.
וחג פסח כשר לשמח, חג פסחא כנוצרים ורמדאן שמח. יש 3 חגים של כל הדתות ביחד עכשיו.
And of course, happy Easter, happy Pascha, Pesach in Hebrew, and to the Muslims, Ramadan Kareem. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. It's a pleasure to invite the Cyprus Scientific and Technical Chamber, the President, Mr. Konstantin.
Distinguished guests, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored to be here today to welcome you in the conference on behalf of the Scientific and Technical Chamber of Cyprus and be part of a fascinating discussion on the technical and cultural setting we need to create to reclaim and protect our cultural heritage. During the last decades, the interest in investigating the role of culture in sustainable development has been increasingly growing. The link between culture and sustainable development has been frequently debated by European authorities and academics. Culture is treated as a tool for the implementation of sustainable development goals and considered the 4th pillar of sustainable development. it is true that heritage has long been absent from the mainstream sustainable development debate, but nowadays is starting to be recognized for its potential in contributing to social, economic, and environmental sustainability goals. In particular, heritage plays a critical role as a non-renewable resource that is a vital part of cities. Its economic and social benefits have also been underlined with attention, especially for its intangible aspects and community involvement. The role of heritage in sustainable development is becoming unquestionable. Despite that, cultural heritage assets, both touchable and untouchable, protected and unprotected, are continuously under threat from a variety of economic, political, sociological, and environmental pressures. An alternative approach to cultural heritage governance is needed to preserve cultural heritage in innovative ways, in a more inclusive and sustainable manner. The link between cultural heritage and sustainability are inextricable and constitute an open field in which we must invest as a society. Technology remains a key asset for achieving this goal. Modern technology can be a primary factor in the conservation and preservation of fragile heritage assets, ensuring their sustainability and durability. Also, the value of utilizing technology in order to educate communities about their heritage cannot be stressed enough. Overall, new technologies can give a completely new sustainable life to cultural heritage, allowing us to document, preserve, evaluate, and popularize cultural heritage. In that scope, this conference provides valuable insight into this emerging transdisciplinary scientific field, raises awareness on the subject, and offers a platform for the exchange of ideas between distinguished speakers. In Cyprus, we have a long way to go in order to efficiently protect cultural heritage. The Chamber's efforts have been focusing on raising public awareness on the issue on the one hand, and implement effective public policies in the cultural heritage sector on the other hand. At the same time, we aim to educate our members, to engage them in the process, ensuring that cultural heritage restoration and management policies will be aligned with broader sustainable development goals. Furthermore, we are currently working on the development and promotion of a national architecture policy program, which is now lacking from Cyprus, therefore leading to many negative ecological, social, economic, and cultural sustainable consequences. The sustainable development of cultural heritage will be an integral part of this policy program. We need to encourage research devoted to the sustainable development of cultural heritage and to the positive contribution of cultural heritage management to our sustainable environment. This is an emerging field in Cyprus, and we are dedicated at helping the state develop the necessary tools to achieve our goals. In that context, I'm thrilled to be here and be part of the knowledge sharing, experiences and recommendations about sustainable cultural heritage approaches and practices. I am sure that this opportunity will offer us great ideas as well as tools to achieve our objectives. The Technical Chamber, as the technical advisor of the state in Cyprus, is ready to offer its technical expertise and experience in order to support the development of such policies. In conclusion, I would like to warmly congratulate the organizers of the conference in this challenging thematic field and wish them every success. I would like also to seize the opportunity to extend special thanks to Professor Moropoulou for her long-lasting contribution to the mission of the Technical Chamber of Cyprus. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I have the honor to invite to address the conference the rector of the University of Ioannina, my friend Professor Anna Battistato.
Dear Rector of the National Technical University of Athens, dear President of the conference, dear distinguished guests, dear participants. It is an honor and a great pleasure for me to participate and address as the Rector of University of Ioannina the third international conference TMM-CH. All words in the title, the program, and the core of the conference have substance and meaning. Transdisciplinary, multispectral modeling, cooperation, preservation, cultural heritage. They all bear the signature of the president of the conferences, this is the third, Professor Emeritus Antonia Moropoulou. We have the honor to have Professor Moropoulou as member of the Governing Council of University of Ioannina. University of Ioannina is strong in interdisciplinarity. Our historical university has 11 schools, School of Philosophy with one of the 3 departments being the Department of History of Archaeology, School of Engineering, Education, Fine Arts, Social Sciences, Economics, Sciences and Health Sciences, Music Studies, Informatics, and Agriculture. We already participate in large international programs contributing to the sustainable preservation of cultural heritage by highlighting its history and values through compatibility and performativity of material, interventions and methods of protection, as well as the effective management of the environment, having as a criterion the quality of architectural design and historical cultures and landscapes in the context of local development based on the principle of social sciences and circular economy. With the initiative of Professor Moropoulou and the active engagement of the members of the Governing Council of University of Ioannina, we now have progressed into discussions and actions towards a relevant MOU with National Technical University of Athens. We collaborate with the Epirus district authorities, and also lately we are paving the way to participating in relevant research and educational activities in Alexandria. Dear Professor Moropoulou, dear participants of the conference, I am sure that you are going to have a productive meeting.
Thank you very much. I have the honor to invite Bonnie Burnham. She is the founder and president of the Cultural Heritage Finance Alliance, and she is as well President Emerita of the World Monuments Fund, which mainly sponsored the works at the Holy Edicule. Bonnie, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'd like to extend my thanks also to the Rector of the Technical University of Athens for the sponsorship of this conference. This is the third conference of this kind that I've participated in personally here in Athens, and it's given me an opportunity to renew my acquaintance with this beautiful city. And I'm beginning to recognize more and more faces of colleagues here. But my work with Antonio extends back, as she mentioned, to the restoration of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which was the last project that I was involved with in my former role as the president of the World Monuments Fund, which is an organization that is involved in finding philanthropic support for heritage conservation and leveraging those funds with other funds from other sectors. So I've since then made a segue into the theme of financing of heritage and how the resources that we have, the financial resources and the technical resources, can be multiplied by aligning with other sectors and other issues that are in front of us as part of our global sustainable development agenda. But I think one thing that we did not foresee in in the framing of the Sustainable Development Agenda, and something perhaps humanity thought was behind it after the end of World War II, was the emergence of conflict as an important theme in the lives of our field, and one that's taking increasing importance as time goes on. There are today 55 sites around the world that are included on the list of World Heritage in Danger, which is a very special device of the World Heritage Program to call attention to specific challenges that face sites that have been designated as the most important ones in the world. And of those 55, 29 have been inscribed in the last 20 years because of damage caused by conflict. I think this is a striking fact, and one that the framers of the World Heritage Convention did not anticipate at all at the time that vehicle was created in 1972. And in fact, the Heritage Convention cites a range of issues causing endangerment that include accelerated deterioration, large-scale public works, urban and tourism development projects, abandonment, natural disasters, among other causes, including armed conflict. And we've seen all of this, and we'll see more of it in our field, but I think that we really need to focus attention on a special response to conflict. And that's what my comments are going to be directed at today. There are some new financial resources that have become available, notably the Alif Foundation in Switzerland that has recently been established to focus explicitly on post-conflict restoration of cultural resources, and a new allocation from the British government with a similar purpose. But this is small in relation to the magnitude of the destruction that occurs in times of war, and above all, the long trajectory of the impact of these disasters on communities that it takes decades and generations to recover. There are 3 more sites inscribed this year on the list of World Heritage in Danger, and all 3 of them are impacted by conflict. One is the Historic Center of Odessa in Ukraine, which represents a preemptive gesture to do whatever is possible to protect the site in the event of a potential conflict. A second is the Rashid Karami International Fair in Tripoli, Lebanon, which was built by the famed Brazilian architect Oscar Niemeyer as a fairground and never used because at the date of completion, 1976, it coincided with the break out of the Lebanese Civil War. And in the 50 years that's intervened, the Lebanese government has failed to find a meaningful use and a way to move forward with the use and preservation of this extraordinary ensemble of buildings that is in the city of Tripoli, close to the Syrian border, in a place that has been prone to flare-ups in conflict over time. And then the ancient kingdom of Saba in Yemen, which is listed due to an ongoing insurgency that continues to tear apart the fabric of that country. And so these listings are a kind of cry for attention and help. But responding to them will be difficult for several reasons. The first is that attention tends to move on after a conflict is over and after an atrocity has occurred. And short-term restoration and the resource, it won't begin to attract the kind of resources that are needed for a long-term strategy and a systematic approach to this issue. Secondly, cultural heritage hasn't been prioritized or even incorporated into most urban planning and regeneration programs. I'm happy to see that there are several speakers talking about integrating cultural heritage into urban planning because I think that's one of our primary goals today. And lastly, many sites impacted by conflict also experience huge population shifts where entire communities have been wiped out or forced to migrate elsewhere and never return. This tends to backwater the areas that they've been historically associated with, as well as destroying a sense of memory, and subjects them to new pressures. To integrate these observations into a strategy for heritage that all of us as professionals might contribute to in the future, I'd like to just suggest 3 points. First, the integrity of heritage places impacted by conflict needs to be respected. Major changes, such as radical shifts in scale, density, building types, and street patterns, destroy the prospect of achieving mutual understanding over time by way of memory of the past. Reconstruction needs to be designed to address contemporary principles of carbon reduction, social equity, and inclusion, and others have already referred to aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals. But recognition for the reuse value of historic assets to support these goals needs to be underscored, because it can be a powerful catalyst for the right kind of change. And thirdly, governments need to embrace civil society participation and provide incentives for private financing in the planning and execution of these initiatives. In a post-conflict circumstance, it's very hard for public officials to think 20 years ahead in the future, but if they are able to do so, they'll realize the tremendous economic asset that the heritage represents. This meeting comes at a time when uncertain global and economic and political conditions make funding for heritage much more difficult to come by. But the time is ripe for good demonstrations of how heritage regeneration can help overcome differences, heal social and environmental fabrics, and create vitality at a community level. There are opportunities for these demonstrations throughout the world, but I'd like to suggest that this country is one that could be particularly influential in this transformation. Projects that address development of areas previously impacted by conflict by way of embracing recent history, integrating heritage and social legacy into plans for the future, and celebrating this convergence can create a new global standard. I'm happy to be here and hear a lot more about all of these topics during this conference, and I'm looking forward very much to what I will learn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bonnie, for being always at the first step to address challenges concerning the cultural heritage preservation in this new era. It is with pleasure that I invite Professor Evstratios Stylianidis, Vice Rector of the Aristotle University of Salonika, to take the floor through WebEx as President of the International Committee of Heritage Documentation, CIPA. Strati, you are having the floor. Ήχο, δεν ακούγεται. You are muted. Or not. Δεν ακούγεται. Professor Stylianidis, we don't hear you. He is talking, but we don't hear him. Please arrange it. Professor Stylianidis, most probably you are muted. Δεν τον ακούμε. So we will pass till you will restore the technical problem. we will pass to Dr. Marinos Ioannidis from the Technical Cyprus University, who is the director of the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage, Cyprus.
Thank you very much, Tonia. Your Excellencies, dear rectors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and an honor to be here in Athens and be actively involved in this key event, the third transdisciplinary multispectral modeling and cooperation for the preservation of cultural heritage. At the beginning of the 21st century, the digital one, the time of the digital transformation, the fourth industrial revolution. And because I'm coming from the ICT, the artificial intelligence, the cloud computing, the cloud space revolution. That's the time that we are now, chronologically talking, in the revolution of the technology. The ongoing war outside of our house in Europe, in Ukraine, the earthquakes directly outside of our door, we are moving. And it's not only the natural, the climate change, but also the handmade destruction. The time of financial problems and distractions around the world. We are facing them at the moment, and we know exactly what does it mean, Greece and Cyprus in this region. The time when no standards are available, technologically talking, in the area of the digital revolution, of the documentation of the past. The time when we try to document what? The memory, the knowledge, the history, and at the end of the day, our identity. And not only to document, but also to preserve for the generations to come. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of this event represents a high-resolution image explaining the story of the current state of the art in this time of the mentioned revolutions that we are undergoing in the domain of science, research, education, innovation, and development, and on how to create the digital copy of the past. But because we are engineers for the digital humanities and digital social sciences, we are not saying digital twins, but we are talking about the memory twins. An excellent opportunity for every scholar and researcher to find out what is happening in our area of the digital cultural heritage and beyond, to bring this complex, multidisciplinary community, first of all, and then the knowledge of this community together in one place is a great challenge. And there are not so many persons, professionals around the world to do it, as it is here in this small booklet. One of them is our good friend Tonia Moropoulou, who never stop to work, whom I wish the best and congratulate not only for the organization of this key event, but also for the overall achievements in this domain. We, and I'm mean, you followers, Tonia, we have so many to learn from you, and we are still very, very thankful that you give us this opportunity, that you are still working towards the United Nations, to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage, it's at your disposal, and you can count on our help and full support. Thank you very, very much, Tony, and congratulations.
Thank you, Marinos. Before being connected once again with the CIPA president, I would like to welcome the Vice Rector of the National Technical University of Athens, Professor Evangelos Apoutzoukis, and the Director General of the Ministry of Culture and Sports for Restoration, Dr. Amalia Androulidaki, and to say, after the inspired words of Dr. Ioannidis, that this conference is actually your conference. And this work we inaugurate is a collective work, not only of the NTUA interdisciplinary team, but of Europe and the world. And I'm recognizing among you some of our distinguished professors, like Professor Penellis from Salonika, some of our great colleagues around the globe who are active in research and with whom we actually developed step by step all this interdisciplinary advanced work that is presented today. And that is your conference, because the 163 papers to be presented by 487 authors from 35 countries around the 5 continents means something. And this is the issue and the challenge of this conference. The ongoing scientific effort and the young people, our students that are with us and who are guaranteeing the future of this work. Did we solve the problem? Can we be connected? Thank you, thank you. Professor Stylianidis.
Good morning. Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Even though I would like to be with you in Athens today, it is my pleasure to join remotely this opening of your conference, and allow me to extend a warm greeting from Corfu. I'm here for the Rectors Conference, and that's why I couldn't be with you this morning. CIPA is one of the oldest and most active international scientific committees of the International Council of Monuments and Sites, which was jointly founded in 1968 with the International Society for Gravity and Remote Sensing, towards facilitating the transfer of technology from the measurements sciences into the heritage documentation and recording disciplines. And we do have a mutual passion and expertise in digitization. CIPA also has sharing a long-lasting friendship with the National Technical University of Athens, and you, Professor Moropoulou, even though you are running the third international conference, TMM-CH. Do not forget that of our colleagues from your university served as president of the CIPA Heritage Documentation. The next 4 days, you will have the opportunity to present and discuss your work. Inspiring title of your conference, Recapturing the World in Conflict Through Culture, promoting mutual understanding and peace will give you the opportunity to consider and contribute to the conflicts that occur nowadays over the globe. The war in Ukraine and the illegal invasion of Russia in Ukraine caused many destructions and cultural heritage in this country, and SIPA, as an international organization under the ICOMOS guidance, will be participating in forthcoming heritage recording and documentation campaigns with its SIPA emerging professionals. Please also allow me to take this opportunity and letting you know that this year we will have the 29th SIPA Digital Heritage Symposium that will take place in the beautiful city of Florence in Italy in the coming June. We are very much looking forward to continuing our friendship and partnership with you, Madam Chair, and the TMM-CH community. Together we can actively contribute to promoting exchanges and cooperation between our communities, as well as encouraging and supporting the development and implementation of various digital technology in the field of heritage conservation, information management, and value designation. Congratulations once again to you, organizing and scientific committee. Thank you for your attention, and I hope lots of success to your conference. Good morning.
Thank you, Professor Stylianidis. We are now inviting you to a coffee break, and at 11 o'clock sharp, we will start the first panel, which concerns historic cities and structures, new reuse and preservation strategies applying circular economy. Thank you very much. Okay. May I invite the panelists, the Mayor of Rhodes, Mr. Antonis Kambourakis, the Vice Mayor of Athens, Mr. Vasilis Axiotis, Bonnie Burnham from CHIFA, Stefanos Drakos, the Deputy Mayor of Rhodes, Eleni Maistru, Professor Emeritus NTUA, Society for the Environmental and Cultural Heritage, myself, Professor Mike Turner, Bezalel Academy of Arts, and UNESCO Chair in Urban Design and Conservation Studies, Stefano Della Torre, Professor, Politecnico di Milano. Πού είναι ο κύριος Δήμαρχος? Karavasili Margarita from the EcoCity, Volunteer Organization for the Urban Environment, and Harry Kokosis, Professor Emeritus, University of Thessaly, who is an EU consultant as well on spatial planning and environment, and he is a former Secretary General of the National Tourism Organization. Chronis Akritidis, the CEO of Anaplasi Athens, will try to connect. He is out of Athens, and for the time being, he did not succeed. I have the honor and the pleasure to invite to moderate this panel my friend Liminaidis, advisor to the Secretary General of the Organization of World Heritage Cities, OWCV, to start, moderate, and express your views on behalf of your organization.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished guests and participants, it is also an honor and pleasure for me to participate once again in the third conference this year. And as well, it is now an honor and pleasure to invite the Mayor of Rhodes, the Honorable Antonis Kambourakis, to address the conference. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Holy Father, Honorable President of the Third International Conference of Transdisciplinary Multispectral Modeling and Cooperation of the Preservation of Cultural Heritage, Professor Tonia Moropoulou, distinguished panel, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first of all to thank our President, Professor Tonia Moropoulou, for the opportunity to participate at the Third International Conference of Transdisciplinary Multispectral Modeling and Cooperation for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage, and to warmly congratulate her along with everyone else who contributed to the realization of this conference. It is of extreme importance that following the presentation of the emblematic project of the restoration of the Holy Sepulchre of the Holy Tomb of Jerusalem at the two previous successful international conferences, cultural heritage and the innovative approaches to utilize it as a factor of sustainable development in the years to come. It is the main topic of interdisciplinary dialogue of this third event. For this reason, sincere dialogue, the exchange of expertise, and the highlighting of international good practices for the critical issues of cultural management in a sustainable way will provide food for thought, but also food for action in planning next steps for
convergences and synergies in this field. The historic centers, the monumental reserves of every city are issues of great importance for local government, especially for the cities which are popular tourism world-renowned destinations. In 2022, roads became an absolute touristic trend, and since the new season has already begun in our island since March 11th, this will surely continue in 2023. This may have surprised many, but certainly not us, the people of Rhodes. We work collaboratively and exemplarily. We set goals and we achieve them all. But while busy managing today's challenges, we're at the same time planning for the future. Our priorities are clear: sustainability actions in response to the climate threat, digital transformation for our synchronization with the rapid changes through the fourth industrial revolution, management of our cultural reserves with modern terms which will qualitatively enrich the everyday life of the residents and the experience of the visitor. With this in mind, we had a productive discussion with the Ministry of Culture and Minister Ms. Lina Mendoni, and together we formulated the programmatic agreement for the modern medieval city of Rhodes 2040. With clear priorities concerning life quality, upgrading for the permanent residents, and in parallel enhancing other activities for our millions of visitors by investing in smart technologies and innovation, emphasizing on the electronic management of the residents' daily lives and the information of our visitors. With clear timelines, with specific funding codes, we secure funding for now and for the next 20 years. It is the proof that seriousness and the spirit of doing with cooperation always succeed in bearing fruits. In contrast of the bad experience of wishful thinking and not secure funding of the past. Instead, we are building on previous positive experience such as that of 1985-2005 programmatic agreements, which worked well with a clear eye on the permanent residents and their needs. Thus, we begin for the modern medieval city of Rhodes 2040, which will upgrade the image of Rhodes to the eyes of the whole world, highlighting the richness of our heritage by strengthening the strategic advantage of Rhodes that is its history in worldwide competition and the fact that Rhodes is always the crossroad of cultures and nations. In some manner, it continues to represent, even today, through hospitality, a true bridge of understanding, of tolerance, of friendship, and of peaceful coexistence. Nothing would be the same for Rhodes without its medieval city. It is a World Heritage Site of UNESCO, a living experience of the European Middle Ages, a valuable national heritage and an iconic landmark for our island that make Rhodes recognizable anywhere on the planet. This unique value of the medieval city has a strategic character for the municipality of Rhodes in order to prove the practice that we can be a global role model of a sustainable and resilient destination. A destination of quality, culture, and smart innovation with benefits for residents, digital nomads, and visitors. Yes, the bar is high, but we truly believe in Rhodes and its so for unexploited potential. That is why we, as the municipality, within the framework of our institutional responsibility, have our doors wide open to any synergy and cooperation that would strengthen the consolidate internationally the efforts we make, and there is a lot of space for synergy. To give you just one example, we have here in Rhodes a great number of historic buildings owned by the public sector, over 260, and their sustainable reuse through the utilization of relevant best practices in a great challenge and a great opportunity for creative cooperation. Rhodes, beyond the blessings of its natural beauty, was also and owned with the creative spirit of the people who lived here and left their mark. This footprint is not only the integral part of our identity, but also our vehicle towards a future of fair and sustainable prosperity for all. Summing up, I can simply say that we are all sitting on a treasure, and we have two choices. Either we take care of it, make good use of it, and make it shine like a diamond, or we just remain unconcerned, seated on it until it turns into carbon. We, as the municipality of Rhodes, have made our choice, and the Society of Rhodes warmly embraces our effort. We are happy to join hands, ideas and forces every day to achieve multiplied results. With these few thoughts, I wish every success to the conference. Knowledge is power, and I'm sure that the conference's outcomes will give us the driving force necessary to truly enjoy the treasure of our heritage, not only to our benefit, but also for the generations to come. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations for continuing the exemplary work for the preservation and management of the medieval city of Rhodes. Due to an illness, the mayor of Athens, the Honorable Kostas Bakoyannis, is not able to join us today. We do wish him a speedy recovery, and I invite the Deputy Mayor of Athens, Mr. Vasilis Axiotis, to take the floor. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Dear Ms. President of the International TMM Transdisciplinary Multispectrum Modeling Conference, Professor Emeritus Ms. Moropoulou Tonia, extraordinary guests and panelists, and DRO, on behalf of the Mayor, Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis, I would like to extend a warm welcome to this conference, to the third conference for International Conference for Transdisciplinary Multispectrum Modeling and Cooperation for the Preservation of the Cultural Heritage. In other words, what the conference should be, which is a conference that intends to investigate the latest developments in research and innovation, of course, which is all in all the utilization of reuse of monuments, historical cities and sites that form the framework of sustainable preservation of cultural heritage, and the protection, of course, of the values, the integrity of materials and structures, authenticity of architecture and landscape, with no matter what to say, be able to participate effectively in the policies that will design and implement the new strategies that are required. So what this conference is all about is sharing, of course, knowledge, experiences, and recommendations about sustainable cultural heritage approaches and practices. At a moment of great conflicts and climate change, energy and environmental and socio-economic crisis, the preservation of cultural heritage, promoting sustainable development, which is addressing challenges through mutual understanding, cooperation, and overall peace. Lastly, but not least, I would like to invite all of you with a small thought, what an open version of this conference would be, which is not just strolling around the busy neighborhoods and the nice neighborhoods, the ancient neighborhoods of the historical city center of Athens, which Athens is all about. Once again, thank you very much, and I would like to wish every success in your conference on behalf of the Mayor, Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And now we will begin this session of the conference, which has to do with historic cities and centers. I will say applying circular economy strategies for the adaptive reuse and preservation of cultural heritage. I am a former Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of World Heritage Cities, have also been an interim Secretary General when we had a lapse with our Secretary General being absent. And now, as a retiree, I am an advisor to the new Secretary General, and it is lovely just to advise, I think. It's wonderful. And with the organization, through the years, we have addressed many of the issues that are being addressed today. One of which, my dear friend Bonnie Burnham had addressed the conflict and the risk of two historic monuments and historic cities in general. As a matter of fact, our World Congress in 2015 in Arequipa, Peru, had its theme of disaster risk reduction, and we worked very closely with the United Nations on that in their disaster risk reduction agency. Mike, of course, you were very much a part of that as well, Mike Turner. And also various other issues that will be presented today. Our World Congresses, regional conferences, we have 6 regional secretariats throughout the world, all deal with various issues that confront historic cities, historic centers, as my hometown, roads have to address and confront. So without further ado, I will invite my dear friend, Bonnie Burnham, who is the president of the Cultural Heritage Finance Alliance. But of course, I met her many, many, many years ago. Well, not that many, but anyway, many years ago as the president of the World Monuments Fund, who is now also the president emerita. Bonnie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lee. And I was very inspired by the comments that came from Rhodes earlier in the beginning of this presentation, and making reference to the thought of not just having wishful thinking, but actually tangible plans and resources in place to implement them as a starting point for urban regeneration. And I think we all recognize that we're living in a new world now. It's changed very dramatically over the last several years as a result of a number of factors that present looming challenges to the world, and we have to think differently in terms of how our field is going to relate to those changes. And I just wanted to read a quote, which I had intended to incorporate into my earlier speech this morning. I thought I wouldn't in the interest of time, but it's from the chairman of the British National Heritage Lottery Fund, which many of you may know has been really one of the most successful heritage subsidy programs in the world, where funds from people who buy lottery tickets, about 25% of those resources go to heritage projects around Britain, and ultimately have sustained the British cultural institutions, particularly through the pandemic. And so just about a week or two ago in an article, in a quote in the art newspaper, he said that he half of his staff is convinced that in 5 years there will be no Heritage Lottery Fund, and their jobs are at risk because this program that's been so immensely successful for decades no longer has broad public support. Britons don't really think heritage matters in the context of the major challenges that the country's facing. And so they have to essentially overhaul the way they look and rethink themselves in relation to current social issues and economic problems. And he urged the public, which are ultimately his investors, in taking a long view and thinking about the Britain they want in 10 or 20-year terms rather than this year or next year. But he also added, just as important as taking a 10 or 20-year view of investment is making sure that it's not just individual projects, but whole places that benefit. It used to be thought that investing in a single cultural attraction could transform a place, the so-called Bilbao effect. But it's clear that for people to fully benefit, investment has to be in the whole heritage infrastructure of a place and not just individual projects and properties. So I think that's the ultimate challenge that we're facing today. We need to find a way to integrate the skills we have, the technical knowledge, our commitment to the cultural heritage, our understanding of what it contributes to society into the larger vision for a place. And I think that this is something that the heritage field has not been very successful in doing in the past. The projects themselves have been enough. They've had that transformational impact, which many of us have experienced in many places over time. But from the viewpoint of the local authorities and national authorities, culture more or less continues to be viewed as marginal to the public interest and needs. And so I hope that in the course of our discussions we can address that, which I consider to be the primary challenge of where we are today. But I just wanted to reference some new thinking that's going on within the World Heritage Cities organization, which our dear friend Lee has been so involved with for many, many years, toward a kind of new paradigm for envisioning the heritage city, a roadmap, in effect, that cities could take. And I was asked to be part of their discussions last year as they were framing a strategy for this new paradigm in leading a discussion about governance in heritage cities. And I was struck by the fact that everybody liked the background paper that I wrote, but the responses to it were completely different from the points that I had made, and tend to and I realized that public authorities tend to see the civil sector, the non-governmental sector, as a group of institutions that are just like government institutions. So there are the academics and the other civil society institutions that can speak for the public, rather than the actual citizenry itself. So in closing, I just want to cite what they came up with at their meeting, which is 3 axes to which future heritage management in cities should align. First of all, axis 1, inclusive and cohesive cities, inspired by their identities and cultural identity. And so that means identity on 2 levels: the identity of the citizens and the character of a community that can embrace those citizens and their beliefs and their values. And then there are many, many points under each of these themes. The second axis is resilient cities, boosted by the enhancement of their heritage resources. And the third theme is good governance, which brings a systemic approach to the city. And cities, as for all of us who live in them, tend to be very chaotic places. And while there may be systems in place, we're we're not necessarily very aware of them every day. But maybe that's something that will change as we confront challenges that are really interrelated. And so the overall goals of themes of the discussion is still ongoing at the World Heritage Cities Organization are the transformation of public space, the improvement of residential space, the evolution of mobilities, probably every city's biggest problem, the adaptation of built heritage, and setting up of a new governance. And I think it's important for us to realize that we have a voice and a point of view to express in relation to each of these 5 themes. So thank you, Lee. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. And you're absolutely right. And we had spoken earlier that this is definitely a new world. And there are factors concerning preservation and management of cultural heritage that we could not fathom decades ago. And that unfortunately heritage now is not top priority, and there are problems in funding and whatever. But also I take this opportunity to thank you for being an amazing resource person for the Organization of World Heritage Cities and help to formulate the roadmap as we go forward in our work. I would now call on the program. Unfortunately, the CEO of Anaplesis Athenas, Mr. Polychronis Akritidis, could not connect with us today. And my dear friend, Maria Gravari Barbas, was not able to connect with us from Paris today either. And so we will move forward to the Deputy Mayor of Rhodes for the medieval city, Mr. Stefanos Drakos. Stefano, you have the floor.
Η παρουσίαση του Αντιδημάρχου να ανεβάσετε.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Chairman. Tony Moropoulou, thank you for this invitation. It's an honor for us. Dear Mayor, dear Vice Mayor of Athens, dear prestigious participant, we are here to discuss Okay, first of all, I would like to tell this. We're here to discuss, if you see someone shallow, 2 different things, the cultural heritage and the cycle economy. And someone can wonder how can the cultural heritage can contribute to cycle economy. The truth is that from itself, this topic of cultural heritage, it's a cycle economy. The reuse, the adaptive reuse of the monuments or the cultural buildings can reduce the needs, for example, of materials or the impact of waste in the environment. And if we can combine this with new technologies of energy consumption, then we have optimum value on this part. Now, in our case in Rhodes, since 2019, when we assumed duties as a new municipality authority, our mayor, Mr. Antonis Kampourakis, set the goal of restoring the cultural heritage buildings of the island of Rhodes, highlighting and reusing them. All interventions were made with respect to history and culture under the necessary approvals of Ministry of Culture, using methods and technologies that reduce the environmental footprint. Strict policies were implemented in areas of high historical importance, such as medieval city, by reducing vehicle traffic and special attention was given to the reuse of historical buildings with specifications that ensure their protection. The reuse of historical buildings, as we will see below, has varied forms beyond residential, but also in activities such as sports and culture, while maintaining their historical and cultural importance. This strategy can reduce the need for new consumption and help avoid the environmental impacts associated with new buildings material and energy consumption. All restorations are based on the principle of reversibility and reuse, and an effort is made during renovation or restoration to salvage and reuse materials from the existing building to reduce the needs for new material and minimize waste. An important priority during the restoration period is to preserve material that can be used in other projects, thus reducing waste and the need for new materials. We have many cases on that and we can discuss. At the end of our approach is that extending of the historical building useful lifespan has multiple benefits that extend beyond the project itself to the surrounding area, contributing to economy and social development. Today in Rhodes, we are designing for the coming years with respect for history and culture and aiming for better environment for our children and new generations. And this is my introduction in my presentation, where I present you some case studies of architectural heritage, reuse of this building, as I told before, in various areas of needs in local society. In the beginning, we have the National Stadium of Rhodes. We have some historical data in the first presentation. As you can see, it was built in 1932 by Italian administration of the Dodecanese. And in 2019, the condition was this. For example, the major wall of the stadium was collapsed for 3-4 years, was in this condition. The structures inside the stadium was this, as you can see in the pictures. We started this project with funding by Ministry of Sports with Mr. Avienakis with 600,000 euro. And finally, we restored the stadium using for electromechanical facilities smart devices in order to eliminate and reduces the cost, the energy consumptions. And you can see the final look of the monument. If you can see on the frames on the right pictures, the condition before was the aluminum that covers this frame during the year, and after the restoration with a triplex glass, we replaced that in order to cut the wind for the people who stay behind that. Another historical building was in Greek we say Rodiaki Epavli, Rodian Epavli, but if you can translate this Rodian mansion. Again, it's a building during the Italian period, 1941. This project started 2 years ago, and now it's in the final step to finalize the project. In this building is inside a beautiful garden, as the garden was in the past, now has only trees. So there were two projects, one for the building, one for the garden. The building, the budget, the capital was 1,700,000. and the cost for the renovation and of the garden was the same. In the garden, we're using smart technologies for gardening, irrigation, and all these new technologies in order to control the water waste and reduce the energy consumption for this part of roads. Is 25,000 square meters, the area of this garden. So you can imagine how much water or energy. Okay, thank you. So another building is in South Roads, the restoration of an Italian building, and this is the meaning of reuse of the historical building. This in the past was a police station in the south area of Roads. Now after the decision of mayor, we restored the building, and we are going to use it for cultural event building for people who lives in this area. Because the cyclic economy, if you can tell my opinion, has several meanings, and one of them, and including in the cultural, is to allow people to have the experience of disabled people who has the people which not have a problem. So one of the projects that we are running now is the creation of disabled networks in medieval city of Roads, which is, I think, is a very important project, which gives the capability to people with mobility problems to approach in places that couldn't be in the past. This, for example, is one of the first roads that we already finished this winter. This is Podamo, and replaced the road with a plate of histolith in order to can the people with mobility move on them. Another building is the restoration of Port Authority buildings. We can see the before and the end of the work. This is the National Gallery building in the entrance of medieval city. It's a project of 1,296,000 euro. It's a total restoration, including the museum reuse of this building, the museum application for this building. Another building that now it's used for chemical services, which is in very bad condition because of degradation, because it's nearby the sea environment. The energy upgrade of Mansion Kite Garden of the municipality of Roads. This is, despite the restoration, we do an energy upgrade because, as I told you before, the target is common. I think is to reduce the environmental footprint. So in this building we apply very new technologies except the window frames and insulation external, and inside the controllers and all these things that can measure and reduce the environmental impact. Another special issue for us is to use the historical building for schools. I don't know if it's very common to your places, but in our case, this is very important because I think that the children that goes to this school have different views, so can help them to the future and in order to love the culture and all this part of civilization. So last summer we were running a big project in order to renovate and restore schools that in a historical building. Here we can see in the picture the school for disabled children in Astiki. You can see the historical data of these schools. This was the condition of disabled school. Another historical building is Venetoclio, which is constructed in 1938. Similar condition here. In the picture is the area of the medieval city of Rhodes. We're running a project last summer, and the aim was to solve the multi-year damage presented by the network. As a result, entire areas of the medieval city are left without municipal lighting. So we construct all this network and replace the 200 new handmade lighting fixtures, as you can see in the pictures. This is a project that, as I told in my introduction, the reuse has several topics. One of them is the sports. So I don't know if there is this kind of stadium there is in another place than in Rhodes. Here's the mini sports center of medieval city. We use this place as a football stadium for people and children in the medieval city with synthetic grasses, which is not need water and electricity to gardening. And the result is to attract many young people, start play football, and enhances all these activities. Replacing window frames in historical school buildings. Again, the same. We change all the window frames of Venetoclio Gymnasium, which is lead to a first step to thermal insulation of the building. One more school is the 10th grade maintenance school of Rhodes in the medieval city. This is a Jewish education school in the beginning. You can see again the pictures. project is in Paradisi, the construction of this historical building. And one of the last projects that I will show you, I will present you today, is the National Theatre of Rhodes. This is a very big project. The budget is 70,235 euro. The last 3 years we finalized the studies, we take all the appropriate approval from the Ministry of Culture, and under the agreement of our mayor, Mr. Adonis Kapourakis, the governor, Mr. Hadjimarkos, the minister, Mrs. Mendoni, and the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, now the project is going to start within the next 2 months, and has the deadline at the end of 25. This is a very important project for Rhodes, for Dodecanisa, because it has many meanings and maybe national meanings. This is the condition now. The theater started to work from 2006. The many parts, most of the parts of the theater has demolished. I don't know the reason until today for that. In the picture can show the budget. In the pictures also is the Prime Minister, Mr. Hadjimarkos, Mr. Kapourakis, and Mrs. Mendoni. Another big project for us, the new market. We hope to start, we finalize all the studies, we attract the money for the project. The budget is 3,200,000 euro. And we hope during the summer the project starts running. Another important building in the medieval city is the Turkish hammam. Was constructed in 1558. This building started to work from 2010 because of many problems that in the hippocamps, the thermal was coming from fire in the back part of the hammam, and then after with a network of pipes below the floor, the rooms can take the temperature that are needed for working as hammam. I don't know. Just a fast off. Let's say that, and then I will finish. One of the major problems in the historical places is the bad use of new technologies, like the traffic and the cars. And this is the views of medieval city of Rhodes before 2019. So with mayor, we decided that we have to cut all this traffic load in the medieval city. So we use special cameras in the 7 gates of medieval city, which is controls with the bars the entrance of the cars, and the result was to reduce the traffic load daily about 3,500 daily, which is a huge number if you can imagine the places for the small places. And in order to replace all the needs for moving, we replace with electromobility. You can see some photos of that. This is the network of electromobility inside the medieval city of Rhodes. How we can use them. And finally, 2 years ago, we took the awards of electromobility of European Union in Thessaloniki. And at last, now, within the next month, we hope, we sign the programmatically agreement with the Ministry of Culture, Municipality of Rhodes, the governor, for medieval city, which is the budget is about 60 million euro. And the target actually is to preserve, first of all, the medieval city, but most of them, the people who live them, in order to have a sustainable environment with all the needs that we can cover from this agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefano, for a very comprehensive presentation. First, the restoration projects going on within the World Heritage Site, the medieval city, but also a more modern heritage outside of the walls of the medieval city, in the new town and other parts of the island. And of course, Rhodes is a fine example of giving new functions to historic monuments and to making these monuments an integral part of the community. Also, the very important issue of mobility and accessibility and traffic has been addressed, and it continues to be addressed in the city. And also the last, which the programmatic agreement, which is a continuation of an agreement that was signed in the 1980s and was brought about many restoration projects and whatever, and it is very good to hear that finally the agreement will be officially signed and work can begin on various projects funded from this cooperation. Thank you very much. And now we will continue with dear friend, Eleni Maestru, the Professor Emeritus from the National Technical University of Athens and the Society for the Environmental and Cultural Heritage, and the President of the Council of Architectural Heritage. Eleni, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Good morning for everyone. My presentation will focus on the importance of preservation strategies for historic cities and centers, sorry for my voice, for applying circular economy. The principles of circular economy and the objectives of preservation strategies of historic cities and centers are common, as both refer to minimal intervention in the built environment, preservation of natural environment and local resources, strengthening the local economy, reuse the existing buildings, and social participation. This is the theoretical framework. It does not need some theoretical points from UNESCO and from ICOMOS, so that we can see that sustainability and circular economy are very common. And the most recent text of ICOMOS, Valletta Principles, writes that we should insist on respecting nature, avoiding the waste of natural resources, energy consumptions, and disruptions of the balance of the natural cycle. The principles of circular economy recognizes the embedded energy in existing structures and, as a result, support their conservation and reuse against their replacement by new ones. Nowadays, the above principles are often neglected. Incompatible new development in historic settings, unsustainable tourism, and overall environmental degradation and climate change bring about new challenges to preservation strategy of historic cities and centers, applying circular economy, of course. I will mention two actions which have been carried out by the Society for the Environment and Cultural Heritage, ELET, with the above objectives in mind. The first action is a study held for the account of the City of Athens regarding the identification and assessment of good practices in Europe for supporting housing in historic centers and cities, maintaining habitability conditions at a good level versus over-tourism and real estate speculation. The challenges faced by three selected historic cities, Barcelona, Venice, and Vienna, and the solutions implemented have been selected so that they can be used in the cities of southeastern Europe, among which is Athens. It is a big challenge to give new uses with housings in these historic centers and cities. I refer to southeastern Europe cities as a Europa Nostra Heritage Hub has been established in Athens on May 2022, and ELET was chosen by Europa Nostra to coordinate, manage, and represent the hub in the wider region of southeastern Europe, with a close cooperation between Europa Nostra and the City of Athens. We thank Mayor of Athens for this collaboration. Applying circular economy principles to tourism and the preservation of housing in the historic cities and centers is an ongoing effort. It is interesting to mention that the Committee on Environmental Policy of the Economic Commission for Europe agreed on the two following themes, one of which is applying principles of circular economy to sustainable tourism. The second action held by ELET is the development of an adaptation strategy of cultural heritage to climate change, using as a case study, among others, the old city of Corfu, a World Heritage Site. The action is based on a broader research program, the LIFE IP, that is led by the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Based on climate data analysis and a vulnerability analysis assessment, the Old Town sensitivity to the effects of climate change was studied, as well as its adaptive capacity based on its existing infrastructure and existing management practices. It was found that, apart the challenge of climate change, there are some more pressures that affect the Old Town, such as the insufficient infrastructure for fire and earthquake protection, over-tourism, traffic congestion, as well as the absence of participatory processes in the management of the city, what is very important. To meet the common principles of sustainability, circular economy, and preservation of the Old Town, a strategic plan drafted to face the above challenges. The engagement of the local community, residents, shopkeepers, tourist professionals in the management procedure of the town was one of the basic proposals. Why I present this for you? Because, as we see on this climate change news, the world can maximize chances of avoiding dangerous climate changes by moving to a circular economy. That's why I mentioned this. And I conclude that the future of historic centers and cities includes the need to promote urban sustainability, applying the principles of circular economy, and to face, among other challenges, the impact of climate change and the rise of tourism as a main new economic sector. Preservation strategies should be integrated into a broader urban development framework. This is very important, and I'm not the first that I mention that. However, the system often proves to be weak and powerless to face the types of change. That's why we need good governance that characterize our contemporary world, and the urban scene in areas such as tourism, real estate, or business, without losing the wealth of cultural heritage of historic centers and cities. So, we should, the above are challenges that we must face for the preservation and sustainable development of our historic centers and cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleni, for emphasizing the new challenges that historic centers face, climate change, of course, over tourism, whatever, but also the need for, we say good governments, but effective governance for the realization of our goals. And also, a very important point, the participatory process involving the local communities. Because if the local community or citizens do not understand the value of their heritage, then it is very difficult to convince them the need for preserving it. And so participatory participation, is of vital importance and a factor in achieving our goal. I would like to call on my dear friend, Professor Antonia Moropoulou, the soul of the conference and of many projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Dear Mayor of Rhodos, Vice Mayor of Athens, colleagues, it's not by chance that the medieval city of Rhodes and Rhodes as a city, a modern city, are now on stage and are playing a major role concerning the discussion on the regeneration of historic centers and the reuse of stocks of historic buildings. It is because 40 years ago, under the initiatives at that time of the Ministry of Youth, and with the result, the program agreement between the municipality of Rhodes and the Ministry of Culture, at that time Melina Mercouri, there was signed the first program agreement ever on global level when a municipality governance is undertaking the responsibility on behalf of its people to manage the historic city. Till then, it was only the ministries of cultures, not only in Greece, but along the globe. And of course, it doesn't mean that it hasn't to be compatible with the general rules that the ministries are guardian of, to preserve cultural heritage in a way that their values will be revealed. But it was so essential that the people would undertake within the local governance the future and the responsibility for their own city. And I was very much astonished that 40 years after Bandarin and UNESCO are mentioning this need that the local societies will participate to define the reuse of their own cities. But this was the initiative that roads developed in dynamics within the world. And mostly 300 historic cities developed the organization of World Heritage Cities based upon this paradigm, the paradigm of roads. And because of that, the continuation of this paradigm on international level exists till today. I mean, the municipality of Rhodes was governing, and Liminaidis was playing a major role in this organization and still plays because of the paradigm of Rhodes. So today, where are we? Many important works have been progressed in the medieval city of Rhodes due to this new governance, local governance, and Mayor Kambourakis and Deputy Mayor Drakos have presented the issues. But the question and the challenge is still in front of us. And this is not a challenge only for Rhodes as a paradigm. It's for Athens as well, and I will refer to it. And it's not by chance that both the municipality of Rhodes and of Athens are opening these issues. The question and the challenge is how the level of 60 million euros, which is a high level of funding, which is required in order to preserve the medieval city and bring it to the next century, how is this going to be covered? Is this feasible, yes or not? And this is not just a question of an academic discussion, and that's why I'm not presenting here very serious works we have done with NTUA, with Professor Maestro Avgerinou and our students in Rhodos. I'm not presenting them because they are presented in the sessions. They are scientific works, and it is for sure that we are having the technological tools and the know-how to document, to redesign, to preserve our historic city. And in Rhodes, we have done a huge of work for that, and we are going to offer this know-how to you, Mr. Mayor, when your program agreement will be in function. But that's not the issue. The issue is how will this become feasible? And there is only one way to make a feasible future for historic cities, especially cities like Rhodes and Athens, which are disposing a critical mass of historic structures, constructions, which are under the public ownership of whoever career. That might mean the municipality, the Ministry of Economy, the Fund of Archaeological Assets, etc., etc. This is the core issue. How to reuse historic buildings, as the mayor said, more than 260 in Rhodes, and in Athens more than 1,500. And there is Salonika as well in the same capacity. No other cities in Greece. These three cities are the major cities which do supply this critical mass for local development through reuse. And this reuse has to produce revenue, has of course to be compatible with the character of the historic city, with the character of the architectural heritage and the historic role of the city of Rhodes, for instance, connecting three continents, playing the role of a hub of commerce and navigation and of culture. But furthermore, this reuse, which might be of tourism development, but controlled tourism development, might be of the character of social habit in a part, and in another part, it might be in the role of commercial activities regenerating local traditional arts and crafts and more others, and of course for establishments of international organizations which will play their role in regenerating Rhodes or Athens as a center of culture and of technology, to merge the modern with the traditional. This reuse has to produce revenue and has to be in joint private and public effort. Otherwise, if you are asking the state to invest millions and millions and billions, starting from the 60 millions in roads and going up to 10 and 100 times more in Athens, you might understand that it becomes infeasible. So it's clear we have to go out to call for private investments to reuse historic buildings with controlled in morphological, architectonical, material, structural conditions according to the rules of the Ministry of Culture and the international conventions, but they have to produce revenue. And upon this, the municipalities have to develop new tools, institutional tools, concessions of use with the public, and concessions of property with the private owners in order to go on and manage as integrators what the city develops. And the municipality as integrator is the new challenge. That means new governance tools, new procedures of people's participation, the use of technology, and the recognition of the need to cooperate between the state, between the municipality, and between the forces of science and technology. This is the challenge in front of us. And the tools exist, even the innovation of new economic tools, like what Bonnie Burnham presented in the morning and now, which is giving us the opportunity, what opportunity? To use the concessions of use or of property as collaterals to get long-term loans with very low rates, even from the European Bank, and to use the cash flow is required in order to protect the cultural heritage. So in front of this challenge, we have to change our concepts and to develop decisions. And I wish that we, the scientific community, will be able to participate in the new efforts. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we have discussed with the Mayor of Athens as well on such a scheme, which will be a call to investors and a call to scientific community to support this effort along to the economic careers like the banks as well. So I believe that we have things to do, but we have to decide that there is another approach that we have to adapt in order to be adapted to the climate change and the challenges that are in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tonya. You touched on many, many aspects. But from a personal experience, I have, through the years, presented the original program or programmatic agreement in many conferences and congresses throughout the world, and it was met with, I would say, with awe and amazement. It was something truly unique, and I'm saying I've discussed this from Latin America to Asia and throughout Europe. It is something unique, and we're very, very pleased that it will continue now. But also, Tonya, in closing, you touched on the idea of the regeneration of the need to produce revenue. You know, there are no longer free lunches, as they say. This is something that needs to be done, and a closer public-private partnership format that needs to be followed. And now I turn to my dear, dear friend, who is also the ultimate resource person of the Organization of World Heritage Cities, who has been with us for so many years and in so many projects and committees. Mike Turner, professor of the Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in Jerusalem, and the UNESCO Chair in Urban Design and Conservation Studies. Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you, Lee, for that. And also thank Tonya for speaking about the importance of new tools. We can't use the tools of yesterday to solve the problems of tomorrow. So we need a new, broader paradigm beyond the circular economy. And in fact, if we look at the adaptive reuse, it's the perspective of circular economy, thinking the city and cultural heritage as living systems, from a systematic perspective, connecting built environment and natural environment in a mutual symbiosis, which requires a circular governance structure and has great potential to foster sustainability. So we have to think beyond the economy, beyond then the circularity of materials, and speak about the cyclical human resources. And I would like to bring to the tools the issue of the triple helix, which came on the agenda in 1995, which linked knowledge, the academia, governance, and industry, the commercial interests. But since we've had the triple helix, we now have the quintuple helix. What this is added, first of all, civil society for the quadruple helix, and we've added the natural environment to the quintuple helix. Now, what's special about the helix is that it's not circular, and it has this intertwined, actually part of cyclical part, which responds here, being in Greece, the difference in time as defined by Plato or by Aristotle. In other words, whether it became linear or whether it became cyclical. So what we need to do is to develop this idea of knowledge. This is where we're here. We need to harness innovation to address the urban world and the AI, which Marino spoke about. This is the digital explosion of ChatGPT. And this is what's bringing us to the interdisciplinarity. So heritage must be forward-looking. The architecture of today is the heritage of tomorrow. And we have to then understand that the component parts of architecture, how do we dispose of buildings? If we have this tall Burj Khalifa, what will happen? How do we dismantle it? How we then recycle it is very different than the urbanism of the adaptive reuse. So I think that what we need to do is knowledge circulation, and knowledge circulation is the interdisciplinarity promoted by the circulation of concepts, theories, and methods by analogy or transfer across and beyond disciplinary borders that appear closed. So the importance, therefore, of actually putting this all together is absolutely critical. So we're saying not just simply circular economy, but we're saying cyclical knowledge. And this is where we're going to then harness new tools. Anne Lacaton, the Pritzker Prize of 2021, said, "Demolition is a waste of many things, a waste of energy, a waste of material, and a waste of history." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, for really being spot on as always, in all ways, and your forward thinking is always refreshing to us all with the new tools and the knowledge and the cyclical knowledge, and not circular, and whatever you put us in to a thinking mode, which is, I think, will be very, very helpful in our way forward. Thank you so much, Mike. Now, I will call on Professor Stefano Della Torre, Professor of the Polytechnic University of Milan, the Department of Architecture in the Built Environment and Construction Engineering. This will be via... Oh, hello.
Just on the left wing.
I didn't see you at the end there. So glad you are here in person. Wonderful. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. So I can go short because many things have already been said. So we understood that we can have many understandings of how cultural heritage can be related to this paradigm of circular economy. I want to introduce the perspective, not exactly of an academic. I had some opportunities to perform as a practitioner, and as a practitioner very often in my long life I had a problem of facing decision makers who said that this is too expensive for us. We can get rid of the old building and build a new one with better performances and so on. This is changing now because the paradigm of circular economy doesn't come from our perspective, is introduced in general, in the general perspective. So it is easier now to understand that conservation can contribute in many ways, such as extending service life, reducing the waste, and so on. The point is how our sector can contribute, how our sector can develop new tools and, of course, a new way of thinking. Because if you, maybe we have to change some way, somehow, our approach, which sometimes is far forward and sometimes is still related to the old paradigms. Cultural heritage as a merit good, the society should contribute to conservation, and so on. So, how can we change? And in my opinion, the first change is from thinking conservation as a series of events, of projects, of works done, carried out, to the issue of a continuous management, a continuous care, what we call planned conservation, not just the interventions. In the framework of planned conservation, we speak of sharing and reusing knowledge, and that's why we need all of this research about digital twins or memory twins, about interoperability, about exchange. exchange and reusing knowledge. In this perspective, it is easier to frame the economic discourse about resource pooling and about a complete sustainability, which is also financial sustainability. What Tonia Moropoulou introduced about revenues, yes, in terms of not just non-market values, which are very important, but also market values. It's feasible. We have experiences which prove that it's difficult, but it's feasible. Cultural heritage can actually work very well to solve some issues, such as the participatory engagement, the participatory processes. People should understand cultural heritage, but it is a powerful tool to engage cultural heritage through to engage people, through cultural heritage discourse and this kind, with a clear long-term vision and a clear vision of the targets. This is, in my opinion, how we can contribute to multiply the helixes and to develop a sustainable process. That's why, so the point is that heritage should not be simply adapted, should not simply adapt itself to changing times. We should be aware that through time, cultural heritage changes, as it ever changed in the past, but influences the future. The presence of cultural heritage as a value, it's a factor. That's why I prefer to speak of coevolutionary processes, coevolutionary reuse, coevolutionary resilience. Referring to Darwin, adaptation remembers always Darwin legacy. But if I read Darwin in deep, I find the concept of coevolution, where there is an interaction and heritage is powerful to build the future identities and the future relationships among humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And the phrases or the concepts and the principles that one sees or hears in all of the presentations are new tools, new ways of thinking, change, participatory process, all of these things. And also, not only that, but that heritage, it's an influence. It influences the future, which I find very interesting. And the principle or concept rather of co-revolutionary movements and whatever. So thank you very much, Professor. And now our last speaker will be Ms. Margarita. Huh?
So then it's Mr.
Who?
After me, Mr. Dokosis.
But our dear friend Hadi is, no, he is the rapporteur, and he will bring everything together. You see, this is my dear friend Hadi, who I promised I would not get into his lane. I don't know if I have now, Hadi, but anyway, with all of these very interesting presentations, I couldn't help but react to them. So, you are the last presenter, and then Haris Kokosis will make sense of it all. All right, so, Ms. Karavasili, you are a council member of the Eco City voluntary organization for urban environment. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moropoulou, for the invitation in this exceptional conference. I'm really honored. Then I'll try to explain our point of view concerning these new challenges about historical cities and centers. From this one. Okay. So, as you know, climate change is one of the most significant threats for the planet and the humanity, as also for the world heritage, impacting their outstanding universal value, including their integrity and authenticity. The climate crisis affect historical cities and monuments which are in danger. Cultural heritage cities and buildings, in addition to shelter, they hold a unique niche in the urban landscape, and they embody the local cultural and historic characteristics that define communities. Extending their useful lifespan has multiple benefits, contributing to economic and social development, not only to environmental, but also economic and social development. That means sustainability. It's time to adopt and implement circular economy principles for the adaptive reuse of cultural heritage buildings to reduce environmental impacts and to meet resilience and sustainability. Okay. So, some highlights that we have that we need to have in mind: sustainable urban planning and buildings by climatic eco-design as the basis for circular and climate-neutral cities. Second, adaptive sustainable reuse strategy for cultural heritage cities and buildings. Use existing homes for longer. These include renovation, refurbishment, retrofitting, and modular design. Third, resilience and other climate change adaptation measures, limitation of the urban heat effect, research, innovation, and new practices and new tools, innovative tools. And finally, nature-based solutions and renewable technology. The new challenges concerning environmental, sustainable, resilient, and vibrant communities enhanced cultural heritage. Adaptive reuse of buildings. That means that energy efficiency renovation on individual buildings have significant reduction in energy consumption and related carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emission, fossil fuel consumption, fresh water consumption, and material use. Although circular strategy and adaptive reuse strategy are perceived as more expensive alternatives to demolition and new construction, regardless of environmental and sustainability benefits. Although adaptive reuse of cultural heritage buildings is a win, not only for the environment, but also for economy and for society. Commonly associated with historic preservation, the process involves more than restoration. Rehabilitation is the act or the process of making possible a compatible use of a property through repair, alterations, and additions while preserving those portions of features which convey its historical, cultural, or architectural values. So, adaptive reuse does not have to involve a significant piece of architecture to be successful, but especially to adopt buildings cities circularity approach. So it's essential to take into consideration the need for future recycling of a building in the same time. I don't know. So let's see circular sustainable buildings. What is the buildings we know of high energy performance towards zero carbon emissions. Is also energy autonomous sustainable buildings constructed on the base of bioclimatic passive or solar buildings design. A big challenge is to minimize embodied energy impact, which is the cumulative energy inputs that were required to construct the building initially, process operationally energy consumed during the building's use, and also during the demolition. So, sustain the whole building's life cycle is the big challenge for tomorrow. And use at the same time sustainable green constructive materials. A higher level of circularity implies that materials remain in the product value chain longer, are more intensively used, and in the case of refusing materials, never enter the value chain at all. So, for the new buildings, we know that we go towards sustainable buildings and sustainable cities. We have a big way to do. We have also to confront the types of carbon in buildings that we call embodied energy. Embodied carbon is the emission from manufacturing, transportation, and installation of building materials. And in the building sector, in the cities sector, the operational carbon is the emission from a building's energy consumption. So that is, it's a very simple to understand that greater circularity in the building sector can lead to major cuts in greenhouse gases emission. So, the building sector in Europe is 30% circular today, but could be 50% circular by 2040. Improving circularity in materials will help reduce the total emission in the building sector, as we say. For instance, now the whole discussion is about the new way to product concrete, for instance, and cement, to make concrete and cement circular. This action could allow industry to rein in costs and reduce emissions, aiding at taped value to the built environment. So, improving circular economy practices in the construction sector is the key to increasing material reuse and have a high quality recycling. Construction and demolition waste makes up just over 1/3 of total waste generation in the EU, as we know. So, very briefly, to go towards a circular economy strategy for cities, historical city center, buildings, and construction materials, we have to take care for the design. Transformation is planned, designed, and financed. Second, the buildings material sourcing, raw materials are extracted, so, sorry. Okay. In the sector of build, the construction, rehabilitation, and adaptation is also very important. For the use and operate is the space continuously meets the needs for residents and users. And finally, repurpose and demolition, the end of current use, that means that used materials are extracted and disposed. So, for minimize climate change, preserve universal values, especially in the historical center, enhancing cohesion, and also make the cities, our cities, sustainable. Except all of this is also to change thing of mind, is a change of consumption and production patterns. Minimize also for the cities, historical cities. It's very important to think about minimizing urban heat island effect, using other materials, new materials, and applying strategy to improve microclimatic effect. There is many strategies to minimize heat islands effect. Also, very briefly, build green infrastructure improvements. Trees produce shade, but they also cool the air through transpiration. Shade structures. Traditional architecture in hot countries has often made use of arcades, colonnades, pergolas, and everything, and I suspect we shall see more of this added in our cities. Green roofs and walls, painting roofs white, cooler street and pavements. And also the water, the using more water, open the possibilities to approach the sources of water in the cities. Combat, some images. And finally, the participation in the building life cycle, the participation of habitants, the stakeholder engagement is a very, very big challenge because stakeholder engagements and inclusiveness are critical for decision makers on sustainable development, modern architecture, and urban planning. Without participation of people in the decision, is not possible to have cohesion, social cohesion, and agreement, social agreement. So it's very important to raise awareness concerning also new challenges, standardization, discussing with governments, official, industry, NGOs, media, etc., and promote the link of products standardization concept. And finally, an eco-city project I have to present very, very briefly, a very important project concerning monuments in defense. That means a focus on the protection of newest monuments of the Ministry of Defense from climate change effects and on the development of a national repository on the armed forces monuments as an important part of the cultural heritage of Greek society. Recorded newest monuments of Ministry of National Defense, categorize them in terms of climate vulnerability, existing damage, and those that are probably expected due to the climate change impact. Develop a manual guide providing information on the mapping, recording, etc. That means that the project is emblematic. It records for the first time in the whole territory the cultural heritage of the armed forces, which is linked to the history of the place and puts in the center of the light of the management of climate change, which affect all aspects of our lives. Historical monuments of the armed forces that stood the test of time, bears of the modern history of Greece, stone-built structures, forts, machine guns, observatories, lighthouses, historical sites, shipwrecks and relics of war museums, as also historical airplanes, and some images concerning all these fantastic monuments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karvasili. Your strong correlation, emphasis on the correlation, rather, of climate change with restoration and reuse. Interesting. And also you touched on, which we all agree on, but your emphasis on meeting the needs of the citizens. Livability is paramount. Livability of the citizens who live within these historic cities. And now, the time has come for my dear friend, Hari Kokosis, who will pull everything together, make sense of it all, as I said before. Hari is, of course, Professor Emeritus at the University of Thessaly, Department of Planning and Regional Development, and European Commission consultant on spatial planning and environment, tourism, sustainable development, insular development, and everything. So, Hari, you have the floor, and then after, if there are any other questions or comments. Oh, no time. Oh, there is no time. I'm so sorry. We wanted to, but no time. Hari, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. I'm extremely fortunate that I have such a chairperson that has covered a little bit, to a great extent, everything that has been presented, and so my task is just to try to summarize, if I can, or on top of everything that has been discussed and presented. We have seen that there is a growing experience worldwide, but also in our country, from the cases of Rhodes, Athens, and Corfu as well, and other places, that there's a growing experience in terms of how we deal with cultural heritage and cultural heritage conservation. And we have learned that that on the way we have to start thinking in a different way of what we have used so far in terms of approaches, and we have ascertained the need for a strategy. We have to be to strengthen our knowledge and share our knowledge and experience with others at the local, national, supranational, international levels. And we have seen that there is a shift in terms of perspectives, not only in terms of how we deal with conserving the historical sites and the centers of historical cities, but we have to start incorporating the new elements of our approach to, in a broader way, to cities and the development of cities and regions, and the development of humankind, because one of the great challenges is that the world is changing. It's changing fast, and we experience that. And it's not only climate change, the COVID, or the whatever else creates geopolitical issues that create crises that make us think a little bit, to try to think a little bit different. The whole world is changed, because both from the point of view of technology, not only artificial intelligence, but we have seen also that technology has the capacity is changing fast. So we heard about reusing materials, reusing building cyclical economy type of approaches, etc. in the function of areas, in the function of cities. We have learned that there's a new perspective in terms of, not perspective, new approaches, new ways of looking at the way we operate. Smart cities, green cities, and at the basis of all that is to take advantage of the changes that are happening, and to see how we can use that to make our humankind, our living spaces better. And of course, we know what we have seen, what we have learned on the way is that we have to study and see what are the pressures, how these, if they create some threats, whether these threats, according to our vulnerabilities, can be risks, and then react on these risks and adapt and come up with ways that are cohesive and they're coordinated to seek these changes. And the city and our lives are changing. On top of what we have seen, we have to think that our cities are changing, and they're changing very fast. We seek not only of the effect of artificial intelligence in the facilitation of our moving around cities or our information, etc. But this has important impacts on the structure and the function of cities. According to several studies that have been done in recent years, I mean in the last 10 years or so, we see that even what we know about how cities function and operate, and how the different human activities, economic activities are concentrating, this is changing very fast. We have seen, for example, that large corporations now they move out of the city centers if they can. They spread spread their functions. The logistics center goes somewhere else near the places where they have materials to handle, and at the places that have easy transport to a broader road network. We have seen that even the administrative part that is not necessary to be near the governing council, that means all the supporting part, this can move out. So that means there is a movement outside of the city, and we have seen also that the productive part is even moving further out. So that means there is a spread, a deconcentration of activity, eventual deconcentration of activities, deconcentration of pressures. So that would make us to think, to rethink our strategy about reusing, recycling, providing opportunities, and of course, this is the broader spectrum. Another broad spectrum is that all these changes are changing society, and the way we think about how we function, what are our needs, and the way we think about what we like, so we become more, not egotistic, but more individualistic in many respects. So in that sense, we have to see how we can work together, because all the basis of what we have heard is that we need better coordination, better collaboration, etc., capacity building. So we have to learn to work together, and not only work together, we have to learn to come up with ways to coordinate our activities. That means to do what we have to do. And I think this is a central subject that it has been going through all the presentations that we have heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charis, for an excellent wrap-up. And thanks to all the members of the panel for very, very informative and relevant presentations. I now close this panel, and we will invite Tonya, will you?
We will invite Dr. Marinos Ioannidis to undertake the responsibility for the panel on digital heritage, a holistic approach. Please, Marinos. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Πώς πάμε. Να τους κλείσουμε τώρα, να τους κλείσουμε.
για τις παρουσιάσεις. Ωραία, εντάξει. Κατά 2 λεπτά. Δεν είναι ανάγκη να μιλήσουμε. Ένας λείπει 10 λεπτά, αν οι άλλοι αν ξεπνέσουμε 2 λεπτά, φτάνουμε, έτσι. Λοιπόν, Ρόπερτο, we are missing one of the speakers. We are delayed by 20 minutes. If each one of you compress. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. We are on the second panel with the main topic of digital cultural heritage under a holistic approach. The main idea, the main, let's say, scope and objective is that we are on a time period facing different challenges. We are engineers, and those in charge of digitizing the past have to run because the time is flying. And our job is to digitize, is to document, is to archive, is to protect, is to preserve the memory of the past. And why the time counts? We see what's happening in Ukraine, we see what's happening in Turkey, we see what's happening with the financial destruction, we see with what's happening with the climate change, and so on and so on. Environmental but also human-made distractions. Nevertheless, the job is unique, and the opportunity and the challenges are great that we are undergoing. It's a time period where no standards are available to document. Imagine that you write in a language where there is no grammatic, there are no semantic rules in place. It's the time when we have the revolution of the artificial intelligence, of the metaverse, yeah? It's the challenge where nobody knows what a long-term preservation means. It's the time of the cloud computing, cloud space revolution. Everybody's talking about that. And it's the time of the use and reuse of the content of the data of this big, complex, multimodal data from the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary community. And this, what it counts at the end of the day, it's whatever it's happening, whatever it's the end result, it has to reflect the identity, the exact identity. That's all about. This is what we do in the digital cultural heritage, in the holistic approach. Documenting identities, documenting the memory. That's the reason why at the opening ceremony I mentioned memory twins and not only digital twins, or in a better way, the digital identities, our own identities, yeah, representing our exact past. So having that in mind, I would like to give the floor to a colleague and a good friend and a coordinator or a co-coordinator of one big EU project currently running in Europe, Roberto Di Giulio, a professor in architecture from the University of Ferrara, to give us his first position and ideas. Roberto, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marinos, and thank you for the invitation. I have some slides, and I don't know if I can manage the slides from here. Okay. Okay, fine. So I will try to focus in less than 10 minutes. One of the we are facing a lot of challenges, as Marino said, and I was talking about these challenges before with him, and I said that I will try to focus on one of the struggling issues that we are facing in the area of digital transition in the cultural heritage sector. And I will start from something that you probably and surely know, that is the statement of Thierry Breton after the fire in Notre Dame about the goals of in the European in the member states of the European Union about the digitalization of cultural heritage. We are in that statement, and then in the recommendation that has been published in November 2021. There is the picture of one of the big challenge that we are facing. That is the number of digital issues that is expected that the countries will implement in the next year. And there's a set of tables, but one of these numbers is the number about the 3D digital assets that should be implemented in the next years, including the existing ones and the new ones, and focusing on the monuments and sites in danger. The goal is 2.4 million of digital assets within the 2025 and 16 millions in 2030. That is that should be made satisfying the principles of fair. It means that the assets should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, and made with tools that allow to manage this asset in a semantic way. So the question raised. Oops. There are some questions raised by this goal. The first one is: are those targets achievable in terms of time and cost that it means? The second one is: are the targets correctly sized for each member state? Because we have member states with different factors, such as the size of a cultural heritage, the characteristics, the risks, the dangers, and for each country the appropriate strategies could be different. And another question is: should a level of quality be established? I mean, how to fix the level of quality to be satisfied? Which parameters? How to satisfy the first principles? And some answer that we are trying to do in the 4CH project and in the large community that include a lot of researchers. We come from another research project. This is Inception, where Marinos was one of the researchers involved. And we were working in three directions. The first one is a multi-scale approach. The second one is the implementation of interconnected infrastructures, data spaces, and tools, and then the creation of an interrelated network of cooperating institutions. And this is one of the objectives of 4CH, to be one of these institutions that will be asked to not coordinate but to federate the cultural institution in Europe. And the multi-scale approach should be based on the reuse of existing assets to improve the standardization of the new ones and to optimize the new ones. It means that we have to size the level of quality and the technical aspects of the digital assets that, specifically the 3D digital assets, considering the scope these digital assets are asked to satisfy. And this is the meaning. I absolutely agree with the definition of memory twin and not digital twins. I mean that we can have a different level of quality, different level of technical approach, different level of models, each one made and saved and reused for the different scopes, from the scientific scope to the touristic scope to the education, and each level could host different set of digital assets that can be reused, considering the ones that we already have. So to try to get the goal of 16 million of assets in 2030. So this is what we have done in Inception project, where we developed an interconnected and semantic platform to be used for to link different sources of information. And it means that we created the interrelationships between the different sources of information and the links between the different data that can be connected to the 3D models using the semantic approach. And this is what we have done, for example, after the Inception project, implementing the semantic platform and trying to improving the tools that make possible to navigate in the 3D model, taking information and data from other sources of information without downloading or uploading anything. And this means that this can be saved the property and the ownership of the model. And just to close, this is one of the goals of the 4CH project that aim to establish the structure of the European Competence Center for the preservation, conservation of monuments and sites. We will finish the project within the next year, this year, within December 2023. At the moment, just some member states are involved, because we have about 12 countries involved. But we are creating a network with the other countries, because the competence center, of course, that will start in next year must involve all the member states. And as I said, the action and the aims of the competence center, as well as other similar institutions, is not to coordinate, not to make directives, but just to federate. You know that the culture, as well as other items, are not supporting competences. It means that the European Commission cannot make directive, but just recommendation. So an institution like the Competence Center will be asked to coordinate, but we better can say to federate all the existing institutions, to create this interconnection and to create this interoperability of information before the interoperability of the digital assets. I think that I
Yes,
use the time.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Roberto. One of our partners in the Inception project was the chair lady of this conference, Tonia Moropoulou. And she said always, let the monuments to talk. Can you do that? If you do it, you did a good documentation. You did this exactly what it's needed. So how can we do the monuments to talk? Or even to cry, yeah? And imagine that you are going to the Parthenon, and Parthenon starts talking. We are moving to the next speaker, colleague from the National Technical University of Athens, Angelos. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Marino. I also have some slides, if the colleagues there can assist us. We can also
Yes,
have
please.
a change of slides. Roberto had it. So thank you very much. I will try to be also concrete and fast and build on what Marino and Roberto mentioned just before. I am coming from the engineering part, let's say, so from the place where we try to develop technologies, tools, and systems to assist this very important work that we have discussed here. Allow me to give you one slide only on who we are very fast. I hope it works. Not really. Maybe some support from the okay. It worked. Perfect, it worked. So technology, but technology is not always easy and friendly to work with. I am coming from the Institute of Communication and Computer Systems of NTUA, of the National Technical University of Athens. So an engineering research center, quite large, belonging to NTUA, and coming from the disciplines of electrical and computer engineering. So obviously I'm going to speak to you about all these new nice technologies and all these things that we are using exactly to support cultural heritage preservation. So the institute is quite big, more than 800 researchers and scientists right now, and more than 200 projects altogether running at the same time. In my unit, 90 of them are actually running right now, more than 2,000 projects actually in the whole disciplines of electrical and computer engineering. So both, I think Roberto mentioned about 3D modeling, so it's one of the most emblematic technologies, and Marino mentioned a few of them also. I can see that the possibilities that are opening by the increasing advances in digital technologies are impressive and ever growing. Concepts as the virtual museum, for example, are being adopted continuously, from 3D tech to artificial intelligence and virtual augmented reality. These all are emblematic technologies that are being used not only to ensure preservation, but also capture the imaginations of Europeans. So Marino mentioned, as we were discussing before, how we can make copies of everything we have. So yes, how can we make really digital copies of everything we have so they can preserve forever? And this is part of what technology is doing. And it's no secret that the European Commission is really funding this type of initiatives. They really invest a lot of money. They also have an extensive policy, coordination, and funding actions to support member states, cultural policy, with special emphasis on digitalization and online access to cultural material, digital preservation and curation. Technologies, one could mention, for example, gamification, digital restoration, social networks, the use of information systems, and different web technologies, among other technologies, applied to preserve and curate the different models we have. Unfortunately, I have problems Can we start from the beginning, if possible? So all these technologies are being used in order to preserve cultural heritage in different parts of the world. We're using 3D digital technologies like 3D modeling, was mentioned before by Roberto, scanning, visualization, all of them being used for the preservation of material cultural heritage. It has been applied already in a number of cases, buildings, churches, castles, sculptures, and archaeological sites, to mention just a few of them. So I will give you an example of this type of research that we are actually doing. There are many projects that we are working with you, with many of you. You heard some of them just mentioned before. I will speak a little bit about the Hyperion project. This is a very emblematic project. It tries to deliver an integrated resilience assessment platform addressing multi-hazard risk environments using a number of technologies, tools and services in order exactly to address issues related with climate change and natural disasters and natural problems. And we are really applying this whole thing in 4 major sites. And I can speak about Rhodos in Greece, Venice in Italy, Dunsberg in Norway, and Granada in Spain. All of them areas with growing problems, actually, because of the climate change and because of natural disasters and everything. So Hyperion is using a number of technologies. You can see there all the usual suspects, I would say, like advanced machine learning and artificial intelligence, participative cultural heritage, sensors and data systems, IoT and many other technologies. A number of services like Copernicus, for example, Eurocortex and Galileo and many others, and a number of tools in order really to create this platform and to follow all the things I mentioned before. But for what we are also really proud of is the fact that we have created a community and with a number of tools, engagement tools. We are trying to make our citizens more active and to support us in building all this resilience. So through a number of tools, mobile application, games, and IoT platforms, we are asking citizens to really upload photographs, videos, comments, everything related to heritage, cultural sites or buildings, everything they see to be uploaded and being used really in order to support the experts and to support the agencies that are responsible for maintenance and for everything. So this is really a quite important element, and I would like to stress that for our discussion. Technology is an important element, but really making our citizens active, I think this is really very, very important, and I think we need to look at that very carefully. So I would like to finish by mentioning to you a task force that we have created on a European level already at mid of 2021. 3 sister projects, I would call them, so Shelter, Arts, and Hyperion I mentioned. They have created an EU task force for climate neutral, resilient, historic urban districts. This is an initiative supported by the Commission and by a number of member states. And the mission of this task force is to coordinate EU efforts to make historic and contemporary urban districts climate neutral and strengthen their resilience to be effective to the effect out of climate change and natural hazards, but also the resilience of the communities that are depending on these areas. And this group of researchers, of scientists, of policymakers, and of organizations have identified 5 major challenge fields where we need to really address and we need to focus our efforts, and this includes data and methods, so how to access data, how to harmonize, how to make them more usable, more transparent and more open. The fragmentation of responsibilities in both policy and governance, another important aspect that doesn't really help everything we do here. How to integrate local knowledge and traditions, another important parameter. The co-ownership and co-production in governance, which we think it's critical. And the main mainstreaming of heritage management and resilience. The way forward, what we're trying to do with this task force is to create a list of recommendations for climate neutral and resilient historic districts. And with that, I think I can finish here.
Thank you very much, Angelos, for the very nice presentation, especially about the Hyperion community engagement. I would like to mention to you something which already happened successfully, Smart City project of the city of Hamburg. You may remember the movement of immigrants to Germany. They took the majority of them, they gave them a smart device, and they told them, look, that's a path for you to go, and you start digitizing the city. And this, they did it in such a way to keep the immigrants busy, but also to digitize the city. And that over the time, yeah, and they still do that. And they fit the smart city machine with big data, yeah? So, yes, and that happened, I think it's now 10 years. Yeah, I will bring you in contact with him, yes. Thank you very much again, Angelos. And we are moving to the third speaker, the colleague and a good friend, Andreas Georgopoulos, Emeritus Professor from the National Technical University of Athens and a member of ICOMOS board and former SIBA president.
And currently vice president.
And currently vice president.
So it's
Andreas, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Marino. I don't have a presentation in order to avoid problems with changing the slides.
Yes.
And I would like to stress that it's an unfortunate, it's very unfortunate that we are all engineers here. Because, okay, we are knowledgeable people, knowledgeable engineers who bring digital twins, who bring digital methods, automation, and nice things like that. And we discuss that among ourselves. I think for an approach to be holistic, as is the title of this panel, we should have here the other side of, let's say, the coin. And these are the people, the experts, who are responsible with the preservation and conservation and taking care of the monuments. So because we have to work, I mean, engineering and all these new methods should work for them. So digital technology should be at the service of conservation and conservation experts. Or else we drive our own path and we don't know where we will end. Because, okay, on one hand we have, as already mentioned, the technological advances that we experience almost every month. We have something new coming into our hands. We can produce 3D models, we can 3D print nice 3D models, we can have digital twins or digital memories or twin memories or whatever Marinos said before. And but there are some problems with these technological advances. And these problems are, of course, standards. I 100% agree with what Marino said just a while ago, but I'm very pessimistic that we are going to have standards maybe in the near or even in the far future. And the other major problem is compatibility. We are not sure that we can read our digital files, let's say, in 5 years. Even now we are unable to read diskettes or whatever storing methods we used, let's say, 10 years ago. But anyway, this is a technical problem which we have to face, and on the other hand, we have to teach or help the preservation experts to use that technology or to make them tell us what they would like to have from this technology, what they wish to achieve, and bring our knowledge, our technical knowledge to their service. So it's not just for digitizing monuments or artifacts or even intangible assets, cultural assets. Because digitization is not preservation. We should not forget that. If we digitize something and we have, let's say, with an accuracy of less than a millimeter, every point on the surface of a monument, and then a fire starts, like the fire that we saw. We saw an image of the church in Paris, Notre Dame de Paris, and then that brings the monument down. What can we do with the digital twin? Nothing. We just have it in another form, but we don't have the real thing. So we have to proact in such cases, use the technology to be proactive, to use it for good purpose, and help the experts, the preservation experts, to do their job in a better way. So we are servants. We are not, let's say, autonomous engineers that we can do everything. And this brings me to the interdisciplinarity, a notion that is very important when we are talking about preserving and taking care of monuments. We have to bring all hands on deck. That's all disciplines should help and should contribute to the final goal, which should be preserving the monuments for the next generation, because we have a responsibility. We inherited those monuments from our, let's say, previous generations, and we have to give it in the same or even in a better state to our children and our grandchildren. So with these thoughts, I think I've spoken enough. I'm on time. Just one more comment. There is another technological danger. It's those sorcerers' apprentices that I call them, that we now have very competent, very nice software that you can, as they call it, you can throw in the images and you can press a button, have a coffee, and then you get a result in 10 minutes or 10 hours or whatever. And 99%, maybe 101% of the cases, those results are wrong. And you have to, or those who use those automated software, they have to know how to check their results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Andreas. Nice statement. Conclusion was exactly a part of the current challenges facing which the community of engineers are facing. From an architect, we went to electrical engineer, from the electrical engineer to a surveyor, and now from a surveyor, we are going to a chemical engineer working in the civil engineering area in the laboratory of materials science and engineering. Is the only female, but okay, there is at least one female colleague here. Gender issue, yes. Delego Gaderini, a special researcher and teaching staff at the National Technical University of Athens. Thank you, Gaderini. The floor is yours. 7 minutes to go. Thank you.
TikTok.
And you take care also of the technology, yeah? So you talk, you don't use it.
Okay. So I will continue from the perspective that Professor Georgopoulos has just said, trying to expand or to deepen those thoughts from a different direction, the direction of a material scientist, material engineer point of view. So for many, many years, the research community is oriented in developing, still need, in developing integrated digital environments for modeling and monitoring of the cultural heritage assets. These are important. These integrated digital environments is the ones that could have a holistic approach. And let me say that it could be just like the Holy Grail for all of us, the scientists and the engineers that are in the field of cultural heritage preservation. So we're talking about integrated platforms that they need actually to include historical and archaeological data, architectural data, geometrical documentation data, building materials data, that means the characterization of building materials, and the decay diagnosis, data about the previous restoration and conservation interventions, recording of them, environmental parameters, and parameters of the microclimate, as well as location of the cultural heritage asset, the building, where it is, which is the structural or the architectural element that we are documenting or we are measuring, which is the orientation. How much is it protected from the wind or from the sunlight? Because all of these aspects actually gives us information about the decay or the damage that this particular element, building element, is going or it is holding. So, and another aspect is through monitoring the variation of all these, the above parameters over time. So, multidisciplinarity stands if we take all this kind of data under consideration. And our ultimate goal for a holistic approach is to have a system that can incorporate such data and not just simply store them in a database. And we need a system that will be capable of managing, correlating, and combining all this data. And, of course, take the variable of time under consideration, because all of these type of data are changing through time. And this is where monitoring stands, which is something rather important, because we need to make and to apply periodical conservation interventions, not just conserve and restore, and after 50 years or 100 years, for the next generation, for them to come and do another conservation intervention and perform another conservation intervention. So, as a member of the laboratory of School of Chemical Engineering and building material engineer, we have used in the past, in collaboration with the Laboratory of Photogrammetry of NUA, and Professor Georgopoulos and Professor Ioannidis, three different kinds of systems, each of them having different advantages or limitations in order to represent the pathology of a building as far as it concerns building materials and decay patterns. CAD, which it is well known about its great drawing capabilities. GIS, which can interconnect spatially referenced data with different attribute data sets of large volume. And nowadays, the last decade, we have BIM, Building Information Modeling, which by default interrelates 3D representation, and we have attribute data sets to be presented into a semantic layout. Of course, BIM has the great advantage, except for the 3D representation, that it has capabilities, it is designed actually to monitoring a building, a fresh building, from its early construction phase throughout its completion and everyday monitoring and assessment. So all of these data, even though these capabilities, even though they are great, sometimes in the H beam, the cultural heritage beam, are not so easy applicable. So, in my opinion, our new goal should be having a new digital environment or improve the interoperability of the existing ones in order to have to combine the best of their features, that is 3D drawing capabilities and management of large volume of different attribute data sets that will include all the data from historical and architectural through materials, structural type of data. So we need a more flexible structures of databases and semantic enrichment.
Thank you very much, Caterini. Yes, that's really a good example, bringing all together, and especially the issue with the H-beam underlined by Roberto, yes, but also from Angelos partially. That's extremely important. We are missing two of the members of this panel, but one is replaced. That's the colleague Kyria Aziz Dimosenis, a Vice Rector of the University of Piraeus. He is replaced by Andreas Menichtas, who is a software engineer and a researcher at the University of Piraeus. Andreas, we're looking forward to hear what you are doing.
Yet another engineer here.
Yes, yes.
So I will start my opinion on the holistic approach by with two notes I have from the previous session. The one is from Professor Turner about closed interdisciplinary borders, and the other one about from Professor Moropoulou about the challenges to collaborate, especially when we want the municipalities to have the role of the integrators in the cultural heritage and in these projects, how to be sustainable and how to enable the participations of communities, scientific communities, private sector, or other individuals. Our answer on this, and I would like to highlight here the value of the Respect project. So we propose trying to answer these challenges and also some of the challenges mentioned from the previous speakers about the interdisciplinary data management. So our proposal here is to provide a platform, an innovative holistic framework for the management and analysis of cultural heritage data. So what is important here? Why this is important? We're trying to ease the exploitation of data across different scientific disciplines and be able to support the decision makers, the stakeholders, on critical decisions regarding the cultural heritage assets. How would we solve this? The key is to focus on the whole life cycle. We start from the collection of data, a collection of data in an optimal way. We're trying to make them interoperable. We're trying to link them and correlate them, even if we're talking about data that are of different nature, of different types, streaming data, structured or not structured and data. And how we try to make this effective? We build one platform. So in this single platform, we combine a set of state-of-the-art tools and methodologies, including tools for AI and machine learning, trying to turn the raw data into valuable knowledge for all the scientific fields that are involved in this project or use the platform. And all these tools, this important aspect, they are tailored in a way that they can use effectively from these people and address the interdisciplinary requirements. So we're trying to solve the fragmented status of cultural heritage data and the management of this data. The use case that we applied this project and we use it to validate the outcomes of this project is the data of the Holy Adecule, which provides us the opportunity to test and validate the respect platform, something we also target to apply to other fields and projects. The advantage is that through this platform and similar approaches, we also saw some before, we allow the non-big data experts, the experts that they do not have the background or the capacity to perform complex queries on the data and be able to analyze it, to do so through the platform. And since I mentioned that we cover the whole life cycle of the data, I would like also to highlight the visualization aspects for the participants, for the users of this and similar platforms. It is important also to address the visualization aspects of the data. Providing tools for visualization, either for automated way or semi-automated, taking into consideration the semantics of the data and creating rich and enhanced presentations of the past, we have the chance to make projections to the future using the data. It was mentioned also the challenge for monitoring. And now we have the technologies to work close to the source of the data, using technologies for edge computing, for computing, and taking into consideration the IoT capabilities. We can have deployment of platforms, of endpoints of platforms close to the sources of the data and facilitate the decision making in real time. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to not allow the church in Paris to be burned, because we will have the monitoring of the sensors to address this in time. So the project Respect is a proof that of the value of big data platform, create new opportunities for exploiting the data, creates new knowledge, facilitates, the big data actually facilitate the interdisciplinary activities and research, and we should think this as a loop, because if we have knowledge produced from the data, we have more teams, more researchers from different fields participating in the same project, and this creates new data. So we have a loop of data and people that participate continuously contributing. And last but not least, also these tools enhance the democratization. This means that people that do not have access to technology through this or the expertise to work on these technologies can do so through these platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Andreas. It was a very good conclusion. Information data in the 5 different forms: text, images, in 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, video, audio, complex, big, multimodal data to create knowledge, story, high quality, knowledge at the end of the day, memory, identity. Learning to do what? Not only to protect, not only to preserve, not only to conserve, but at least to learn from the past to improve the future. I would like, if it's okay, during the time when the general, the rapporteur is going to give us a review of the results of this panel, to have on the display, please, the slide from our colleague Roberto about the recommendation of the European Commission, if it's okay. The presentation of Roberto, please, if we can have it online, and then Roberto can find the slides. If we can have, Angelos, if we can have, please, the remote control. Yes. Why? Because, as you may know, on the European Union, we have the directives. That's a must. We have to follow. They are coming in one day, and they are part of our national legislation. But on the other side, we have the recommendations, and it's up to the member states to implement. So therefore, it will be nice, Roberto, if we can have, yes. If I ask the control room, it's on a strike. No. Nobody's there? Oh, yes, there is someone. Yes. It's in the darkness. Roberto Di Giulio, presentation, please. The first one. Yes. If you can show it to us. And there is a reason why I'm asking. That's the goal of the European Union for the 2030 to digitize all the monuments. A monument, as we know, it's a building, but a very important building. A building having a unique memory, yeah, the intangible, not only the tangible. So that's the challenge of the European Union. And if the European Union can manage to do that, that's going to be the #1 continent in the world to lead in the area of digital heritage, at least. Not holistic, but at least digital heritage so far as monuments concerned. Well, I'm saying that because I see in the eyes the president of the Technical Chamber of Cyprus, member state also of the European Union. The chamber of the Technical Chamber of Cyprus is the #1 consultant to the government, like it is on your side, the Technical Engineering Chamber. And that's what we have to do now as engineers, to advise the chambers, to advise, to consult the governments to move forward. And here is where, if we are saying there is a growth, that's here where we have a lot of work to do. And at least here a few new people, 40 years in front of you to work, voila, the next 10 years at least, and beyond. And I will give the floor to the rapporteur, to colleague Konstantinos Tokmagidis, an engineer, a surveyor, we're coming back to the surveyors, yeah, from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki.
Thank you, Marinos. Even though if you have as chairman Dr. Marinos, then you have nothing to say. I have just make some notes during the speakers doing their presentation. And first of all, I want to refer to Roberto Di Giulio about the 3D digitization of cultural heritage. And this is digital assets, he said, and it is really indeed that they are assets. And also Marinos has referred to the slide that they are planning to do 2.4 million surveys, digitizations in the near future, in the next 2 years, and 60 million, 16 million. So, okay, till 2030. But also he has been referred to the semantic platform, that this is missing. There is missing a common language between all the partners of the interdisciplinarity as this conference has in the title. And this was a challenge that we have faced since the last 20 years, let's say, because we have once upon a time, we have a recording. This is a recording monument. It was a group of people where scientists from different, there was one from the ISO in Holland, there was one from England, from the English Heritage, there was one from a National Technical University, one from Canada, one from Spain. Dr. Santana, that was speaking the first today's session, was also in this committee, but we didn't manage to produce this common language, even though from 1996 we have a thesaurus of words doing by the, let's say it was the ITE, which is the Institute of Technology and Research in Creta Island, in Heraklion. And the second speaker, Dr. Angelos Atmitis, who is a computer scientist, he spoke about AR and VR, and the Hyperion program is a huge program about the, he's also speak about the climate change and the impact, and we have a session today or tomorrow, I think today, about this topic. And then my colleague, my friend Andreas Georgopoulos, he's a emeritus professor of National Technical University. He has spoken about the 3D models and digital copies. And then he said, well, if we have a copy, we have the copy. But if something ruined the monument, what we will do with this copy? And also he has also referred to the standards and what you may do. And also he put a question, which is a very important question. And this question was, what you want to have from us the engineers, and we are putting this question to other to other responsibilities like archaeologists, architects maybe, but we have a common language with architects, most of them. And then the third speaker, he said that we can achieve high accuracy. No, this was also Professor Georgopoulos, less than a millimeter accuracy. But we remain servants in the interdisciplinarity. We don't think that we can manage and do everything. And also, he has a last point, which is very important also, that we have to check the results every time. We don't just make the photos, put it in the software, and then we get a result. And we don't have even to measure under the scale on the output of the computer and then go and measure a real distance and see, are we right or no? And we have many, many examples that many mistakes have been made during all those years. And then the lady that we have in the panel, Mrs. Delego Caterini, she said that we have to find a way for using all the data, because we have maps, environment, materials, climate, neighbor area of the site, all those, and we don't have just to observe them once, we have also to monitor all the above data, and also we have to managing, to manipulating, to combining all the data, plus time, because we may have packs of data during several periods of time, and we have to compare and see if there is a deformation maybe, or there is a deterioration, or something else that concerns the monument. And then she referred also to a drone GIS, which is very known, and you will hear those 3 days many introductions in this, and also for the interoperability of those. And then the last speaker, Andreas, is that we have to close the borders of the interdisciplinarity. This is, I mean, Andreas, you mean that we have to make it clear where are the borders of each one of us. And also standards, he said also, will eliminate the problems that was mentioned from him. He referred also to AI, and using the data, we can save the monuments we can save the monuments for sure as memories for the generation to come, because we don't know if we can prevent the natural disasters, the human malfunctions as wars, and the climate change. So, closing this digital heritage as a holistic approach, I want to refer that under this domain of engineering, and during the fourth industrial revolution, we are called to document digitally the past and preserve it for the generations to come. At the end of the day, our biggest challenge is to create the exact memory twin of our grandparents, to archive and preserve it for the generations to come and for the interdisciplinary community. And we have discussed the issues of the missing standards, no thesaurus of glossaries, no long-term preservation. What is memory twin via a digital twin? So we have to preserve the monument, but in order to preserve the monument correctly, first of all, we have to make its model. We have to detail and accurately have captured the model of the monument today as it is. We have to identify a knowledge, and then we can make artificial intelligence, because the revolution of the computer science has developed our work also. And also cloud computing or cloud space, we can put them in the cloud. I used to have around 25 terabytes in the cloud of Google, but now, as you know, Google has eliminated the space for the users, and so we have to make two different stations, data stations, to download those data and have it safe. And then the metaverse and extended reality, the use of the realistic content, and all those aspects are subject to discuss, communicate, find common glossary, a common standard, and then resolve and have it in the hands of the next generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Kostas, for the report. We still have few minutes, and we would like, if it's possible, to have one or two, let's say, remarks, comments, or if someone would like to ask something. Yes, Mikhail, floor is yours. If you can please, I don't know if we have the opportunity for a microphone.
Do we have a portable microphone?
Portable, yes, but Mikhail, if you can come over here, it's just for the recording. But it's also a digital copy what we are doing. It's good that we do it correctly. Yes.
Thank you so much. I've learned so much from listening to the engineers. It's really terrific. I think that so some questions and comments. First of all, means and end. You said so correctly and challenged me, okay, what is the end that I want? We're means. But many times I say we are also just the means, because 11.4, the target of Sustainable Development Goals, is safeguarding cultural heritage. But it isn't safeguarding cultural heritage to make cities safe, resilient, and sustainable. So therefore, my question would be, how do we then create then a platform for exchange on crime, on suicides and other things? In other words, it is beyond cultural heritage for our meaning. This is my first comments. My second one is, how do we define authenticity when we have AI? What does authenticity mean when we actually can have this new capacity? My third one really is, what about the gatekeeper? We spoke about participation, and when everybody can put everything on, is there a gatekeeper? And even if everybody puts everything on, not everybody's putting everything on, what is the balance of people, the voices that we don't hear? How, in fact, can we then manage these parts? But I think that we have an enormous challenge, and I'm so excited to also to support the new proposed UNESCO chair from Cyprus as well, so as to work together.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I would like to ask my colleagues here to take a position. Let's start first, ladies.
On the comments of Professor Mike?
Yes.
Okay. What about the gatekeeper? I just, that clicked my mind. Well, the gatekeeper is all of us, scientists, experts, people that they are going to use the platforms like the one that Andreas Menichtas said about on respect, conservators, archaeologists, historians, government, the central government of its state, or even the European Union, are going to be the gatekeepers of such a platform. Probably there will be different aspects or different, let's say, levels of accessibility. In this, from this point of view, then democracy, as Andreas described it, is going to be changed or differently oriented. But I think that for the time being, we need to target and think about how we're going to do it, how we're going to serve multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity, because we have problems in representations, in managing the data, or in founding algorithms of machine learning or deep learning in order to coordinate and correlate this kind of data. This is the engineering part. It seems a little bit, let's say, not so attractive. But for this period of time, it's the essence, because we need to find the tools, the advanced tools, to apply it. When we have found the tools, and it can be, these tools are viable and they are working and they are giving us solutions, then I think we can ask all the other, and how these kind of platforms will be oriented for entertainment or for educational reasons, as an educational tool, or if it's going to be as a government tool for the Ministry of Cultures in order to have records of all the data that they will continue to the future. And the other part is that Professor Turner pointed out was about the memory. As Professor Di Giulio had already said, the memory of the digital twin. This is a rather philosophical point of view and aspect. Because we first need to define what memory is in the urban fabric, the monument that stands in between the modern society and the modern fabric, how then we define memory? If we can define that kind of memory, that it is applicable now, then we could find, definitions or approaches for the memory of the digital twin or of the platform. I think that's...
Thank you very much, Caterini. We will continue with Roberto. Roberto, your statement.
Yeah. I would like to try to look at the aspect that Professor Turner was talking about on the side of the users, let's say, the people that will live and will enjoy and will know and will understand the cultural heritage meaning. Saving and preserving cultural heritage means improving the sense of belonging and the sense of identity of the people that have to, let's say, enjoy, but it means find its identity in the cultural heritage. So it means that we have to define the scopes of the action that we do for the preservation, conservation, safeguarding. This is, of course, saving as we said before, saving the elements that the digital copies is not the original one. But it doesn't mean that the problem is that the danger is not only the fire of Notre Dame, it's also something to be maintained. On the other side, the fire in Notre Dame, the problem after the fire in Notre Dame is that we don't have the exactly memory of Notre Dame, because what has been lost is one part, is one of the original parts. You know that Notre Dame has been done and replaced and changed in the centuries. But what we have lost is the wooden, the ceiling, the wood ceiling that was from the 30th century. And there is not drawings, there are not measuring, there is not information about how it was before the fire. So this is one of the elements that can help in the reconstruction. But what we do daily is the maintenance, conservative maintenance, and having some tools more for doing that can improve the way to safeguard, to maintain, and to preserve the cultural heritage. So all we are doing in strategies, in the digital transition strategy, is something for adding, not for replacing. The digital tools, the information technologies, and everything can be used for making more information to the people. Is something that will be added. The scope is not to replace, is to add something more. In the archaeological sites, there is not a lot of people that go in that archaeological site, because it's very difficult to understand what you are seeing, what you are looking at. And having more information, that it can be also something like the gaming, like augmented reality, everything is not something that replaces, it's something that adds something, that adds information. And this is that it can be an help also in the preservation, in the global preservation, not only physical preservation.
Thank you, Roberto. Kostas, your final statement?
Just a short comment for the second part of your question, Professor Tanner. Because I understand that when you say that we represent, or as a 3 model, how we can represent it, as it is now, or as it was when it was in its glory. And this is a very difficult question, even though for the special scientists, because, you know, Parthenon was not like we see it today. It was polished marble, shining, bright, and also the facades were colored with very attractive colors. And we cannot even imagine how it was because we don't have any current registration, from that period of its glory. So we can just make, we can suppose how it was, and we can, or it is better just to have it as it is now, and that's all. Then the other is just imagination.
Thank you, Kostas. Mikhail, if I may, if we can continue in this way. So, well, thank you. So, Mikhail, very good statement. To the number one point, values. Yep. In memory twins or in digital twins, the digital twin is coming from the engineering, from the mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, from the holistic approach in this area of designing. Here with doing a reconstruction is a reverse engineering. And how can we, let's say, once a monument is presented, to say that this what you see now on the screen, it belongs to the group of those buildings with an outstanding and universal value. How do you define in the digital era an outstanding and universal value of information? Yeah, that's a very, very big challenge, and I don't know if your generation is going to solve that. Yeah, it's a long story for this century, at least for the digital century. On the other side, about authenticity, that's the greatest challenge. That's the greatest challenge of the digital documentation. To do that in such a way so that you can prove later that it is authentic. So that's an enigma. And this enigma, it's a real EU project currently running. It's, yeah, because I'm actively involved in the project. It's coordinated actually from the University of Thessaloniki, based on the results of a study that we coordinated on a pan-European level. So digitizing and creating exact, 100% exact digital copies, so far as tangible concern. But it's not only that, it's also the intangible behind. Because there is where we have the authenticity, not only to the tangible, but also to the intangible, to prove that's your identity. Let's say this is what you found, and you named the scrolls of the Dead Sea. That's your identity. And how do you prove it? Is just only the material? No, that's the content. Yeah? And that's all about. Now, about your third part, this is what actually Google is doing every day, in billion of times. And that's how Google hopes to be the number one, what? Artificial intelligence machine, knowledge machine of the world. And once when this is happening, then it's very dangerous momentum for all of us. Then it's really a very, very dangerous momentum. And this what is happening now, it's a win-win business. We fit the machine of Google with requests, and the machine is giving us back what? Or the Google, the cloud computing is giving us a list of answers. The day, and very soon is going to come, is your generation to take care of that. We are going to have the personalized artificial intelligence machines. And it's going to be a mic machine, and mic machine will know very well what to ask, how to behave, how to retrieve information, and all these kind of things. And that's a momentum where I don't know where we are going to be, yeah? But at least it's there. And I do hope that the Parthenon will start talking at that time, and will not explain to us the beautiful colors, but also what a democracy means, huh? A real democracy means. And then is there where part of the world is going to have a problem, huh? To implement the real democracy. Yes, thank you. That was the final comment from me.
Thank you very much, Professor Turner, for your inspiring comments and questions. I think that digital technology can only prove authenticity. Authenticity, when the real thing is lost forever. Authentic things are lost forever. So as Marino said, we can prove that this is authentic or is close to whatever. And one minor remark, Marinos, there is not such thing as 100% exact copy. Don't be so absolute. But okay. Yeah. But and in order to, let's say, answer in a very short or express some thoughts in a very short way from your intervention, is that we need education. We need digitally literate younger generations. And unfortunately, technology runs so fast that we don't have time to change the educational system and introduce digital knowledge into, let's say, the schools. It's like we are in a very big ship, a huge ship that cannot turn with just by turning the wheel. Okay, so I think we are very slow into catching up. Take, for example, ChatGPT now. You can introduce a question and then you get an answer, which is very nice. And there is a temptation of using it. And of course, it makes mistakes like a human. Thank you.
And each time also answers different things. So because it's generative AI. So I'll start from the last one, the AI. One of the things that the scientific community works impartially in this field is also explainable AI. Consider that this is a challenge also in the area of healthcare. If a doctor uses an AI machine to decide which clinical pathway should follow for a patient, then he needs to know whether to trust this machine or not. So there are approaches for explainable AI. So the response that the AI tool provides should be explainable, comes with a set of explanations why he took this tool took this decision. It's not an answer, but we have identified the need, let's say, as scientific community, and we are also working to this direction, not only in the field of cultural heritage, but also in other domains. Regarding the first part of the questions, I think it's important to have openness on the data, and whoever it is the gatekeeper, because definitely we need a gatekeeper, we need to have this open, and he has to be accountable for every decision he makes. But for this, we also need rules. We need to have rules on how these things operate. For instance, in respect, we use some quality control principles, but we also need to have a set of standard specifications also in these aspects that should be followed from every project, from everyone involved in the heritage preservations, interventions on or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The final one usually has a better job to do, easier job to do, because most of the things have been said already. So I'm just going to beat on what my colleague said. First of all, I enjoyed very much your remarks and questions. I think you put in a small summary all the things that we are all worried about and concerned and think. So I would just focus on a couple of them. Speaking about gatekeeping, first of all, I took your question also from another perspective. thinking, for example, the example I gave about the citizen engagement platform, where we said we allow people to provide us with information, photos, and everything. So who is the gatekeeper there? Who is checking if the information we are taking are valid? They don't have other purposes. There are people there, unfortunately, that they like to make, let's put it this way, jokes or things like that. So how do we do that? And this is basically the actual basic principle of crowdsourcing, which is now more and more fashionable in many sectors. So, and Marinos mentioned the Google example. So you are trying to understand if the information you are getting is valid from the massiveness of the information. So you're trying to engage more and more people so you can have the same information from multiple sources. And of course, you always have also other sources of information, your systems, your sensors, your experts. So you're trying to, in a way, fuse the information you're getting from citizens and from other sources. So in a way, you are automating also the gatekeeping function. So you are trying to find ways to be as sure as possible for the information you're getting from logics like that. So that's for the gatekeeping part. Then you mentioned about platforms where we can also have other information, not just about what we are discussing here. And it's more and more this fashion, I would say, of smart cities, where we see platforms that the municipalities and other organizations are trying to use them as, let's say, a backbone platform where you can get different things. And one of them is about culture, another one is environment, another one is the citizen situation and well-being and everything. So there we are going to see a lot of very interesting things happening already. We already have such platforms where citizens are complaining usually. This is the usual thing we do with platforms for the municipalities to understand if they have problems, if they don't like how the garbage are being gathered, or if problems are happening, if, you know, all this type of things. So there are going to be a lot of interesting things happening there. And of course my colleagues mentioned about all the, let's say, the rules, methods and mechanisms you have in place to make sure that all of these things are valid or not. And I would like to close maybe with the most interesting thing for me, which is artificial intelligence. And this becomes more and more, I would say, one of the biggest challenges humanity is facing. And this is not only about heritage, what we're discussing here. It's about society, it's about health, it's about industry, education, name it, all areas. And there are already international organizations and working groups that they are trying to create what they call the main principles of artificial intelligence. So how we can make sure as humans that artificial intelligence is working towards the right goals. And my colleague mentioned a few of the things. So transparency, self-explanatory, a kind of history of what is happening and how decisions are taken, the root of data. These are all main principles of artificial intelligence. But then I will also return the question to you, okay? Authenticity. What happens when artificial intelligence starts to create new content? Not translating, not digitizing, not all the things that we are discussing here, not digital twins, but creating new content. We have now machines creating poems or songs or things like that. So how authenticity is being really defined there? And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we are going to face as humanity.
Angelos, thank you very much, Angelos, but can I conclude the session with a statement from a gentleman who was coming from Athens, but from 2,500 years ago. He said that it is the mark of an educated mind to rest satisfied with the degree of precision which the nature of the subject admits, and not to seek exactness where only an approximation is possible. Voila. Aristotle. That's, I think, with this, we can say that we come to an end. Could be that we haven't managed to comply to 100%, but at least, you know, we try to reach the accuracy or the precision. But it was an approximation at the end of the day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, my dear colleagues, and we're going for the lunch. Thank you. Μας το έλυσε ο
sit here. You sit here.
Right in the middle.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's nice. Okay, you are from the side of structural engineering, or?
No, I'm an architect. I'm inside of preservation and conservation. So, and now I'm dealing with digitalization of procedures regarding design projects.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to chair this panel on machine learning techniques for cultural heritage preservation. We are all but one people present here. Professor Asteris will not be with us. Professor Doulamis from National Technical University is representing the side of engineering and informatics. Professor Ronzi from Milano, as far as I understand. He will explain his view. I like his view. It's very strange in my point of view. Mrs. Pentinalli Biscaretti from Milano as well, an architect dealing with conservation and using digital tools. And Professor Foudos from Ioannina, he is a computer science specialist, maybe the only one who is purely computer science guy. So I tried to inaugurate, let us say, the discussion by showing some slides. Let me try to find them. First slide, please. Πρώτη διαφάνεια. Okay, here are the names. You know the names. I have already mentioned them. Please, the next, the επόμενη. I can't do that. Ωραία. Okay, I tried to, we have had another session before the lunch dealing on digital heritage and digital tools. And I learned there that besides the digital twins, people are talking on other variants of history twins and memory twins. So I tried to gather here some technical notions, and in the discussion I will try to put some ideas where, for example, machine learning could be used, CAD, electronic design, and BIM, building information systems, or heritage BIM. We all know that it is the capturing of information, but how to choose from this information, for example, the very important historical or architectural details, or how to take them out in order to have a clean structural analysis model. These are questions which are very difficult to be solved unless you go and do it manually. And at this point, we hope that machine learning will help us. Finite element analysis, you could imagine, okay, this is structural analysis, this is stresses, strains, not a very, very fuzzy thing to be related with artificial intelligence. Despite of this, we are now developing methods trying to capture the information of stresses and strains from the testing machine, from the laboratory, and put them directly in the solution method, in the finite element method, without adopting a mechanical theory, without having to answer the question, do I have an elastic or a plastic or a viscoelastic or a viscoplastic material? You can take directly the thousands of measurements and then try to interpolate between them by using artificial intelligence tools. People are calling this trend data-driven analysis. And this reminds me of the comment told in the previous session that Google is doing something, this interpolates, etc., but nobody knows what they are doing. I pose here a similar question. We try to abandon the classical mechanical theories and try to interpolate
from the measurements. Okay, image processing, everybody understands what is it, but we want to have the CAD of a structure to use it further. We have to identify if it is possible cracks, damages, etc. So multispectral image processing. And to go one step further, structural health monitoring. Okay, what happened to the structure? Is it safe or not? Shall we intervene and do some rehabilitation work, etc., etc. All these things are covered nowadays under the term digital twins. But according to my view, this is nothing more than the next step of using parameterized models, identify parameters by taking thousands of information, Internet of Things and all these things, and doing possibly at the edge some pre-processing before sending this whole information through the 5G networks to the central computer. And of course, everything must be financed. That means advertisement, reuse, tourism is a driving force to help us do the real, let us say, engineering work. Okay, just to mention some words here, cultural heritage preservation. The group memory must be preserved. I think all these things have been discussed in previous session. The financial and sociological aspects are very important. In which society, in which content is the society, is the government able to finance, to support all these things. Of course, political influence of cultural heritage. This is very important, at least in Balkan area, where several religions, several cultures are mixed and coexist, and depending on the situation, they can be used or abused or used. And just to take an inspiration from your work, do we have the right to forget sometimes if something is demolished? What it means to have it in the digital replica? Maybe to study in some books, but I don't know. So I have to stop here because I took a lot of your time, and okay. And I will ask Professor Doulamis to start the discussion and tell his opinion about the topic.
Yeah, do you hear me? Okay, it's a very interesting topic, in my opinion, machine learning in cultural inheritance. All you have, know about the research achievements in AI currently, and all you know, for example, how you can do things that you cannot imagine several years before. So what we have actually now, we have data, a lot of data, and this data is of low dimension and high dimension, is multi-dimension, is 3D, is beyond the RGB spectrum, is hyperspectral data. So you have, and why we have a lot of data? Because we have a lot of sensors. And we have a lot of sensors because we have low-cost sensors. And what we need technologies here to process and analyze this data in order to make a reasoning from this data. And this is the whole aspect, and there is a very important thing here in cultural inheritance, because nowadays we have, for example, data we can, with non-invasive methods, to see the material degradation of a building, of a monument, to find out with high precision the structural anatomy, to find out to have data of scanners with not only on the visible spectrum but beyond this. And so all this data we need somehow to analyze. And here there is some issues in machine learning. What's the main problem? The main problem is that traditional machine learning makes an AI, makes data, okay? We have applied an algorithm and we have a decision. So this static approach, we need to reconsider nowadays. Okay, why? First of all, we need to have some explainability of why we have such a decisions from the machine. For example, we have data using, for example, UAVs and hyperspectral, and the AI, the machine learning, this automatic toolbox, I can say, suggests that there is a degradation on the material, there is something, a decision. How we trust this? And at which degree? And if this decision, this suggestion is not right, which is the responsibility and which is responsible for this? The AI expert who developed the machine learning? The cultural expert who cannot provide suggestion? The whole system? So there is some issues here. So one issue is the explainability. The second issue, which is very important, in how we trust the data itself. For example, we have several research funds, and we have experts, we say, to annotate the data. Okay, this is another chapter, because annotation of the data is extremely an arduous process. But okay, let's suppose that we have paid some people to annotate the data. These data are not of good quality. There are several errors, believe me. So, if we have erroneous data, how we can train the algorithm? So one question is that this static process, this pipeline is somehow not so reliable, I can say. So it's another research open question. And there is another question open in this area, is that about the data attacks. For example, perhaps some people maybe insert in the training set, in the data, erroneous, not by mistake, or by purpose data, in order to bypass the AI algorithm. So there is some issues over there. We have to select a lot of research in machine learning and decision making and in cultural heritage. So for this reason, actually there is an idea apart from explainability in the machine learning community regarding the so-called hybrid intelligence. Hybrid intelligence, what it means that we have the system which, okay, makes some recommendations, and we have the user which somehow interact with the system, and the main issue here is how we can introduce dynamic algorithms, dynamic solutions to have adaptive adaptation in this process. So another research issue is hybrid intelligence. And the third issue, so we can say explainability, hybrid intelligence, is about how we make trustworthy AI how we can trust the system, and at each degree, how we can develop a system which provides some probabilities, I can say, some indicators of how accurate this system is, and at which degree. So it's not a process you say, okay, we can apply in machine learning and AI in order to process this huge amount of data we have nowadays. It's just some thoughts. Okay, let's continue then.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to mention another approach which is very popular among mechanical engineers. You talked about hybrid intelligence and how to mix the information from users with the automatic system. There is another approach trying to give the mechanical rules as the expert, okay? For example, if you are measuring something that comes from a wave propagation, there are some rules in physics giving this information, and this is known under the name physics-informed neural networks. Maybe this will play some role in the future. Yes. But needs two communities to come together.
Okay, I agree totally. Okay, but what we have now, we have, let's say, we have the rules, we have the law, okay? But what we have, why we need AI and machine learning? We have the law. It's the Newton's law here, okay? The Maxwell law in the static, okay? But this law, for example, that force is analog to acceleration, okay? And mass, okay, it's a law. And this law is valid, but it's valid under the assumptions. Let's have this pen and drop down. There's a law here, okay? Who is the law? That weight and acceleration is that weight minus resistance of the air, okay? This is the acceleration. But which is the resistance? How we can measure this? Because they say, oh, it's not, it's neglectable. It is. If, for example, we have, a rocket, something, flying in the air, okay, how we can measure the wind force at every coordinate? We cannot. So, okay, there exists the law, but because we cannot apply the law, because we have unknown parameters, we need statistics, okay? Because that's why we need statistics, because we don't know the law. And which is the AI? AI actually it's statistics. It's more clever statistical statistics modeling. It's not, for example, the standard deviation. It's something more complicated. But okay, if we need statistics, then, from my opinion, we need somehow to interpret, to go backward to interpret which is the law. Because nowadays we have the AI as a black box, and because a lot of scientists do not know the AI, and why we have this revolution? Because some companies, I can say some big research centers have been automated the process. Nowadays we have automated AI toolkits, which is plug and play. So, scientists in health, they say, oh, put an AI and find the correlation between COVID and environment. Okay, but what is the law, as you shall say, behind this? Because this is an arithmetic fitting, an arithmetic conversion. And which is behind the law? We cannot understand the law, and because we have statistics, because AI statistics, and we have somehow an arithmetic interpolation, we need somehow to find the law behind it as scientists, as engineers. Because without knowing the law, we can't know the assumptions, and which is this model is valid, under which conditions this model is valid. Because if we don't know to interpret the results, we know that, okay, this for example, is a crack, but why this is a crack, and why this is happened, why this modeling? So we need to have some tools to do this, and this is somehow the research challenge. And okay, I don't know if
we can continue the discussion. Maybe we come again.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor Olci, this is your turn. Yes.
Good. I will not use slides because I say it's we have much more freedom to discuss. So basically, okay, the topic is about the relation, the use of machine learning in the field of cultural heritage. A few words about AI and machine learning in general, because one of the hot topics of these days, due to the fact that there are some concerns on different sides, typically on the side of ethics, and this was originated, let's say, 3-4 years ago, with specific reference to the autonomous guide of vehicles and the never-ending problem to understand in case of accident, as our colleague told before, who is in charge for the problem. Is this due to the car builder? Is due to the software developer? This is due to other reasons. And when you have to face the problem of responsibilities and the problem maybe of damages and loss of life, of course, the problem starts to get much more serious, much more difficult to be solved. And this was time ago the entry point for the say problems related to ethics in using AI. If we switch to, by the way, it's not yet solved many times, this problem. If we switch to machine learning, actually one of the key aspects is about apart from the different, let's say, group of applications in between trained, pre-trained, semi-trained, or without training, the problem is many times the fact that we are looking at a kind of black box. So we don't know exactly what's inside, what happens. Well, it's not so easy to assess the results, to assign a specific level of trust to what is coming out from the system. And so again, there's a number of authorities that are considering the best ways to regulate this sector, both of them, let's say, but much more specifically, actually, the ML sector. We find, for instance, the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, the European Commission issued a number of, let's say, gray papers or studies and even some regulations in order to more or less create a general framework to consider AI and machine learning and how to pose some trust in them. If we consider the historical application, specifically of machine learning, we have quite a lot of examples. Not all of them are very well known by users, such as the typical get chart, the typical way to recognize if the one facing the screen is a human or a computer system or a bot. And so the idea to read and interpret some texts that are written strange ways and retype them in a proper one. That is a typical way to train the machine learning system to interpret texts that are not written properly. And this was a long process. One typical example in which we don't see exactly which is the real aim of the application. Of course, a number of things were coming back to our sector were done in the field of image recognition. We all remember probably the old systems to create a taxonomy in the content, visual content in paintings and frescoes. And so the way to assign some specific code to describe the content of a specific document, visual document. Nowadays, thanks to computer vision and much more to machine learning, we have incredible things. I don't know if all of you have the chance to see the TEDx created by Amisud, one of the employees of Google, I think, probably so. Did you have a chance to see that TEDx? It was quite impressive, even if something similar was done some years ago in China. But anyway, what it demonstrates using machine learning is the ability to cluster artifacts very quickly, so to move around this kind of universe of pictures and focus on specific clusters. Or much more impressive, I think, is the opportunity to connect the image captured by a video camera to one of the users of the computer and browse the entire set of artifacts, showing the collecting within the collection, the cluster of portraits. The portrait is much more similar to the specific pose of the head of the people, smiling or not. And this, I think, it was when it was delivered some 3-4 years ago, it was quite astonishing. And it was a typical example of the application of such kind of technologies in the field of heritage. I don't know which then is the purpose at the end, but anyway, it is fascinating. The problems in this sector are mainly due to the availability of data access, the quality of data, and the problem about the quality of data, I think, is much more general in the field of machine learning, because of course you need to refer to proper data set with a kind of homogeneous and comprehensive number of information in order to receive as a feedback something that is meaningful. The typical problem, I'm just back from the ITU and WSIS meeting in Geneva, the typical discussion was about garbage in, garbage out. So how to put out from the data set things that will create a bias in the outcomes of the machine learning process, and how to select the proper data set in order to ensure that the outcome will be meaningful and not something completely, sometimes unpredictable. And this is another relevant problem nowadays, because the mechanism of machine learning is able to detect patterns, associations, clusters in very wide range of opportunities or chances. And sometimes what is coming out from the system is even not foreseeable by humans, that cannot have this comprehensive view on thousands, on millions of data. The typical approach is when you put in some open data, many times not really well selected and characterized by a homogeneous level of quality, and then you may discover things completely astonishing. But that's, as I say, it's another problem that is a general problem. Concerning the outcomes of the use of machine learning in the field of cultural heritage, and if we want even the reverse, so the contribution from cultural heritage back to machine learning, this is not a very positive, let's say, relation if we compare this with other sectors. If we consider, for instance, chemistry or health, where the ability to interpret some exams to look for DNA association or to look for cells, to compare a number of exams and find out all the correlations and discover things that by hand are very hard to achieve. In our field, the benefits are not so relevant, and many times, it's a nice exercise, but many times an expert or a group of experts may perform the same activity, I don't mean better, but in reasonable time. Of course, in some fields, the added value is evident. The idea to reconstruct missing part of an inscription, for instance, it works quite well as the idea to give to the system a kind of mosaic of small tiles due to the fragment of a fresco and try to put them together, combine in the best way to recreate the original shape, or even to perform activities that usually were activated thanks to remote sensing. Let's consider, for instance, the underwater archaeology, and so the idea to look from satellite images or from aerial images on some part of the coast in order to identify potential settlements underwater, thanks to the recognition of some signs that are not visible from the ground but are quite evident if you look from the top. And again, machine learning will be able to better perform in this sector if adequately trained to recognize such kind of signs. So there's, a number of potential applications that are fruitful in this field, but I suppose we are still at the beginning. In the specific field of restoration, of course, we can gather quite a lot of data. We heard before about the use of IoTs or other sensors, and then once we have collected or gathered this huge amount of data concerning a number of, let's say, processes, for instance, on different buildings, different monuments, we can put them in such kind of big quick milling machines and find out potential correlation or understand which are the good treatments and which one did some problems even through time. This morning we heard about the time dimension in many data collection, so the so-called time series. And again, the analysis of time series for a huge amount of data is another good way to fit such kind of mechanism or applications. I think I used my time. I don't want to
Thank you very much.
continue too much. Thank you.
You presented a lot of interesting things, so I could not dare to stop you, of course. Just to mention here that it's a black box and how to interpret the results. I think it is related to what was mentioned previously by Professor Doulamis, or in the previous session, explainable machine learning, or in another definition, cognitive digital twins. Okay.
May I add one thing, sorry, because you recalled me this one. Actually, there are some studies in, let's say, aim to assign digital identities to AI and machine learning modules in order to certify in some way the quality of the specific module, specific application, even adding a wallet in order to add additional certifications. This trying to solve the problem of trust in such kind of applications. So we're moving toward a transhumanism, having cyborgs. Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much. I think the next member of the panel is Mrs. Pantimali. Your turn.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so I think I will start my brief intervention from what we are about to say. So we have seen a lot of possible uses of AI techniques, but my question is, who is in a way leading this transformation? So who are the actors? Professionals, software houses, or maybe should be public administrations? So like a sort of, we should implement also the rules regarding how these massive changes in digital approaches and the massive changes that digital transition is giving to cultural heritage as well is affecting the work of professionals, for example. I'm speaking from the point of view of an architect, so I'm not an engineer. And when I deal with the design project, now I have to deal also with different techniques to collect data, of course, but it's up to me in a way. So it's not to me, of course, but it's up to the professional to use the most effective techniques for that particular case. And we are actually lacking, I'm also speaking from the Italian point of view in a way, that even if it has one of the strongest and most articulated regulatory systems regarding cultural heritage, we are still lacking of somehow a framework regarding the digital strategies and digital techniques that could actually be effective during the design project. So another interesting point that I guess everybody here is addressing is the time dimension. So public administration, for example, are still dealing with, of course, 2D and 3D dimensions data. Not always in an easy way, of course, because they don't have actually access to the raw data, which is quite important when you have to judge and to understand a project. So this is another point that probably should be deal with. But also the most important thing that probably public administration should be taken into consideration is the 4 dimensions of time. So for understand the evolution of a building and to manage in a way the changes of the cultural heritage in general, that is the thing that they have and should protect. It's very important to deal with the 4 dimension, which is time. So analyzing all the data and trying to find a rule to monitor in a systematic way and to read in a statistical way all the data that we can collect from the work of professionals, of course, and from digital strategies that probably should be put in action. And so the other question is how public digital strategy, like a biggest framework, could affect the approach to the design project in Italy or everywhere, I mean. So I think that it's an interesting field of research, this one's, how a digital strategy could improve or not the design project and the conservation of the cultural heritage. And of course, if we are talking about which is the most important maybe technology that could be applied to cultural heritage in my particular field, so from this particular point of view, probably is all the AI techniques that could be applied to clash detection. So starting from a standard help the work of people who has to check if things are right or wrong in an automatic way. So when you have a survey, when you have a drawing, when you have something that you have to overlap in a way, find out a method to do it automatically and not manually, and to avoid like the human error, of course. But and also in this field, also the introduction of the hybrid intelligence, I think could be a very helpful tool. Yeah, so I leave the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I will not enter into the discussion if an architect is an engineer or not. We have similar questions and disputes in Greece as well. But you mentioned a lot of interesting things, especially the time dimension. If we have a restricted number of measurements, restricted in time, how we hope to recreate the history, the whole history? This is a big question.
Yeah, of course. Just to one point, another thing that I forgot to mention is that also for what concerns 2D and 3D dimensions in cultural heritage, we still lack of a lot of digital informations. The previous ones are still analogical and not digital. So this is the problem to reconstruct all the history of that building. So, for example, in Italy, they are applying a kind of biggest digital strategy to create a sort of data set of each cultural element. That could be a book, that could be a building, that could be trying to collect all the previous information and to put like a kind of guideline to add the other informations. So that's the point, to collect the previous and also to draw a strategy to collect the new ones, 3D of course, but also 4D ones in a standard and clear way, so that you can keep in stratifying data and informations.
Okay, thank you. Professor Foudos, it's your time to give your opinion and summarize in some sense the discussion.
Thank you. I have some slides to give my opinion and then summarize, if we can, please. This one. So I have prepared a brief survey, and then I will provide a report of what was said in this panel today. Very interesting discussion. Let's see, there was before, in a previous panel, there were also some annexes by Professor Di Giulio. Here is a recent table of the content that is currently available in repositories all around the world, from Europeana, for example, OmniArt, WikiArt paintings. These have images and 3D, some of them have also 3D representations. We see that we have million, and this will go, the target of the European Union, as was said before in a previous panel, is about 16 million 3D representations until 2030. So there is a problem here is the search in content, inside content, images, videos, which images, let's say in text has been solved. Images, videos, and 3D objects is something open. We have machine learning for the restoration of inscriptions, paintings, archaeological objects, buildings, which is based on geometric info and other internal structure of the objects, or the composition or the materials of the objects. And we have generative systems for creating plausible versions of cities during time, which, as Ms. Pentimali mentioned, we have to make representations for buildings, for designs, flows, rules, patterns, restrictions, I may add. For all of these, representations are very important in machine learning. So that's another issue. We have machine learning for other applications, graphics applications, which is essential for visualizing cultural heritage. We have the NERF, volumetric reconstructing with NERF, for example, one current issue of research. We have machine learning for animation. We have machine learning for synthetic textures, so that we can add, for example, to a building a certain pattern of bricks. Here is for an example for synthetic texture for pebbles, and machine learning for nice rendering, like order-independent transparency, for example, to see the inside of the objects. So key issues. Let's start. Make a sum of what was said in this panel. We have, as Professor Stavroulakis said, we have machine learning for CAD, for finite elements, for image processing, for SHM and other applications. Here in CAD and graphics and rendering, we are still missing some powerful representations for the models. This is a key issue. We have vast collections of items that need small computing power and storage. We have unlimited potential for many fields of cultural heritage, but as Professor Doulami said, we have the problem of explainability, which is a central issue, especially for engineers. Engineers should have responsibility for what they do. That's what engineers should be responsible for, something that they deliver. And the problem here, I may say that is that engineers and scientists that should understand and employ machine learning and artificial intelligence for their purposes, and not the other way around. So that's also an issue of education and curricula for engineers and for other scientists. This has to be included in the current curricula. And of course, the ethics of that's also in the part of ethics, like Professor Ronzi mentioned. Also, it's important to understand that machine learning and artificial intelligence can reveal patterns that we cannot really find easily as humans, because they may go in many dimensions, multi-dimensionality of data, as Professor Doulami also said. And for example, we may have discovery of underwater or underground archaeological sites from satellite images. That's a very powerful tool that machine learning and AI is offering. So just presenting problems, many problems, but also a lot of potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there some questions, some further remarks, something we missed to mention during this panel? Yes, please.
Yes, that's an interesting point. We have some years ago there was something that was called procedural modeling, and there were some software like City Engine that was able to have the engineer set some rules about about the buildings in that area, and then based on these rules it could make models of plausible buildings, but just for the purposes of graphics, of seeing the city as it was, as it may be in the future. So you may see in many movies with future cities, City Engine has worked. But now with the capability of, with all the power that machine learning is offering, we can make much more, many more rules, more powerful rules, and more rules with larger scope that hold for, and many more complicated rules for buildings and for. So yes, that's something that has not been explored in depth until now.
Let me make a comment over there. Yes, please. Okay, let's suppose that machine learning somehow statistics and modeling unknown functions, okay? And we have the impact, for example, of a cultural heritage monument on a city and its health dimension, urban health dimension. For example, how we can design a city to be more healthier for the people. And in terms of health, I include also the mental health, okay, and other dimensions. So what we can say is that we have no one discipline, and for example, the engineering, the urban planners, for example, okay. Until now, we design the cities with geometry, okay. But it is geometry. This we need. For example, there is the comfort and health comfort. For example, we need to have buildings, okay, which is sunny, not windy. We need to have cities, we have little distance for the transportations. We have to have buildings with, for example, we have monuments for our mental health. So it's not a one-dimensional thing. And why we need machine learning? Because we don't know the model. How we can simulate, for example, the wind comfort, the health comfort of a city? If we, for example, we have different buildings, height, parks, how we can model this? What is the model? The physics, the law. There does not exist a law. So what we need statistics. We need data, and we need to build simulators, models, in order to have such models, in order to design new cities. That's why it's not only computer engineering. It's in general, it's not only civil engineering, it's all sciences for me.
Okay, thank you. I think the last word from Professor Ozzi.
No, it's just the suggestion, if, apart to have a look at that TEDx, I think it will be interesting to understand the potentialities of machine learning. If you would like to enjoy yourself with some pre-trained machine learning, you can try the chat GPT. That is a nice application that is able to produce funny things, like to write autonomously some greetings in Pushkin style or other crazy things. That's all.
Okay, we are leaving you with some homework. Thank you very much for being with us in this round table. Professor Moropoulou, I think you have to introduce Minister.
Dear colleagues, it is with great pleasure and honor I can present to the conference the Deputy Minister on Development, responsible on research and innovation, Mr. Christos Dimas. We will start the panel considering the Holy Sepulchre Rehabilitation Project, transdisciplinarity and innovation in research and education. It is in joint co-organization with the Edicula Erasmus Plus Strategic Partnership, Educational Digital Innovative Cultural Heritage Related Learning Activities. We will start with a video from National Geographic archaeologist Fred Herbert, who was the one that participated to the actual project of the Holy Sepulchre Rehabilitation and who had the opportunity, the unique opportunity, to transmit in real time the opening of the Holy Tomb. Then we will continue with my presentation on the innovation and transdisciplinarity aspects of the project. We will hear the minister, and then the panel will start, and I will invite one by one, because there are very many, all the panelists to take the floor. Thank you very much. Are we ready to see the video? Fred is in the Pacific right now. That's why
Greetings. I'm Frederick Hebert, the archaeologist in residence at the National Geographic Society. It is a pleasure to address this distinguished conference of cultural heritage stakeholders from around the world. One of the most important recent cultural heritage preservation projects was the conservation and restoration of the Holy Edicule in Jerusalem, carried out under the direction of Professor Antonio Morpoulou from the National Technical University of Athens. The Holy Edicule is a structure at the epicenter of Western civilization, in the heart of Jerusalem. Here, a shrine was built by Constantine in the 4th century, just above the traditional location where Christ was buried. The structure was partly destroyed by invaders in the 7th century AD, destroyed again in AD 1009, and the structure was rebuilt as a church in the mid-11th century. The very center, the Edicule, was later altered by the Crusaders and restored in the 16th and finally early 19th centuries. Its current form encloses all of these earlier construction phases. By the beginning of this century, the building was in dire need of conservation. In late 2015, National Geographic learned about the church's interest in the conservation of the Holy Edicule and the desire of the church to use the best, highest tech architectural conservation possible through the National Technical University of Athens. Clearly, such an important project needed to be told to the widest possible audience. This led to the strategic alliance between National Geographic and the National Technical University of Athens, in agreement with the custodians of the Holy Sepulchre. With this cooperation, we could communicate the monument and the project to the whole world. National Geographic could do this with our global audience of more than 700 million viewers and readers. I would like to mention how grateful we are to Father Alex Karloutsos of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America, who contributed to bringing together the Church, the World Monuments Fund, the National Technical University of Athens, and the National Geographic Society to make this important conservation project happen. Following a year of planning after Easter of 2016, the restoration and conservation of the Holy Edicule began with a daunting schedule of being ready to open for Easter in 2017. One of the biggest challenges was the requirement to keep the shrine open to the public for almost the entire duration of the project. The exception to this last rule took place in October 2016 when the marble slab covering the heart of the Edicule was opened. This was not done out of idle curiosity, but to allow the conservation team the opportunity to seal the holy rock for long-term conservation. On October 26th, after the last visitors and pilgrims left the church in the evening, the doors were locked and the conservation team slowly opened the slab for the first time in several centuries. Peering down, they found a second slab engraved with a cross lying on the bedrock, the holy rock of Jerusalem. The silence in anticipation of hearing what they felt in this very sacred spot was unique. It was a moment of great scientific understanding, historic conservation, and a humbling and overwhelming feeling of humanity. All this in full view of the entire world through media. In addition to global media coverage, this project was featured in a National Geographic documentary, a cover story in our iconic magazine, and a major exhibition project that featured a 3D fly-through of the shrine for visitors who had a feeling of being transported to Jerusalem from our headquarters museum in Washington, D.C. By early 2017, the conservation work was completed, and Professor Moropoulou stated that the building can now stand for another 1,000 years. In addressing the conservation of a 1,600-year-old structure, factors such as the risks of climate change, the risks of earthquakes, and the issues of other natural and anthropogenic causes were taken into consideration. As we maintained a focus on the integrity of historical architectural restoration, of compatibility of materials, architectural stabilization, and cleaning, these naturally led to observations about our history, architectural history, absolute dating, and archaeology. We will soon hear from scholars, scientists, and experts in 14 separate panel discussions, delving deeply into all of these topics, with what we hope will lead to a roadmap for future best practices in the preservation of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, from far away. I would like to present to you the issues regarding the innovative and transdisciplinary character of this project that is developing the discussion today on how shall we go further to transmit these messages through research and education. Of course, as you know, the innovative methodology to ensure the project's goal considered, first of all, structural integrity, compatibility, performance of materials and interventions, preservation and highlighting of the values, and of course, it had to ensure sustainability. The innovation in selecting and designing compatible and effective materials and rehabilitation interventions was a challenge. And the same challenge as well was the innovative prospection of the non-visible layers of the edicule with major tool, the non-destructive testing we performed. And here you can see the result of the material science and engineering efforts with the ground-penetrating radar, which permitted us to disclose the several surfaces of the historical masonries and the Holy Tomb, and the efforts of the photogrammetric team, which performed the 3D reconstruction of the monument according to the semantics of the non-destructive testing. The non-destructive testing was to follow for the assessment and evaluation of the materials and preservation interventions during all the way long of the works, and was giving us in real time and real scale valuable informations in order to perform in the optimum way, and of course very quickly. The innovative methodology to ensure structural integrity for first time ever in the world history, we had the development of a 3D and layered finite element model, which was the result of the documentation of all the phases of the interventions. And considering the materials characteristics, we were able to feed this finite element model with actual data in order to assess and evaluate the response of the retrofitted structure and to ensure the validation of it. That means that the structure would be bearing efficiently and homogeneously the maximum principal stresses, and in the same time the evolution of the column's deviation from verticality, according to the report we discovered in London from 1947, was giving us the assurance that yes, we can now say that we can cut the iron bars and emancipate the holy edicule. Of course, lifting the stone of the tomb and revealing the burial monument was a critical and historic moment of this effort. And the innovative non-destructive inspection by the NTUA team to reveal the burial monument's morphology was hand by hand working with archaeometry in order to elaborate and investigate the time of construction of the mortars we received underneath the second slab. And this was confirming that it was Constantine the Great, the one who placed this second slab. And metagenomics and bioinformatics permitted us to confirm these results because investigating the microbiota characterization of the building materials had high historical and archaeological significance, and it coincided in the results of archaeometry concerning the definition of the historic periods of the Holy Sepulchre. Of course, revealing all the values, here bringing back the mirror bearers after cleaning, or the Greek inscriptions, they were all Greek, around the Holy Edicule, about Anastasis, resurrection, and protecting, cleaning and protecting the outer and interior surfaces, bringing the colors of resurrection to the monument was an issue, and the innovation was the pilot investigation of the various materials and interventions that were the more effective and compatible. The sustainability issue was a great issue because the monument was threatened not only by the various visitors, which are augmented a lot from 12 millions to 50 millions per year after the works. When we opened the historic masonries, we discovered here with the infrared thermography that the rising damp from the underground area was threatening the monument. And we performed, since the sustainability was at risk, the 3D digital non-destructive perspection of the underground area. Here you might see with ground penetrating radar, electrical resistance tomography, probe systems, and robotic cameras provided by the Greek water supply company of Athens, in order to discover all the historic traces in the underground area and to plan the underground interventions to reverse the risk to sustainability. And that was the study we offered to the 3 custodians when we delivered the monument, and this study is now being implemented and extended through archaeological investigations by the Sapienza University, with which we are hand to hand here together. The multimodal performance health monitoring was a necessity. And all these data were digitally merged on the level of every georeferenced point of the surfaces of the monument, and that was the core space of integration. The dynamic digital documentation was actually merging all the necessary information and all the specifications, introducing their know-how into the common study and the common work. From the diagnostic level, where documentation integrated geometric, structural, architectural, and materials data, on the diagnostic level, that prospection of the internal building materials and phases were diagnosed and assessed, even at the earthquake performance level, and at the proposal. But at the proposal, the interference had to do with the cooperation with the three custodians. It was not only a scientific issue of interdisciplinarity, it was an issue of multilateral cooperation, a difficult one. However, the interrelated geometric, architectural, materials, and structural documentation was validating the proposals in the dialogue, and the optimization of time permitted us to present an integrated schedule concerning minimum invasive and maximum compatibility performance interventions, which, through the iterative process of the main stages of rehabilitation, permitted the optimization of planning and of executing all the stages of the work. As I have many times, it's stuck. Κάτι συνέβη και κόλλησε. Sorry. Εντάξει, okay, achieving the project's goal and going to further research, as I showed to you here, to study all the underground area and to compare the various historic periods from the point of view of the history of architecture of the monument, we were capable to arrive to integrate what would be the scientific support to the decision making. Another innovation was the integrated governance of the project with the three custodians, the scientific team, and the technical team of the work side. It was the funding, a crowdsourcing funding, and it was the time limit, the efficiency of the working schedule that permitted an innovative multi-layered data management to become today an issue, and through the RESPECT project we are trying to develop a content-based management through semantic data integration. It is a project of the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation, and I'm very glad that we are going on with this. This is serving a holistic, digital-driven approach. The one you already discussed in the Digital Heritage panel, which is joined by another innovation in enhancing social accessibility and bringing the world to the tomb of Christ. The National Geographic brought in real time the opening of the tomb to 3 billion people. 2 billion around the globe are the Christians. You might understand how important for humanity was this event. And of course, immersive experience through exhibitions in Washington and Athens brought people to the tomb of Christ even before going to Jerusalem. This exemplary project is a challenging project, challenging for the future, and the future came through a DICULA strategic partnership of NTUA with Sapienza, Bezalel, IAA, and other partners in order to exercise the transfer of know-how and how it could contribute to future trends of cultural heritage preservation at large. Multiplier events like the one in Jerusalem last June and like the one in the excavations of Hellenistic ruins in Shalala Garden in Alexandria were important steps in going to realize an immersive methodology for authentic learning. That means that edicula use cases act as stepping stones to open-minded and constructive thinking, and they analyze the overall environment and consequence that might emerge from any potential intervention. It's a methodological mentality that goes for resolution rather than duplication of a depository of knowledge. And due to this, we are discussing today of how shall we transmit this exceptional know-how which we are constructing since then with all of you around the globe in a way that emblematic research and innovative education might continue this effort. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister.
Usually when you talk about religion, the church, you don't link it with innovation, but this is a fascinating global project, and I really have to congratulate you for all of the work done. And allow me to say that I'm passionate about history, and the fact that we're taking advantage of modern technology and of innovation, applying it in order to preserve, conserve global monuments is an amazing idea. It's something that touches your heart, but also it does give us the opportunity to analyze in more detail and perhaps with new data, historical events. So being much more precise about historical events. So this is an amazing project which I have to say we're very proud of, and congratulations. But I also do want to congratulate Professor Moropoulou for organizing this 3-day event, also the National Technical University of Athens and the Technical Chamber. This is a 3-day event which we value a lot, not only because we are Greeks and preserving cultural heritage is important for us, but because we do like innovation and we're trying to promote it more and more in the Greek academic society and in the Greek entrepreneurs as well. You do know that Greece has a very important cultural heritage which has inspired millions of people, generations and generations, and we do want to see not only how we can preserve it, but how we can promote this cultural heritage more and more. So taking advantage of modern technology and of innovation in order to do so is an important tool for the Greek state as well. In fact, Athens was, I think, the first city being the cultural capital of Europe. Then we had Thessaloniki and Patras, and this year it's Elefsina, one of the sacred ancient cities, of the 5 ancient cities. So we do value a lot this cultural heritage. Innovation in research and education, though, is central in the government planning as well. Allow me to say that one of our most important actions in order to link more effectively research and innovation with entrepreneurship is called Research, Create, Innovate, and it's co-funded from EU structural funds, and we have 169 projects in the category of tourism, culture, and creative industries, 91.6 million in the projects in this specific category, and actually we're continuing this action, which will open, the second phase will open in less than a month's time, and we do expect a lot of projects like the ones you mentioned before in this category. But at the same time, apart from linking more effectively the research institutions, the universities, our academics with companies, we are also making a great attempt in order to beef up the innovation ecosystem, our startups. Allow me to give a very simple example. I'm quite sure that many of you have visited the Acropolis, the Parthenon, and seeing the Parthenon here is a lifetime experience in my view, but at the same time it's very interesting to think how the Parthenon would have been in the 5th century BC, in the golden age of Pericles. So using technology and even augmented reality glasses does give you that opportunity. Beefing up the startup ecosystem was a priority for the government because we want to unleash all of the talented individuals that we have in order to promote important ideas and causes, and culture is one of these categories. So we did create a startup registry called Elevate Greece, and through Elevate Greece we have funded, we have actually mapped the innovation ecosystem, and it has given us the ability to fund startups, to legislate benefits for angel investors, for stock options, or even fund the startups due to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. And we do have a lot of startups in the category of art, culture, and creative industries. We do hope to have more and more. I know that Professor Moropoulos is very active as well. At the same time, we are trying to link the innovation ecosystem more effectively. So we have also created competence centers, because the benefits of research and innovation should not be available only to big multinational companies. Competence centers does help small and medium-sized enterprises to have the benefits of research and innovation. We have also created and funded innovation clusters. Companies, institutions, and other bodies that do have common goals are funded in order to achieve these common goals from the states. We have changed recently, a year ago, the framework on how spin-off companies within universities and research centers operate. We have actually simplified very much the process, because we want to, as I said, unleash the talent that Greek academics have. And up until 1.5 years ago, it was actually a complicated procedure to create a spin-off company. Now it is a very easy procedure. And also, of course, we are funding, importantly, technology transfer offices, because we want to have specific individuals that do have the expertise to advise our academics, our researchers, and how they can translate their important research into something that has an economic value. And despite the fact that Greece has been very competitive in European projects in funding, especially in ERC funding, we have not been that competitive in terms of patents and in terms of transforming innovation into products or services that have a financial value. So this has been one of our main goals in the government. At the same time though, we have tried to promote more and more our innovation in terms of exhibitions of museums. Allow me to say that we have a technology museum in Thessaloniki called Noisis, which did create an exhibition about ancient Greek science and technology, and this exhibition was also presented in foreign countries, in Egypt and in other European countries, where we did try to exhibit how ancient Greek scientists were innovative at their times, how they helped science proceed. So although we do tend to think of innovation as something modern today, we have to keep in mind that innovation was always around us, depending of course on the circumstances, and in order to help science proceed, innovation has been crucial in this process. We also have another very important exhibition in Larissa from the Joist Innovation Park, which actually shows the development from the wheel to artificial intelligence. It's a very, very nice exhibition, which I do suggest if you ever visit Larissa to visit it. So as a Greek, trying to conserve our cultural heritage, and not only our Greek cultural heritage, but international cultural heritage, is a priority. As a member of the government, I'm very, very happy and seeing that Greek academics and Greek companies are involved, taking advantage of modern technology and of niche research ideas in order to help in this very important cause. And we do hope to see more actions, and I do have to say that Professor Moropoulou, this is extremely inspirational, and presenting all of the project in the Holiagical, I'm 100% sure it will help other researchers in Greece and abroad to continue towards this direction. So congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Emblematic research should go on. I'm happy to invite Professor Gabriele Favero from Sapienza University of Rome, from the Master's Degree Program, Science and Technology for the Conservation of Cultural Heritage, and leader of Sapienza in the Edicula Erasmus Plus project.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all of you. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm here to provide a brief introduction to the main exploits of the Edicula program. The Edicula Erasmus Plus strategic partnership is carried out by Sapienza and National Technical University of Athens and Bezalel Academy. No, better. Okay. This is mainly an example of how educational process can be transdisciplinary, especially in the field of preservation, conservation of cultural heritage. And this is why in this field of research and education, in the first half of the 20th century, we assisted to the lay of the foundation of the scientific approach to to the conservation. That's why nowadays the restorers who operate in the conservation of cultural heritage have the perception, have the knowledge about all the scientific aspects that are connected to the conservation, to the properties, materials, and so on. So despite the different profiles between the restorers and the conservation scientists, both of them are the product of a transdisciplinary educational approach. And Edicula, the Edicula project is a step further in this direction, because it brings to this field the idea that the cultural asset is not only matter to care of, is not something simply to protect and to then over the posterity, but it is also the expression of a culture, and also often is the stratification of complex historical events. In the panel of this morning, my friend Mike Turner spoke about the cultural heritage as a living organism, and I agree very much with this definition. And the example of the restoration and conservation of the Edicula is paradigmatic in this respect. And the Edicula itself, the whole building of the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre, but I would say also the whole city of Jerusalem, are not only stone, mortar, or environmental parameters to detect in order to preserve, but they are the fruit of history and tradition that they represent. And so it is not only about the respect for the material and the form, but also we should focus in the educational approach to the respect of the material culture that has built or has brought this object to us. And in this experience of the Edicula project, we reformed in part the master course of the three academic institutions that are participating. And as far as the Sapienza contribution is concerned, we organized inside one of these reformed course an educational visit to the Duomo of Milan, the Cathedral of Milan, that is in part also connected to the Holy Sepulchre, because you may remember that Milan was the seat of the Edict of Constantine in the 313, and also inside the cathedral it is preserved one of the holy nails, the nails coming from the true cross that has been found by Saint Helena just in Jerusalem. And in this visit of the Dome of Milan, we were able to show to the students the form, the material of the dome, and all the aspects connected with the preservation, the conservation, and sometimes also the substitution of some pieces, and all the monitoring activity, because of the pink marble, that is the marble of Candolia, is a particular type of marble that is particularly subjected to the climate of Milan, and also to the presence of the several environmental issues due to their quality. And in that case, the students discovered that the work of consolidation, replacement, monitoring of the Dome of Milan cost about 10 million euros per year. And this led to a reflection. The reflection that the students made is that the Dome of Milan represents the devotion of the people. It is not only a building, it is not only marble, stone, mortars, and so on, but without taking into account the whole significance. What does it signify, the Dome of Milan, for the people of Milan that have been building for 5 centuries, and also they are preserving nowadays this building? It would not make no sense this amount of money per year to preserve it, to take care of this monument. So I believe that from an educational point of view, one of the main results of Edicula is that we should stress this aspect to our student. We should transfer this sensibility to our student, and this can be done only by a transdisciplinary approach that merges not only the scientific aspects, not only the humanistic aspects, but also the perception of the real significance of a monument. And that's why I hope that this can be transferred in the future in an integrated course into a common European project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Favero. We are now to be connected with with San Martin Fulgencio, Policy Officer at European Commission from the Competence Center for Conservation of Cultural Heritage. Is he connected? Okay, good. You connected Hanumati Yervinen. He is the president of the Society of European Engineering Faculties, SEFI. That's Fulgencio? Ah, okay, because you were writing, okay, I'm sorry for, so Fulgencio San Martin, you are having the floor. Δεν ακούγεται.
So, good afternoon. Καλησπέρα. Καλησπέρα. My name is Fulgencio San Martin. I am a project officer at the European Commission in DG Connect, and I will present the 4CH project, which I am the project officer. That is the Competence Center for the Conservation of Cultural Heritage. These were the objectives of the project that started 2 years ago already, and it is planned to end at the end of this year in December. It was for 3 years, and will start therefore not the project but the Competence Center itself as of next year. It was a consortium, it is a consortium of 19 members from 11 member states, and it had a budget of 3 million euros in H 2020. The objectives of the project were to map the current status of the research and also create or contribute to the agenda for the future. They were also to provide an interdisciplinary expertise in digitization, particularly in 3D. And of course, since technology by itself is not everything, also recommending best practices and building capacity. I wanted to say that the Competence Center is obviously not alone in this endeavor. It is integrating in a whole ecosystem of many institutions and organizations at national, regional levels, and of course at the whole European level. It's particularly relevant here, the collaboration with Europeana and with the new data space for cultural heritage. One of the aspects that the Competence Center is paying more attention are the risks that are faced by cultural heritage institutions. So what they are trying to prevent or at least to mitigate are the risks. And they will be doing so by doing these 4 things, four activities. One, a very important one, is the standardization activities for the whole digitization processes, not only the technical ones, but also the administrative ones. They will be also creating maps, risk maps from a variety of sources, because usually we have maps either of flooding or maps that are related to earthquakes, but we don't have a risk map that is related to the whole aspects that can affect cultural heritage sites and monuments. They will be establishing a knowledge base with all this information. I will talk about it in a moment. And also, not least, they will be enabling the cultural heritage professionals to use all these tools. The knowledge base was from the start was created having in mind semantic interoperability. So there is an ontology, so the structure of the knowledge will be, it's an ontology that is based on the standard CRM. It is fully compatible with the European ontology, the European data model, and the database, so the data itself is in a triple store. I think it's a virtuoso triple store that is already being populated with previous and existing research. One of the main tasks of the competence center will be following existing strategies like the recommendation in 2021 on a common data space for cultural heritage and the European skills agenda. It will address capacity buildings at many different levels. So, for example, geographically, they are already creating national competence centers, and I can tell you that already the Greek or the Italian ones are almost ready. They will be all coordinated by the 4CH. They will be covering technology, not only technical procedures, as I said, but also administrative procedures that are very burdensome. You know it, how difficult it is to apply for grants and to face all the administrative burden. They will be also operating in capacity building in terms of skills, particularly, obviously, digital skills in advanced technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, 3D. They will also be doing best practices webinars, train the trainers, which I believe it's a very important one to overcome also the language barrier for older people and other experts, and all that will be present in the knowledge base and can be will be either reusing or linking existing material. Last and not least, I would like to mention the sub-project that is being handled by the Competence Center. A year ago, Ukrainian cultural heritage colleagues asked us for help. They wanted to preserve their data, their digitized assets, pictures, databases, 3D models, metadata, you name everything. They were worried that their data would be destroyed if the data centers were attacked. So over 150 terabytes of data were transferred and are preserved today in the European Union, actually in Italy, in an Italian data center. Here in the picture you can see some 3D models, printed models, exposed in the last year digital program assembly. They were printed in steel and resin. The figure is the Duke of Richelieu, the founder of Odessa. And in the middle one, you can see that the figure is protected by sandbags, as it is in reality. I want to finish this by saying that from the Commission, we want to express our support and solidarity with the people of Ukraine. So, Evharisto, thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. And we are now being connected with SEFI, Société Européenne de Facultés des Ingénieurs, Professor Järvinen Hanumati, President from University of Tampere.
Thank you. I feel I'm an outsider here. I haven't been involved in this project. Now it's a bad echo. I hear myself twice. So if you can remove that, it would be nice. Okay. Well, I'm not an architect. I'm not working in archaeology. I'm a software engineer, So what I thought first, that is there anything that information technology has done for this project, and then I found two papers about this, and it really gave me idea how much this interdiscipline has been here affected. So you have used infrared, you have your radars, you have a three-dimensional model. I look at the great experience I got when I look at the Holy Sepulchre in the network. So I don't have much to say about the contents more than it is amazing what you have done. And it's very great if you think about it's not only this one place, but it is useful to use this technology and experiences on other places too. One thing I also noticed here that in some places you can just close it down for nominations, but this was a living church, so you had to cope with all those problems, that doing and maintaining access to the place. Well, after saying all this, I was thinking, what is the aspect of this, or implications to education, engineering education, because that's what I represent here, engineering education. And one of the most important notification is that you should not restrict how students may choose their minor subjects. So they should be able to freely choose other disciplines in addition to their main subject. And this is especially important in information technology, where okay, you make software, but that software is always applied somewhere. And you have to understand where you are applying it and what is the conditions on it. So even if I don't know the project more, but what I found of these two papers and what I have listened here, I can say this really emphasis important fact that you shouldn't educate people that knows only one thing, but they have broader view of the world, and they can work together in this kind of great projects. So perhaps that is all I have to say. I still want to congratulate on the great project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. In your capacity as President of CEFI, I would like to ask you to apply and evaluate within some selected engineering faculties all over Europe the toolkit we are producing right now through Edicula, transferring not only our knowledge on the project of the Holy Sepulchre, but other projects as well from Sapienza, from Bezalel, from other universities, in order to open a lab, an educational lab, in transdisciplinarity and innovation for cultural heritage preservation. We are expecting your news, and me personally, as a former Vice President of CEFI, I am at your disposal to communicate with you about this perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, So I'm now inviting the members of the panel, Professor Georgopoulos from NTUA Interdisciplinary Team in the project of the Holy Sepulchre, Professor Papagianni from the Aristotle University of Salonika, the Master Program Protection, Conservation and Restoration of Civilization Monuments. Yes, please, up. Professor Stavroulaki Maria, who on behalf of Noni Maravelaki will present the master course Protection, Valorization and Conservation of Monuments inside of the Technical University of Crete. Professor Stavrakos from University of Ioannina, from the Department of History and Archaeology, the master course program Byzantine Studies, and Secretary General of the International Association of Byzantine Studies. Professor Zacharias, I saw him, but he is not here. He will come. Professor at the University of Peloponnese, Department of History, Archaeology and Cultural Resources Management, School of Humanities and Cultural Studies, Dean at the Master Program, Cultural Heritage, Materials and Technologies Director, and Antonia Labropoulou from the Edicula Erasmus Plus NTUA core team to participate. I will have to say that Professor Bellavilas and Bakolas from the NTUA master course, which concerns on an interdisciplinary basis the protection of monuments. Oh yes, Daniela. They are excused because they are at a lesson which they could not postpone right now. And excuse me, I have to invite Schmitz Posek Daniela, architect from the Bezalel Academy of Arts, from the School of Architecture, Master's Program in Urban Design Studies, and she is the head of it. So, we will start from Daniela, the discussion how the master courses are going. Please, Favero, you have already your position in the panel, but you step down. We are starting the discussion among the master courses to go on with a potential collaboration. And I have to assure you, on behalf of the National Technical University, that the master course on the protection of monuments that we initiated from '97, it was designed from the beginning as an interdisciplinary course. Of course, within the limits of the National Technical University, but it was opened to the archaeologists and the Ministry of Culture, inviting lecturers from all over the spectrum. And I'm saying this because the acting directors today are in the common discussion we are having today at our disposal in their institutional role to undertake commitments for collaboration. Thank you very much. Please, Professor Daniela Posek-Schmitz, take the floor.
Can you hear me? Okay. First, Professor Moropoulou, I would like to greet you on really an eye-opening, heartwarming gathering here. And so it's very interesting, very professional. And I would immediately like to refer to this interdisciplinary thing because as a head of the urban design master degree, we are interdisciplinary. So the master degree We have architects, but we have also people who come from the philosophy, from education, from the law. And by that, we are actually I would say, the natural partners for interdisciplinarity, because we are all the time working in collaboration with universities with one aim, and that is to learn from each other and to provide as much knowledge as we can. Another point I would like to stress is that I was, and I've been sitting here from the morning, very much impressed by the way that everyone realizes that today's technology enables us to go infinitely in deep in the materia, but also infinitely large. So it's the scaling and the zooming in between the chemistry, the biology, the engineering, the architecture, and of course also the town planning and the environment, are all actually becoming aspects of the same thing on the same line. And that is something that we are very much dealing with, because today we are all living in a global and a local complex world. We are dealing today with, I would say, all of us, with four main instabilities, I would call them. We all deal, of course, with climate extremes, with the question of density, and by that I would tell you that Israel has a population that doubles itself every 30 years, while it is a very, very small country. So why am I telling this? Because that can put a strain on heritage. Because if everyone wants to develop in the cities, and rightly so, where does it leave us? So this is the second aspect that we're dealing with very much. Of course, we are very much aware of social instabilities, not only on local level, but also on the global level, and infrastructural instabilities. And we've all seen what happened in the last years. And why am I saying it? I'm saying it because we believe that the heritage of the city planning, of the environmental planning, of the architecture, but also the urban design, can give us an answer not only about learning from the past and today, relating to what's happening today, but also as a sustainable way of looking at the future. And we believe that instead of bringing the heritage and the modern way of designing to a conflict, they can be merged in a much more sustainable design. And I would be quite short, a few more sentences, if you please. The fact that we are part of Mediterranean, in this project, in the Edicula, we are part of the Mediterranean ecosystem. Okay, we have Italy and we have Greece, and we are here all together, has a profound importance, because as you said, and as we have seen, with National Geographic, the importance of everything we are doing here has impact on the whole world. Because we have so much heritage, we have so much stories to tell. And what digitization gives us today is actually the possibility to lay out not only one historical narrative, but multiple. And if at the past, we were looking for the story in different means, today we are actually laying the basis for a new way of storytelling that will be meaningful not only for today, but also for the future generations to come. And I think that the perspective that has been opened here in Edicula really gives us a very good basis, a stepping stone, as you have said, to further collaboration and to expand actually our knowledge, our collaboration, and all that we do in order to make a better environment for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor
We'll shorten it, and Daniela is even better.
Okay. was inspiring, this Mediterranean emphasis, because we are having open labs, our historic cities.
Yeah.
We have Jerusalem, we have Athens, we have Rhodes, for instance, the ones we mentioned through this conference, and more. So there is a common future in working in our own
common
labs.
language.
And
Common language of design and of,
absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm now inviting Professor Papayani, from Aristotle University of Salon.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, because for invitation, of course, and I think from the chance you gave us to think about and discuss actually the future of education in front of tremendous evolution of information technology. This is, I think, the main question we have in front of us. So I would like to, on behalf of my interdepartmental postgraduate studies from University of Thessaloniki, to mention in short what we follow up to now, and conclude a little which is the impact of this process we have followed. Analogous is your process, because the two postgraduate studies on restoration, I think, started in 1998. We have completed more than 20 years, 25 years almost. 25 years, and we have some results, so we must say. And also to finally say something, my personal opinion, because I have 40 years deal with restoration of monuments. Okay, if you have uploaded a little, then
παρουσίαση. Την παρουσίαση της κυρίας
Okay. I would like to say something about this interdepartmental program of postgraduate studies of Aristotle University, Thessaloniki. The title generally is Protection, Conservation and Restoration of Cultural Monuments. We follow two courses. One course concerns protection, conservation, and restoration of architectural monuments, and the other, the restoration of works of arts and machinery. The duration is 3 semesters, including a diploma thesis of students. The number of students are about 40 altogether. Okay. I can move it. What happens? I know. Okay. So the objectives are the documentation. The objectives of course one is documentation, conservation, restoration. All we know, all of us, we know the process. And also protection and redesign of historic centers and buildings, and monuments of nature in harmony. The objectives of course 2, of course, is the protection and repair of works of art and management of cultural heritage. I can go back. Okay. The content of the courses includes on-site works at archaeological sites, collaborative work at museums and laboratories, excursions, and of course lectures and seminars organized by invited persons from other universities of Greece or from abroad. I would like to stay on this, which is not thesis, is in the objectives of the course 1, concerning compulsory laboratory for all students, and is the idea of interdisciplinary cooperation between them. Students form interdisciplinary teams. They undertake an exemplary study of restoration and reuse of selected historic building complexes. They accomplish all stages of the study, as you know, and then they deliver this to regional authorities or to owners, to municipality, because always we follow in cooperation with them. Some examples of this interdisciplinary laboratory work is the study of silk factory in Menusa in northern Greece, also the historic center of Nausa, and recently I think is the complex of Holy Metropolis of Kavala, including church, houses, and tobacco warehouse. What has been succeeded? I was very short because everyone knows very well the contents of these postgraduate studies. What we have succeeded actually, the application of theoretical principles and knowledge in practice, 1. Second, the connection of the Department of Postgraduate Studies on Restoration with the society development. I mean the development and promotion of cultural heritage, of course. Also, I can say that about 1,800 students have been graduated. Some of them also continue research, and some of them have also are now doctors. Some others are in progress, their work, and most of them are activated in restoration projects of Ministry of Culture and other work as professionals. The impact, I think, it's their contribution to the quality of restoration. And what does it mean actually? Means save the authenticity of monuments, 1, and also it has a direct impact to the cost. And I think it's very significant. You have previously listened to what National Technical University has achieved. So all of us, we work to this direction because we believe also that Greece is also an open museum. I would like to say my personal opinion, if you let me, about informative technology. It is, I think, indisputable that they provide precious tools in our work, precious, valuable tools. They create new perspectives. They promote our work, so you can, it's impossible to ignore these achievements. It's very possibly the near future to have recipes for repair materials or for structural solutions from artificial intelligence. Okay? What I want to say is that we must develop the criteria to criticize this, and also don't ignore the experiential knowledge, which is very important also, in order in harmony embodied the achievements of this technology in our field. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Papagianni, for your valuable and wise suggestions and thoughts. I'm inviting now Professor Georgopoulos from NTUA, the Interdisciplinary Team on the Holy Sepulchre, and as well as a member of the Governing Committee for many years of the interdisciplinary master course on the protection of monuments.
Thank you very much, Professor Moropoulou, dear Tonya. To be honest, I didn't know, or I don't know what to say. Apart from I was privileged and maybe also blessed to participate in this project, in charge of the documentation process throughout the period that this project lasted. It was a unique experience in three ways that I can think of. First, we had technological innovation put to work, and the innovation was produced in situ many times, or sometimes. And then, of course, the second issue that makes this project unique is the practice of interdisciplinarity. We were there a lot of different experts from different disciplines, and we worked together in harmony, and when we understood each other, then the product, the end result was 100% correct. And of course, and this is due to Professor Moropoulou, it was an organizational miracle, I would say, considering also the religious environment that we were working in. Of course, there is another aspect that makes it unique. We were 50 Greeks and we didn't quarrel for a year or so. So this is also a unique experience. Now, the question initially was how to transmit this experience. I'm not quite sure, but it comes out naturally when we teach or we practice documentation at a university level or at a project level, etc., etc. And I think that this will be a beacon project for many years to come, and will guide future applications, big or small, like, of course, the research projects that are ongoing now, Eticula, Respect, and hopefully some others to come, because it had, let's say, some qualities that you cannot find in other projects, in other trivial projects that we have completed so far. Thank you very much.
Professor Georgopoulos is always very modest, but he is a member of the International Board of ICOMOS, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, and whatever he produces is immediately brought on the international stage, and the international scientific community is learning from him. So I'm confident, Professor Georgopoulos, that you will go on, not alone, in a collective way, as always. I will invite Professor Stavroulaki Maria from the Technical University of Crete from the relevant master course. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Professor. If we can have the presentation. Coming from Technical University of Crete and School of Architecture. Our program also is about protection, valorization and conservation of monuments and sites. Protection of monuments, postgraduate studies in Chania, Crete, has offered the Greek society and to the field of preservation of cultural heritage creative interdisciplinary interdisciplinary education of engineers, archaeologists, conservators, natural scientists, and other scientists of related disciplines. It provides advanced education and specialization, develops competence and skills to solve complex problems in order to educate researchers and professionals in conservation and restoration of architectural heritage and historical materials. The curriculum of courses is constantly updated and renewed according to the scientific, technological advancements, innovative, holistic digital methodologies, and international standards. It includes course subjects aiming to scientific specialization and optional subjects aiming to extend a deepened knowledge. During the last 10 years of continuous operation, it has created new success trends in the development of an interdisciplinary educational system and the infusion of innovation in the process of creative and sustainable preservation of cultural heritage. The graduate courses combine design practice with theoretical thinking with a particular emphasis on the relationship between the cultural and the natural environment. The courses are conservation of historical buildings, theory and practice, materials and techniques for the conservation of construction materials, monuments, structural damage and methods of intervention in historical constructions, information technology and cultural heritage, strategies for urban and regional conservation of historical centers, conservation of historical building or complex, this is a studio, research methodology laboratory, and touristic management are World Heritage sites. The studio is teamworks in trying to convince the researchers, the scientists, to cooperate. And speaking about convince, because this is a difficulty to this project. Also, we belong to UNESCO Culture Tourism Development. The module aims to equip postgraduate students at master's level with an understanding of approaches to managing tourists and planning for sustainable tourism development at World Heritage sites, and to develop a critical approach to the competencies of management in order that sites and their stakeholders are able to develop, implement and monitor strategies and actions for the protection of sites from the excess of tourist pressures, plan for forms of tourism which are sustainable, appropriate, relevant and able to engage the local community and local cultures, evaluate and monitor the processes of environmental, social and cultural change as they affect and are affected by tourism and the tourism behaviors. The module is built on the basis of a series of lectures and an education field trip at a World Heritage Monument. Director is Professor Amalia Botsaki and some other professors which are teachers to this program. Thank you for your attention, and if I permit, I would like to tell that our conclusions is almost the same with Professor Papagianni. A lot of students are working to the projects to minister to culture, especially in Crete, and it's try to transfer this quality to restorations to the new generation. We have students not only young in their age, but also old, and this is encourage us that they want to change the philosophy that they are working till now, and I focus that the most difficult problem is to cooperate all this to a teamwork. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Stavroulaki. And we are passing now the floor to my dear Professor Christos Stavrakos from University of Ioannina, archaeologist and in the master course of Byzantine studies. So here is the other aspect. We need so much. That's why I started with the archaeologist today.
So, dear Professor Moroboulou, thank you very much for the invitation. You invited me here, and I have the possibility to present so short as I can in 5 or 7 minutes what is done in the last 10 years in Epirus, in northwestern Greece. For those who don't know, there is a very, very dynamic university there. What is done there in the monuments. And I have to say, there are not only the very important monuments like the Holy Sepulchre, but there are also many other less important monuments, but they have also in them, they hide very important information for the science, for the humanities. And I have to continue what Professor Papagiannis said. Now, I think Professor Papagiannis is our kismet to go on to continue in a interdisciplinary way, also for us, for the humanities, and so we will have a new approach, and we will, because this gives us the opportunity to solve problems we could not solve till now. So, when I came to Ioannina, I was very happy, and I found Epirus. It's a beautiful place with nature of breathtaking beauty, but with really many Byzantine and post-Byzantine monuments. Monuments post-Byzantine are after the 15th century, and many of them are the majority from the 17th and 18th century. So we had a problem. What by my studies, I am Byzantinist, so with specialization in seals, in coins, in inscriptions. So I thought, what can I do there, continuing with research and helping my students to persuade them that it is important to work on Byzantine monuments, and what can we find working on Byzantine monuments. The first and the most important thing was we cannot work alone. So we needed help, assistance from other disciplines such computer science and mechanics. The other was to persuade also people, the inhabitants, to collaborate with us, to open the monuments, because when you go in a village very high in the mountains, about 1,000 or 1,500 meters from the sea level, even you have a permission from the archaeological service or a permission from the metropolitan. If the priest there does not want to open you the monument, he will not open it. So we had to persuade that our cultural heritage is a living story, and this living story is very important also for us. So, and also for them, that gives them the opportunity to change something in their lives, and for us to have research and probably important also conclusions in our research. So we were, I think, a very small startup, and the last 10 years we developed maybe in a little bit bigger company. I described all this I wanted to show here. And so we started with a program in the Excellence 2. What was the main idea in this Excellence 2 program? Was our goal was, and our main interest were the Byzantine and post-Byzantine inscriptions on monuments. But if we wanted to approach and to persuade people from the ministry, as Mr. Minister was here, to give us money for this research, who cares what is a post-Byzantine monument or the information we can have from post-Byzantine monuments from Epirus from the 16th or 17th century. So we can combine it with help from colleagues from the department from economy with the economic progress of neglected areas in Epirus. Why? because many of these monuments we had to go on, get in and to see and make photos of the monuments, they were very far away from the urban centers such as Ioannina, Arta, Preveza, etc., in really neglected villages, but very in a breathtaking, in a nature of breathtaking beauty. So it was the first project we had. In the frame of this project, we organized an international symposium where we invited the coryphees of the Byzantine epigraphy, and then there was also a volume published in a very important European publishing house for Middle Age studies. A database, etc., etc. But at the end, because we wanted to persuade people that, as I said, our heritage is a living thing and still has many proterimata, help me, many advantages to offer us. So we presented some neglected areas, villages, and we tried to make advertisement for them. So with several information about the nature, about paths, about cooking, people, everything someone could use or needed if he could visit these villages. I have to say, we sent it to our results. We sent them to the most important airlines that are coming to Greece, and I was really very happy because I saw the last years also to Aegean. Aegean Airlines has in the last years many times pictures and articles about Epirus, about Metsovo, the villages of Zagori and Jumerka. So after this program, we had the opportunity to go on in another program based on these results, this time in assistance with colleagues from the computer science of the University of Ioannina, because you know something, in the Byzantine epigraphy, we have a very important desideratum. Desideratum is an unsolved question. What can we do, for example, if we have a monument with wall paintings and there is no signature of the painter? We never can have an exact date of the wall paintings. A desideratum in the Byzantine epigraphy are the inscriptions, and much more precisely the letters. And we thought if we can gather all the letters, all the abbreviations on the inscriptions, maybe we should have the opportunity to categorize them in centuries. So if we have monuments with inscriptions that are undated, we could date these monuments and the wall paintings in the monuments, and not only this, to find special letters or abbreviations used only from special workshops, because in the Byzantine, but also in the post-Byzantine period, we had workshops that worked specifically in some areas, not only in Epirus, but in the whole Balkan. So with help of the colleagues from the computer science, I could show you how we worked on this Bessarion program, where we collect all the letters and abbreviations from the inscriptions, how we gather. So I am not a specialist in computer science, so I cannot use the specific terms in this point, in this issue, but we gather, we stamp first the inscription, second, every line of the inscription, third, each word of the inscription, at the end, all the words of every inscription. We speak about 950 inscriptions. And at the end, every letter and every abbreviation in the inscription, and all these come in a big vase, in a big basket, and from this basket, at the end, we will ask this basket to make the categorization we want.
It's a database.
Yes, something like a database. So, dear colleagues, I need your positive energy for the end of this promising progress, and thank you once more for hearing me and for inviting me here.
Thank you, Professor Stavrakos. After all, the monuments are value, whatever distinction they have or not, and especially for the remote areas, the isolated areas, they are having a most of importance because they can attract the external economies.
Yes.
And they might develop a local dynamic.
Yes.
And this is something we are discussing together for Zoumerka in Epirus.
Yes.
The University of Ioannina in multidisciplinary basis, at the NTUA and the Consortium AI, which has developed this methodology for local development. That is to excuse myself because I may work in small islands or in mountain areas with the same inspiration as I worked in the Holy Sepulchre. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to tell something. Based on these projects, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany was very interested, and they gave us funding money in cooperation with the University of Münster. So students and professors from Münster, the service is the Deutsche Ausländische Austauschdienst. So they came to Epirus, to Ioannina, and we worked together on this project, and we also highlighted the villages in Epirus, remote villages, and we will be very happy if we can work also with other colleagues from Ioannina in a project connecting Epirus and Albania.
Great. Yeah. Great. I was ready to say so. So I have the pleasure to invite Nikos Zacharias from the Peloponnese University and the related international master course in English language to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tonya. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for our minor contribution to the project of the restoration and of the Holy Edicule. Of course, our contribution was on the application of absolute dating on mortals of the monument, but I think it became very clear that we can now trust absolute dating, and absolute dating on structural material can provide dates of original phases, but also dates of restoration. This is something now that can be done in service base, but there's a lot of research, and we aim to increase accuracy in the future. The university I work is the University of the Peloponnese, spread all over the prefecture of the Peloponnese in 6 cities, and the Department of History and Archaeology, where I work, is at the southest more city, that of Kalamata. It's 20 years now in operation, and since the beginning of the department, it was history, archaeology, and cultural heritage management, because it was clear since that time that cultural heritage management should be on the base of modern archaeologists and historians. Having a background in material science and inspired by your postgraduate course, the one in conservation and restoration. Since 2015, we operate Caltech, our English speaking course, Cultural Heritage Materials and Technologies. I recall that it was the first English speaking master course in the country at that time for cultural heritage. Of course, now the country has several English speaking courses, but at that time it was very strange to have the idea to operate an English speaking course in the periphery of the country. But I think we managed to operate this and to improve this year by year. We run now on the eighth consecutive year, and this is a educational and research alliance of the University of the Peloponnese, the National Center for Scientific Research, Demokritos, and the National Observatory of Athens. There are 2 semesters for teaching courses. The first semester is what we call archaeological and cultural heritage material analysis, archaeometry. And the second semester is towards archaeological environment. Of course, by not only by using techniques for surveying cultural heritage areas, but also to document remotely and non-invasive materials and monuments and cultural heritage sites. This contribution on remote studies now is very much in fashion. Everybody likes to have this remote sensing, non-destructive approaches, and by using LiDAR, drones, and satellite images. So now we make benefit of this approach, and every year we have around 10 to 15 graduates from the country and abroad. So far we have hosted students from the US, Canada, from many European countries, from Turkey, and from India also. And we believe that we have to join forces regarding cultural heritage management. And perhaps a message which is quite new would be to join forces in national level. We should make a national hub for cultural heritage, because there are many experienced groups in the country oriented from engineering or from science or from history or from even, and of course from cultural heritage management. I think it is time to move forward all together and to follow the example of climated studies. You know that there is the National Observatory about climate studies in the country. Perhaps we should go on for an observatory on cultural heritage. Thank you for your invitation. I think your forum is an open forum and very much inspiring, not only for us also, but especially for the new ones. Thank you very much.
You see, I feel blessed when my students like Nikos Zacharias, who is a chemical engineer as well, are going so far away from what we started at the National Technical University of Athens. And I believe that actually here it is a convergence, it is a merging point, not only for the national master courses, but for the Mediterranean, as Daniela said. And I believe this is a future. It is a competence center, actually, we could develop, because education without research, dissociated from research, is dead. And we need education alive. And as Professor Papagianni said, we need to exercise knowledge on site. And we need open laboratories in the real world. This is the authentic learning on which I pinpointed when presenting Edicula. So I will ask Antonia Lapropoulou now to conclude for this table as a core member of the NTUA team in Edicula. Antonia, you are having the floor.
I will not present Edicula project because it has already been presented through the presentation of Professor Moropoulou and the homologous one in the relevant session earlier today. And I will neither try to repeat what everybody has said in this very important panel discussion that has interlinked the research through the project in the rehabilitation of the whole edicule and the educational novel approaches. I will try to interlink each of the previous contributions. So we started today with presentation by Professor Moropoulou regarding the interdisciplinary rehabilitation and which has actually provided scientific support to decision making. The research is very important. The innovation is the link to provide support in decision making. And then we heard from Mr. Dimas, the Deputy Minister of Development and Investments, that they are supporting, they're funding projects in culture because transforming innovation into products that have great value in this country is very important for the government. They promote innovation, actually. That's what they do. They don't promote research in itself, but innovation through research, because it is the one that interlinks society, innovation. And then Professor Favero explained that the educational approaches, when they're transdisciplinary, like the Edicula Erasmus Plus project, which is an educational project mainly, but is trying to provide educational approaches to different audiences, not only postgraduate programs, but also scientists, even the general audience through the digital games, and creating an educational transdisciplinary synthesis. So this educational approach, as Professor Favero said, is taking a step further. And what is this step further has been also discussed by San Martin Fulgencio, because there are already competencies centers in cultural heritage in Europe, which are actually capacity building. And this capacity building has a special importance in education, because it does not restrict students, as Yavin and Hanumati from CEFI said, that the students should and can, through this project that we have heard, projects and master courses that we have heard today, they are able to choose from other disciplines, knowledge from other disciplines than their main field. And so we should not only educate people in one field, but also in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary education. Of course, this cannot be done in undergraduate level, it can only be done in postgraduate level, although in NTUA we have the integrated master. So after that, the question that has been posed is how do we apply, how do we provide these educational approaches to all engineers, and this can be done through a toolkit, because a toolkit can be something like a virtual educational lab in transdisciplinary innovation in cultural heritage preservation. Then we started having presentations from the main postgraduate programs, not only in Greece, but in Israel as well. Most of them had similarities in the curricula, but all of them had different focuses, and that is what we should see today, that we can merge all these focuses of these similar postgraduate programs. We had at first some presentation or an oral presentation regarding the protection of monuments postgraduate program in NTUA, which has been designed as an interdisciplinary program from the very beginning 25 years ago, and has been open to archaeologists and other humanities students. By skipping for the time being Professor Smith's presentation, I want to connect it to the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki homologous postgraduate program in protection of monuments. They have both been training not only engineers but archaeologists and other scientists in cultural heritage preservation for 25 years, both of them, and we also have some new postgraduate programs like the one from the Technical University of Greece and the English-speaking from the University of Peloponnese. So getting back to the Bezalel presentation, it has been discussed that the heritage is the one that can give the answer as a sustainable way of looking to the future, because as Daniela Smith said, we talk the same language, although we have different cultures, because we respect these different cultures, so we can find a common process to work together, to interlink ourselves. So these open labs that have been described through the different postgraduate programs, like the one in Aristotle University, the one in Peloponnese University, can be interlinked with other postgraduate programs, like the one in the University of Ioannina, where we can see that most times the linking the stepping stone to interlink these different postgraduate projects is actually the transdisciplinarity. The transdisciplinarity can be brought with the cooperation between archaeologists and engineers, with computer science, as all of you have expressed, and Professor Georgopoulos, who was very modest to discuss only about the project in Holy Sepulchre, Holy Edicule rehabilitation, but has also given us the international aspect of the protection of monuments through ICOMOS. And we have seen that some of the postgraduate programs have also intervened in the management of the cultural development through tourism, like the one from Aristotle, from the University of Crete, like Mrs. Stavroulakis has described, with the cultural tourism and development, because it has produced, this education produces a critical approach, and with the humanities in this interdisciplinarity, we contribute to the development of underdeveloped, the management and the development economically in underdeveloped areas, because we really need these cultural assets to be developed and revealed. So this can, of course, be managed through databases that we have seen through the RESPECT program, through Bessarion program. The management through databases is not just a need, it is the actual present and the future. It's not only a tool, it's a philosophy, it's a change of mentality, I would say. We need to change our mentalities, not only in education, but in research, so as to create transdisciplinarity with all, not only the tools, but also the disciplines and different cultures or mentalities in order to proceed. This is the future and the present, and that's how we should work. So I can understand that this, the discussion today to investigate the possibilities to transfer innovative research is that this is an open invitation to join forces through not only a simple educational integrated master like an Erasmus Mundus, but it has to be something like a research postgraduate master. We need to integrate all the research knowledge transfer that all these universities can provide within education, and the common link for all this should be innovation.
Thank you, Antonia, for the very brief, punctual, and dynamic closure. And we have some time if somebody would like to intervene. Professor Mike Turner. In front of you.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks. This a very rich presentation of some dramatically diverse activities which represent the multidisciplinarity. But the last panel we were exposed to the speed of change, and I didn't hear very much about the problem of lifelong learning. We did speak about the issue of upskilling and reskilling of people, and our graduates then find themselves in the field, but within 5 years we've got new models, new ideas, how in fact then we can then develop, and the responsibilities of CPD, of continuing professional development, or other aspects within the community.
This concerns the interactivity between, for instance, the technical chamber and the university, the technical university. So capacity building is a joint venture between professionals and teaching staff. And this is not something that could be carried out only by university or only by a chamber. There has to be a joint venture. Actually, in Greece, we are having these joint ventures, and they are very active. I know that in Israel this happens as well, and in Italy. But if we join our forces for a Mediterranean venture towards research and education in this field, of course we will activate this interface with the professional work, because without this there is not refreshment in the actual membrane which is diffusing the profession to education and education to professional exercise. Professor Giannini, would you like to intervene, because you are the other aspect of law?
So it would be interesting to understand and to discuss with you what will be the role of the gatekeeper, as another speaker mentioned. What kind of keeper this will be? I mean, what is his role about how to make history through AI? This is something that I would like to understand. Maybe it is not a question for this session, but as I am among archaeologists and engineers, it would be interesting to have an answer. Yes. It's a philosophical question, but we need...
Daniela would like to answer, please.
Thank you. I have to apologize for before, but I'm fine now. You know, I came to the academy from the regulating world. I used to work in the municipalities as head architect of Tel Aviv, and later and Herzliya, and later I became governmental regulator, so sort of gatekeeper. And what we have done, and I will be lecturing on it tomorrow, is really to get into every city and every town. You know, you were talking about Ionina, which I was lucky enough to visit a few years ago. So we have our peripheric also. And in every town, in every city, we're looking together, of course, with local participation, to the urban heritage assets. And it can be with a city that, you know, you will look at and you'll say, well, what kind of assets do you have there? But you can always find them because the people, they are the ones who are deciding the assets. So I think from this point I was trying to speak about, you know, understanding that we are another layer in all these historical layers up until now, but also from here to the future. And what we see is that since we have started our program, our heritage program in urban design, people are coming every time more. It has really caught fire because there's a big question between the modernity and the heritage, and how do we bring with our education the people to respect and to evolve. And the digital world really helps us in this. Thank you. Yes.
I would like to make broader, if I am allowed, stakeholders. If we aim for sustainability, we have to be as close as possible with all kinds of stakeholders, not just the authorities, not just the archaeological service or the ministries, but with the stakeholders. And perhaps this is the core of, at least in a postgraduate level of education, our graduates should be able to interact with the stakeholders, because in nowadays people have to be in a position to realize as much bigger part of the spectra as possible. So research, education, and stakeholders should be for sustainability.
Actually, this is a panel which will take place, I think, tomorrow. And even the concept of stakeholders is being enlarged. As we saw the morning in the Historic Cities panel, if up to the 70s or the 80s, it was only the Ministry of Culture, the stakeholder of cultural assets. Today, through program agreements with municipal councils, not only on urban but even on local and regional level, this concept is being enlarged. I mean, local societies are undertaking responsibility. And this is very important, but it goes hand to hand with the enlarged, specialized scientific dynamic, like the people who are getting their master courses from our universities, and within 20-25 years, I could say that I expect in Greece more than 3,000 to 4,000 specialized people. 3,000 to 4,000 are small specifications of scientific branches. So you might understand that these people are changing as well the landscape. So we are developing what Antonia said before, a new approach, a new, not only mentality, a new culture, how to deal with culture. And this is very important. So is there any other intervention? Professor Zvi, do you want to intervene? No? You just shake your hand. Okay, so we could have a small coffee break, and at 6:30 we are back here for the panel on archaeology, archaeometry and archaeogene. Thank you very much.
Ωραία. Ξεκινάμε λοιπόν τη συνεδρία. Να ενημερώσω ότι η κυρία Κόρκα και ο κύριος Λιριτζής δεν θα είναι μαζί μας.
Είναι ανοιχτό αυτό για να σε κοινό. Δες το, για φέρ' το μπουκάλι.
Hello and welcome.
Είναι όλα ανοιχτά.
I would like first to start informing you that Mrs. Korka and Mr. Liridjis will not join us as they are sick with COVID. So myself, Maria Merjani, I will be the moderator of this discussion. And I should start with Angeliki Simosi from the Effort of Antiquities of Piraeus and the Islands, the director of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. The floor is yours.
I speak about the Archaeological Museum of Chalkis Arethousa because 3 months ago I was the director of the F48 of Euboea, and we have created a very important museum, the so-called Archaeological Museum of Chalkis Arethousa. The new Archaeological Museum of Chalkis Arethousa is housed in a monument of industrial heritage that operated as distillery and factory for the manufacture of liquors with the brand name Arethousa in the early 20th century. The project of the conversion of the building into a diachronic museum, realization of the permanent exhibition, was integrated into the National Strategic Reference Framework, and works were completed in 2020, and it was inaugurated in 23rd of May 2021 by the Minister of Culture, Mrs. Lina Mendoni. In the thematic exhibition, timeless issues associated with the political organization, economy, cultural identities, and cult are developed. Prominent aspects in the history of Euboea are presented here. The role of Skiros in the trade and metallurgy of the prehistoric Aegean, the prosperity of the Lefkandi settlement in the 10th century BC, the role of the Euboean in the ancient Greek colonization, and the subsequent spread of the Euboean alphabet in the West, the connection of Homer's epic poetry and ancient drama with the sanctuary of Artemis at Aulis, the famous Negroponte as a powerful Venetian center, the prosperity of Ekripos in the Ottoman period, and the industrial development in the early 20th century. During the organization of the permanent exhibition, the digitalization of the archaeological data of the exhibits in a museum digital catalog was necessary as a modern tool of the preservation of cultural heritage. The tour in the museum starts with two diachronically known travel destinations, Euripus at Chalkis and the thermal baths at Edipsos. The unique tidal phenomenon of Euripus is connected with the depiction of spirals on vases of the 3rd and 2nd millennium BC, and the statue of Poseidon that was retrieved for the bottom of the Euripus state, The ancient Bath town of Oedipsos is approached via statues and funerary stelae. Also on display is a pebble floor with a marine representation of Triton fighting with Scylla from Eretria of the 4th century BC. Afterwards, the human figure is represented through artifacts which have been created using various material and techniques from prehistory to the Ottoman period. Reaching today, the visitor sees his or her own reflection in a mirror and the end of the timeline. In the section Political Organization, aspects of political organization are presented as these evolve through the centuries from the 3rd millennium BC, the historical times, and the 5th of Latin rule up to the Roman period. Already in the 3rd millennium BC, settlements such as Manica, modern Exopanagitsa of Chalkis, and Palamari of Skiros show signs of central authority as they present elements of early urbanization. In the 10th century BC, Euboea develops trade contacts with East Mediterranean and flourishes as documented by the discoveries at Lefkandi. A special theme in the exhibition stands the building of the Heroon of Tumba 1000 to 950 BC, where there are on display finds from the burial of a man, a woman, and horses. A short video completes this significant theme. Lefkandi, Heroon of Tumba. A new political reality of civic authority takes shape with the emergence of cities and later of city-states where different social groups and civic institutions are established. Coins of the most important cities of Euboea, Chalkis, Eretria, Istiea, Charistos, the Euboean Kinon League, and Skiros are exhibited. Also, there are presented exhibits relating to the new social groups of the cities, the Hypovote of Chalkis, the Eunot of Entipis of Eretria, the clerarch, metics, and slaves, such as gold, wreaths as prizes of athletic races, as well as inscriptions with degrees of the People's Assembly and the Parliament. Changes in the political organization landscape of the antiquity Hellenistic times lead to the rise of the mighty monarch who concentrates all powers. King in the Hellenistic period, Caesar in Roman times, by Divine right, emperor in the Byzantine era, and the Sultan in the Ottoman period. This ideal of the powerful monarch is introduced in the exhibition with the relief slab of the Ascension of Alexander from Chalkis and continues mainly with coins, lead, seals, and sculptures which represent authority, administration, and society in the 4 principal periods: Hellenistic, Roman, Byzantine, Ottoman. In the 13th century, the Latins divide Euboea into fiefs, and the strong presence of the Venetians for about 2 centuries is sealed by the figure of the Lion of St. Mark and the emblem of the Venetian families in edifices of the time. The exhibition continues on the mezzanine floor, where a ship takes us from Chalkis to South Italy, destined for Pithekousse and later on to the area that was called Kymi. In the section Colonization Alphabet, the second colonization 8th to 6th century BC is presented. The Euboeans travel across the Mediterranean and pioneer in the founding of colonies in North Greece, South Italy, and Sicily. Euboean pottery circulated throughout the Mediterranean as the characteristic skyphos with pendant semicircles in the exhibition. One of the most important achievements of the ancient Greek civilization is the alphabetic script that was introduced at the end of the first half of 8th century BC as a result of trade contacts with the Phoenicians. Euboea is considered to be the birthplace of the Greek alphabet. Commercial contacts with the West and the founding of colonies lead to the spread of the alphabet. The Euboean alphabet is adopted by the Etruscans and then by the Romans, from whom derives the Latin alphabets that is used up to date. Here we see on display a loom weight and parts of vases with engraved inscription graffiti in the Euboean alphabet. On the first floor, the exhibition is dedicated to the economy and is structured into these subsections. The use of natural researches formed the basis of the change in the standard of living and the development of economy and trade. In the subsection Land, Search of Life field of dispute, there are included objects associated with the primary sector of economy. Emphasis is placed on the Lillantine Plain, a region rich in raw materials, especially clay, which was a field of dispute between Chalkis and Eretria. A screen shows relevant aspects of the theme. The subsection Mineral Wealth of the Euboean land brings to the fore the sector of raw materials processing. It presented the diachronic production sequence of ceramic workshops, and there are on display characteristic types of vases, figurines, as well as clay objects such as molds and tripod stilts for the firing of vases. Important have been the quarries of South Euboea, where the Charistian stone was extracted. Moreover, there are on display objects relating to metallurgy, tools for metal processing from prehistory up to the Roman period. Particular emphasis is placed on the settlement of Palamarion Skyros, an important trading post in the history of the circulation and processing of bronze in the Aegean in the 3rd and 2nd millennium BC. The subsection Euboean Gulf, the safe sea route, examines aspects of the sea trade and economic contacts of Euboea from the classical to Ottoman times. Archaeological finds such as means of transaction, coins, amphorae for the transportation of goods, finds from shipwrecks, and the edict of Diocletian that determines the prices of product enliven trade. Finally, the strategic position of the Venetian Negreponte, the later Ottoman Egripos, is highlighted. Distinct position in the exhibition with a section history of the building Monument Museum hold the museum building itself a monument of industrial heritage erected in the area of Agios Stephanos, which is linked with industrial activity. The old distillery and factory for the manufacture of liquors with the brand name Arethusa operated in the early 20th century and today houses the new Archaeological Museum of Chalkis. Iconographic material and archive searches enliven the period of industrialization of Chalkis, but also the development of the building through time. The distillery firmly linked its name with the myth of the nymph Arethusa and the homonymous nearby spring. According to the Chalkidian version of the myth, the beautiful Arethusa made love with the source of Evripus, with the Poseidon, and was transformed by Hera into a spring. Ancient writers inform us about the spring. The local myth seems to have been created during the archaic times, if not earlier, to justify the naming of the city's best-known spring after the nymph. In the section Cultural Identities, contacts and exchanges on a cultural level across time create networks that promote human communication and geographical union of different regions. In the exhibition, the phenomenon of communication and interaction networks of the past is divided into three major periods: prehistory, antiquity, Byzantine Empire, Latin rules, Ottoman Empire, which correspond to three geographical areas: Aegean, Mediterranean, Europe. The cultural contacts are illustrated by specific exhibits. Of exceptional significance is the finding of the textile that covered the burnt bones of the man in the Iron of Lefkadi, a region that developed trade and cultural contacts with East Mediterranean. Archaeological finds that attest to these communication networks are obsidian blades, cycladed figurines, Euboean vases, black figure and red figure Attic vases, and a lintel of Byzantine period, a statue of the Mother of God holding Christ Child in Western style of the Church of Agia Paraskevi, and Ottoman top bowls of Nargail Lul. The exhibition is completed with the section Cult. In prehistoric societies, people attributed supernatural powers to situations that they could not explain. We obtain evidence for cult practices from objects of particular shape and decoration, such as ritual vases and figurines. In historical times, the cult of deities and of the Greek pantheon takes a stable form. In the exhibition, there are presented votive sculptures of gods or demigods whose cult was widespread in Euboea, such as the famous group of Heracles fighting a lion from Orei, which have engraved on it an inscription with the name of the dedicator in Euboean alphabet. A distinct position in the exhibition narrative holds the sanctuary of Artemis in Aulis, a place that connects mythology with history. Furthermore, there are on display objects that are associated with religious ritual, such as vases from the dragon house of Ochis mountain, but also magic life, the Skiphos with the cards inscription and the model of male figurine pierced by nail. The cross-natural interaction between population of different cultural background following the conquest of Alexander the Great and the expansion of Roman dominance favored the coexistence of foreign and local traditional religions. This is the phenomenon of syncretism. In the history of religion, which is demonstrated by small sculptures of goddess Isis and Kiveli, and by a votive stele with an hymn to the god Harpocrates. The new monotheistic religion Christianity, from its appearance until its prevalence in the 7th century, coexist with different religious conventions and practices. Its presence in Euboea is marked by the erection of new cult places as indicated by architectural members and description of religious buildings. The section is completed with the reconstruction of a marble temple from a church in Italy of the 11th century and part of a wall painting depicting the Dormition of the Virgin Mary of the 17th century from Catheny. Digital experience. Spirals at the Sea. In the introduction of the exhibition, the visitor realizes that in the island of Euboea, water is an element of great importance. At the floor, he can observe the shape of water, which form spirals and concentric circles. This visual show on the floor is inspired by the tides and the Evripus phenomenon. In the section Place Time, Euboea and its monument are plotted on an illuminated map and with the help of an interactive digital application, the visitor can have a virtual tour, selecting points of cultural interest and getting access to more information about them. In the unit of political organization, a special place has been formed, inspired by the architecture of the buildings of the ancient Voulefteria. There is an interactive digital application where the visitor can listen to audio material of ancient and modern researches and learn about the political organization in the past and the present. The Book of Culture. Interactive digital art installation in the form of a brief book of culture. Ideas, knowledge as form of human activity and objects of the daily life are transmitted through networks of communication and connection, influencing societies from prehistory to the modern digital era. Along the ages, the special external characteristics may change, however, the initial central idea remains untouched and unaffected, and thus it is being immediately understood by people of all time. The visitor can open and close the book of culture and travel along the world of the evolution of human creation and action. Network installation. Interactive digital art installation in the form of a network. Daily acts of the human society, such as writing, commerce, production, consumption, and architecture, are connected along the centuries through memory and constitute the cosmos. They endlessly form universal cultural identities, making people members of a broader, timeless network from antiquity to the present day. Videos. There are 5 videos in the museum which complete the museum narration. In political organization, a short video is projected, Levkandi, Heron of Tuba. In the section Colonization Alphabet, the exhibition narrative is completed by a short video, Arethusa, The Journey. In the section Cultural Identities, a short video is projected, a depiction of feudal Europe, which presents the Latin rule in Euboea. The transformation of the old factory Coles Arethousa, a short video is projected, Arethousa, the Metamorphosis. In the section Cult, a short video is projected, Aulis, place of cult, place of sacrifice, which connected with a myth, Homer and drama. The permanent exhibition of Arethousa was under construction when coronavirus appeared. The journey was difficult and we had to be more innovative, agile and flexible to success the target while keeping all necessary precautions in period when limitation imposed during the general lockdown. The inauguration took place in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic, so we used social media as a great tool to present the new museum. In our Facebook page, Archaeological Museum of Chalkis Arethousa, people can find information about the events of the museum and also can watch a tour guide. Archaeological Storehouse Arethousa. Under the project organization of the Archaeological Storehouse and operational infrastructures of the Archaeological Museum of Chalkis Arethousa, funded by the National Public Investment Program, a modern storehouse was created, a storehouse which could be open to the public. The archaeological documentation of the artifacts include morphological and typological analysis, digital photography, taking of measurements, utilization of data from the archives. Last but not least, digitalization of the project was completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this guided tour to Arethousa exhibition, and I should very quickly go on the same kind of environment to the Mrs. Agni Terlixi, Deputy Head of the Works of Art Conservation and Rehabilitation, Director of National Gallery of Greece.
Thank you for inviting us to this panel and this interesting discussion on archaeometry. We, as a member of the museum community, participate in archaeometric studies and physical-chemical research and diagnosis, usually as end users. So I'm going to share with you our experience as end users. Since we have a physical-chemical laboratory in our museum, and we are going to share our thoughts, experience, and needs. So. Sorry, the big band, okay. Sorry. How is it going backwards? I skipped one. The other one, but it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. But it's going forward. It's been a long time since the use of analytical methods for identifying and studying museum objects, a need that has emerged and developed through the years for various reasons. Museums contain heteroclite items, sometimes of unspecified origin and route of acquisition. Some of the items have undergone through the years through extended conservation treatments in the past, changing partially or totally their original image. These two basic primary reasons were among the first that gradually led to the need for physical-chemical research and documentation in art museums, along with the need of examination of the origin of certain defects and the need of their linkage to a cause. We, in our National Gallery, have about 20,000 items in our collections of various materials and construction techniques, mainly paintings, works of art on paper, and statues. They have been acquired through the years, mainly through donations from institutes, collectors, or they have been directly bought from estate funds. The first collection was donated from the Technical University of Athens, and a total of 258 works were donated to the newly established gallery, and furthermore 107 works donated by the Alexandros Soudjos in 1901. Collection enrichment was facilitated by adopting laws that ensured the allocation of artworks to the gallery, as well as by generous contributions by individuals inside and outside Greece. The need for physical-chemical study and research of our collections arose through the years, but started to put flesh on it in the early 1990s by an initiative of the former Director of Conservation and Restoration of Works of Art, Dr. Douliridis. Through the establishment of various collaborations with research institutes and participation in research programs, he introduced physico-chemical research in the field of museum environment. Some indicative research programs that we participated as a museum since 1995 are the LaTeCa project, which was about application of lasers in works of art, and then followed LaStor, which was about lasers for stonework restoration in the years 2003-2006. Also, we had some programs, a program about structural diagnosis of works of art named Multi-Encode. And we also then followed, we had also holographic authenticity sensors, the name titled All Authentic. We participated as an end user again, and in this program there was a use of micro-etching with non-destructive laser on museum objects and works of art. The method relied on the production of miniature holographic elements on the items by direct laser-based methods or an authenticity signature, as an authenticity signature. One of the last programs we participated, it was about oil paintings on paper support, documentation of the preservation state using multispectral imaging and chemical analysis, determination of evaluation criteria, conservation treatment proposals. We participated as an end user, but also by using our means, and specifically optical microscopy was used for the examination of the surface of samples, reference samples, and we managed to record the effect of foil binders on the surface of papers. Gradually and parallelly, the physical chemical laboratory was established in the Directorate of Conservation and Restoration of Works of Art in order to address some of the needs of the museum. And it was equipped gradually with diagnostic and analytical and microscopic methods. Our laboratory conducts diagnosis and documentation with diachronic methods such as imaging techniques, multispectral imaging, reflection imaging, luminescent imaging, and false color, among others, and transillumination and IR imaging. We have a dynalite microscope for observing various surfaces, an optical microscope. We apply visible light microscopy, fluorescent light microscopy on samples, stratigraphic samples. We also have Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy and gas chromatography. In addition, we have already purchased PyGC and micro-FTIR. When an object enters our laboratory, we follow a flow chart. After the evaluation of conditions, stereo microscopy and multispectral imaging is applied, and then we proceed with the methods that demand the acquiring of a sample. We then optical microscopy, gas chromatography, and infrared spectroscopy follows, and all these results are interpreted, and we give the final report. In this way, and till now, we have managed to detect overpaintings, retouchings, different varnishes applied on the same painting, under drawings, pentimenti, hidden signatures. Also, we have a complete visualization of the layer microstratigraphy. We can detect the varnish discontinuities, which reveals the painter's techniques. Identify pigments and organic pigments, identify varnishes, have a clear view of superficial defects. The disadvantages of these diachronic methods is that they are time-consuming, they are distractive, they require moving of the object in the laboratory. So, we are able to have a basic set of information about the artist's technique, a clear delimitation of the original authentic areas and those of overpaintings, the layer structure and layer successions, the identification of pigments, identification of binders, identification of all coatings, diagnosis of the state of preservation, documentation of the state of preservation. These are very useful information for both art historians and, of course, for the conservators of works of art. They provide us a very clarifying image about the actions regarding removal of overpaintings, removal of varnish layers, and retouchings. Furthermore, the diagnosis of the state of preservation allow us to decide about consolidation interventions and reinforcements of structure, appropriateness of the microclimate conditions, modification of the object's microclimate environment, evaluation of the structural state of preservation of the item after transit, internal or abroad. There are many needs to be addressed in a museum, such as assessment and identification of artist techniques, diagnosis and documentation of the state of preservation of works of art, diagnosis and documentation of later interventions, such as overpaintings, contribution to the authenticity of our own collections or of other art items after court order. As an institute, many times we are asked with a court order to provide information about the authenticity of either items possessed either by the police or other public institutions. But there is even a wider field of research issues needing a museum. Apart from the ones already mentioned, the development and evaluation of novel methods of conservation, the safety and possible side effects, their safety and possible side effects, the evaluation of novel analytical methods on cultural heritage, assessment of the preservation state of artistic materials as well as of the conservation materials, the diagnostic assessment of the microclimate effects or vibrations on works of art, either on display, storage, or transit. All these methods must be adjusted to the museum protocols and the museum needs. Furthermore, there is a growing need for the use of non-destructive in situ methods of diagnosis and analysis. Non-destructive methods have found their way to the physical-chemical study of artworks since decades. The development of their theoretical background started in the beginning of the 20th century. Since then, the instrumentation and its applications have widely developed, following the revolution of modern technology. Some of these techniques, like infrared reflectography, portable XRF, portable Raman, and portable FTIR, have become everyday tools for conservators and conservation scientists, while others have limited use due to their more sophisticated configurations and result interpretation, like in the case of XRF mapping. We think that there is a growing need for the establishment of flexible research networks, bridging networks. The networks could be formed based on the locality or the uniqueness of the systems. The networks could be, for example, as a first step, the recording of the analytical equipment of each institution, especially those located close to each other, and collaboration in between institutes regarding the future transportable equipment purchased by each lab could lead to more effective and complementary diagnosis and an overall estimation, an overall study and diagnosis. Self-sufficiency is not possible for museums for various reasons, especially in the field of physico-chemical research. Technology is developing with fast paces that museums cannot always follow due to administrative and financial reasons. There is also a need for even more non-destructive methods for in-depth analysis, especially for organic materials and the visualization of stratigraphy. Also for less time-consuming methods of diagnosis and analysis. Methods also that provide visualization of the results and the information gathered. Statistic processing especially for large collections and group of objects that need statistics like extrapolation in order to draw conclusions, direct dating methods, and also the need of memorandum of understanding between institutions. I would like to thank my colleagues, Dr. Anna Muchacho and Dr. Eleni Kouloubi, for their help for this presentation. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Maybe as we are in the Ministry of Culture and we are on this mood, maybe I should present what we contribute as the Directorate of Conservation. There is this video that I would like you to play, but as I told you, there is music to it, so if you keep it quiet, thank you. Can we start? So anyway, maybe I should start. Where is it? Yeah. So we are the Directorate of Conservation of Ancient and Modern Monuments, a central service of the Ministry of Culture and Sports. And we have invested lately on the use of technology in order to do our job, for diagnostic purposes, to study the technology, to study the condition. And of course, we're no way self-sufficient, although we have invested in acquiring more technological tools, but we always cooperate with educational and research institutes and other services of the Ministry of Culture. And we use this work, we use everything we gain from this study to compose our studies. You can see there are different studies for different materials, and actually trying to play our role to help all the services of the Ministry of Culture. We have specific labs to deal with demanding objects according to materials. You saw mosaics, we have textiles, we have wall paintings, paper, and we have a variety of labs. And of course, most of all, we use all these materials to implement projects. Now we complete 37 projects on the current ESPA project that is about to be concluded in 2023, and we are in development of in full progress with the RRF projects. And of course, we contribute to the needs of the local efforts whenever we're asked to. And we have gathered a lot of information that we try to pass on with seminars for our colleagues, or with conferences, seminars, and talks for kids, events, whenever it's possible. We try to open up and show our work to the public. Before I conclude, I would like to thank Adonia Moropoulou, my professor, who never stops. He's an example for all of us. Never stops to teach us more every day. So thank you very much. And I should carry on to Mr. Karapiperis from DNA Sequence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Christos Karapiperis, and I am the CTO of the DNA Sequence. DNA Sequence is a startup company started 3 years ago, and we are offering metagenomic services. But what is the metagenomics? Metagenomics is the study of genetic material extracted directly from clinical samples or environmental samples such as soil, water, and air. So, here we provide some metagenomic services with in different categories, such as taxonomy, comparative metagenomics, functional metagenomics, and also the metagenomics is not the only thing that we can use, because we must be able to extract all the available information of this analysis. So we must combine several other technologies, such as bioinformatics, AI algorithms, and large-scale language model, and of course the next step, which are going to be the digital twins. So the advantages here in archaeometry or archaeology is that we are able to identifying ancient DNA. This means we can provide information about the genetics and the evolution of the ancient organisms, including humans, animals, and plants. We investigated microbial diversity and ecology, which means that with this study of microbial communities that present in environmental samples such as soil and water, we are able to provide insights into the diversity and interaction. This can inform our understanding of the past environments and human activities such as agriculture or urbanization. Characteristics of microbiota and cultural heritage sites is very important because it can inform us about the threats to the preservation of the sites, and inform us also how we can develop strategies in order to conservation and restoration. Of course, all these methods that we are going to use in order to sampling and analysis the DNA material, it's a non-invasive sampling, which is very important for fragile archaeological sites or artifacts. As a company, we are open to collaboration, especially with research institutes and universities. This is the example of one successful collaboration with Professor Monopoulou, and it's the metagenomics, it's the microbiome of the built cultural heritage, and especially for the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. And I say that it's successful because for us it's, let's say, a win-win situation. This means that we are able to test our service, but on the other side we are able to know what the university wants for us, and also to help us to improve our services and targeted in order to have the meaningful and the insights that they need in order to combine these informations with the previous knowledge. Another example is with collaboration with Professor Lirigis, and it's for the Sphina in Delphis. And our next step is we are going under a national funding project to Alexandria in Egypt, and here the challenge is to develop a mobile lab, which means that we are going to do all the analysis on site. The advantages here is that we have real-time analysis, we minimize the sample transformation, we are able to investigate microbial communities on site. This is important because maybe not in this excavation, but in other excavation, it's important if it's it's far enough, or it's difficult for the logistics to make the transportation, because you know some samples it's very sensitive in the terms of temperature or in the terms of how we must carry them to our lab, and of course they give us the flexibility. So the point here for me is that metagenomics and the microbiome, it's a new technology that it's not competitive with other technologies that already use in archaeometry, but also we can combine this technology, we are use all the previous knowledge, and we can, with the help of the AI, we can provide new insights and understand better our cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that this is a wonderful coexistence of the public sector, the private sector, and the university. So let me move on to Mr. Vlachopoulos, Andreas Vlachopoulos, Associate Professor from University of Ioannina, Department of History and Archaeology.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Moropoulou, for your kind invitation, and thank you all for your patience at that very late time. I haven't brought anything, and I haven't prepared anything. Being sure that addressing to your audience and talking about archaeology is like gifting or bringing owls to Athens. I am sure, I'm confident that you all are or feel familiar with archaeology, even from the very starting point of digging or until the very last point of meta-archaeometry, as we have been just now informed. I will use selectively some adjectives talking about archaeology, not just to refresh your mind, but just to bring in together some of the different qualities needed for archaeology, both traditional, modern, and meta-modern. We all know archaeology as a dig, as a field experience, so it's a hand-on experience. At the same time, either through the efforts of antiquities or the foreign schools of archaeology or the universities, Greek and foreign as well, it's an academic experience, meaning that it's an educative, it's an instructive experience, meaning a complicated data set. At the same time, being active or present in the field, it's perceptive. At the same time, it's diachronic because archaeology is not a mere test of time, as Remfry once wrote. It is a test of continuous time, and diachrony has resulted to be one of our contributing factors for archaeologists, especially from my generation onwards. Of course, it is transdisciplinary, of course, is multispectral, and of course, is multi-promising. Mostly because dealing with the past, because let's not forget archaeology is history, we invent or we phrase or even we rephrase our history. So from this point of view is socially necessary, but at the same time from the practical point of view is managerial, multitasking, multi-demanding. So, if we practice this test of time on the field of dig, or in the field of the lab, or in the field of the university desk and blackboard, I think that we sum up a general idea that a test of time could, from a social experiment, result to a social experience. This is my very short contribution to your conference. Thank you all for your attention.
Well, thank you very much for bridging everything we talked until now to one idea, but let me finish off with last but not least, Nikos Zacharias, a professor from University of Peloponnese, Department of History and Archaeology, and Cultural Resources Management, School of Humanities and Cultural Studies. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Maria. And thank you, the President of the Symposium, Professor Moropoulou. I think I will copy your panel discussion. It's very illustrating and very fruitful because it is a fantastic forum to exchange ideas with different thematics, with people from different science background. Let me make a short introduction about archaeometry. We recall that archaeometry started in the late 50s, early 60s in Oxford University at the Department of Physics. And they merged two Greek words, archeo and metro, to produce archaeometry. And mainly it was the application of physics and chemistry in archaeology. And the main aim was to answer questions relating to environment. That was, they introduced geophysics and also absolute dating. It was the era of the introduction of radiocarbon dating and then luminescence dating. And a little later, it was the material analysis to provide answers regarding the technology, use, and provenance of archaeological and geoarchaeological materials. So in the first 20 years, it was restricted to science, to people from physics and geology. And some 20 years later, another term was invented in the UK also and adapted in most of European countries and the US, archaeological science. And we still use that. Archaeological science, it is exactly the same, but it is to differentiate when someone applies archaeometry but with a background in archaeology. So if you are an archaeologist and you analyze materials, cultural materials, then you consider yourself as an archaeological scientist. And it took us in Greece a lot of time to realize that archaeology is not just the end user, but it is in the very basics of what we call archaeological science, the use of technologies for archaeology, for cultural heritage. In Greece, we recall that 20 years later, in the early 80s, it was introduced the first research unit in Democritus with systematic research in archaeometry. And this was not a central decision, but that happened because of funding of Volkswagen Stiftung with a 10 million drachmas fund at that time. And of course, they set up an absolute dating technique that was radiocarbon, and they started material analysis with the introduction of scanning electron microscopy, both at the edge of the technology for that time. Between the 80s and the end of the last century, it was individual scholars in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, in Athens University, and also at the Ministry of Culture, at the Department of Applied Science. They were involved in archaeometry, but it was in the beginning of 2000 when archaeometry was introduced in academic curricula in Greek universities, in the University of the Aegean, in Aristotle University, in Athens University, and in 2002 also in the University of the Peloponnese as mandatory courses for undergraduates in archaeology. In the Department of History and Archaeology, there is also the the item of cultural heritage management, because archaeologists in nowadays should have these skills also to communicate with all stakeholders. It is quite recent that people from science, from archaeology, from archaeometry, from conservation and restoration, we are in the same panels and we share the same thoughts, but it was not like that some years before, because we used to go to have different fora, different symposia, and from time to time we used to say, okay, I will go to that conference to announce something about archaeometry or to do something about restoration. What was the driving force that we are now join? It is the digital cultural heritage, it's the digital humanities which made us to realize that all science should act as one. And allow me to say, Andreas, that archaeology used to do that since ever, because archaeology is not an autonomous science. Archaeology is history and geology. So since the beginning of archaeology, you had that privilege to incorporate everything that would benefit you, your research and your studies. And the pandemics, of course, helped us to realize that digital humanities is in the core of sustainability and progress, because digital humanities would have many aspects like satellite, remote monitoring, etc. It is also the picture. With digital humanities, you can have the picture, like the very nice pictures of the museum in Halkis, the Aretusa collection we saw before from Dr. Simosi. Sorry. And because people in nowadays, they like to have the picture as the result of our research, as the results of the study of a collection. But of course, archaeology is not only education, is also humans and funding. It is always that we have to attract funding to upgrade our instrumentation and also for introducing new research and new job positions. In our lab, we were privileged the last 3 years to have a good amount of money, and we spent it 600,000 euros for the years 2020 till end of this year, 2023, to provide 35 scholarship for an equal amount of beneficiaries for short terms, 6 months, and long term, 2.5 years scholarships. And another 700,000 euros was spent to upgrade our research infrastructure, the scanning electron microscopy, the transmission electron microscopy, and a second setup of petrography microscopy, portable XRF and SEM, and a great amount of this 700,000 euros was spent for digital. For now we are in the possession of 3 drones, professional ones, and LiDAR and laser technologies and scanning facilities to work towards digital humanities. I think digital humanities is the field that unites us for at least these years and the short years to come. Thank you.
It has been great, I think, to be all of us here, as we have the same interest, the same more or less job to do, but in a different way. We pursue it from different sides. Maybe you would like to also give us the review of what has been talked about in this session. Yes.
I'm the rapporteur.
You are the rapporteur, yes, you are, so you have to.
Okay. We started from the Ministry of Culture, of course, and it was very nice to see that the F48 of Antiquities implemented through the Continental a very modern museum. Because we know that there is a lot of research in archaeology in the country, but not enough management in what there is available in our museums. Dr. Simosi and her team managed to operate a modern museum, not in Athens, but in Chalkis. And this is something that we have to highlight because in the periphery of the country there are not so much management of the antiquities to the direction of modern approaches and digital humanities. The second pillar of the Ministry of Culture, Conservation and Restoration, we had the very nice talk by the Deputy Director from Dr. Arni Terliksi about the work that is done at the National Gallery of Greece. The National Gallery of Greece, we all know that since many years now, since the late 80s, realized that the use of infrastructure is very much important, not only to protect, but also to learn as much as possible about the antiquities, that, especially in the works of art. And now we are very happy to see there is a progress on that after some years of cease because of the new project of the reopening of the museum. And it is also of interest that you provide service to public authorities regarding authenticity and the technology of cultural heritage materials.
Yes, it's only by court order and only for public institutions. As you know, it is forbidden for private, for the private sector. It's forbidden for all the employees of the Ministry of Culture to conduct this kind of analysis for the private sector.
This is, if I'm allowed to say, this is a national decision since many years now, but there is space in the country for private labs to do this job.
Yes,
also.
of course.
Because if we don't do that, also in the future, then the only possibility remains to send the antiquities abroad. And this is not easily. We spend resources, and besides we have people specialized that they can do this job, of course, as private bodies. Dr. Merjani gave us a review about the projects in the Center Directorate of Conservation at the Ministry of Culture, and believe us, we all appreciate your efforts, because there are some hundreds of applications per month from all over the country that we urgently ask for the permits to analyze, to research, and I'm sure that both the conservators and the archaeologists in the country should gain again their time for research. It's not only, you should not spend your time only to do paperwork, but also to have time for nice projects in museum studies and nice research projects in conservation and restorations. And this is why we have to work closely in every level when there is a national or European call for funding. We should join forces in order to have all to have the chance to work together and to enjoy also beside the everyday work. Professor Vlachopoulos made a very nice review from the eye of an archaeologist. The students in archaeology in the country, they are now aware of the many components, and this is something which is really for the benefit of our cultural heritage. And allow me to say that the same approach of balanced educational curriculum with research, hand-on research, should be applied to all departments of archaeology in the country. And because this guarantees balanced knowledge, modern approaches, and sustainability to the benefit of the cultural heritage.
I tried in very few words to say exactly that. Nobody can escape from every modern point of view, of every modern peak of technology from archaeology. I mean, we cannot live without all these aspects that are been presented or are simply present in this room as disciplines. And so archaeology from the very romantic point of view, simply being just one thing. No, it's a compilation of millions of things, and nobody can escape from being multispectral. This is my point, actually. Thank you.
Can I add something? I think universities have to produce professionals that would be able to contribute. I mean, to be able to use tools, digital tools, technological tools, and produce with them. Either to science itself or to actually doing work with it. Because we need, I mean, from my point of view, in our directorate, we do spend time for recording and analysis, characterization, but we do so that we can go forward and do the job, because we have, at the end of the day, to produce conserved monuments that would be able to be visited and enjoyed by the public. And I suppose that universities have to work harder to produce professionals that will be able to do so.
The difference between us as a civil servant and the researchers of the university or of the other institution is that we have a lot of administrative work to make every day, and it's very difficult to organize a museum, research systematic. Really is very different for us, very, very difficult for us. So we spend a lot of time to make administrative work, to make excavation for the public and so on. The real study for us is very, very heavy. It's an exceptional thing.
So maybe I should thank you all. Is there anything else to be
yes,
said and asked?
I would like to thank you all, and I would would like to highlight the fact that we are here to merge research with the actual exercise of archaeology. This is very important because up to now things were closed. Ministry of Culture, National Gallery, Conservation, they were of scientific entity for sure, but they were closed. Indeed, today, this system has been opened for many reasons, for political reasons, for mainly, according to my opinion, because archaeology and art does need the services of science and technology. And this imposes the implication of major careers, not only from university, not only from public institutes of research, but from startups of innovation, because otherwise science is not servicing the needs, the actual needs to preserve culture and to reveal the actual identity of the objects of art, for instance, as Agneta Elixir said, or the conservation of the cultural assets, as Dr. Merzani said, or the management of museums, as Dr. Simosi presented. Innovation is requiring interlinking. And if we don't develop this culture of interlinking, of coexisting, of fertilizing through this cross-linking among us, our sectors and our work and our perspectives, where do we go? I mean, it is important. It's not a panel. It's to open our horizons and to change our features of working. We have to work together. So thank you very much. And saying so, I have to inform you that from the morning till now, more than 22,000 people in Greece attended this conference and all the panels. I don't have the numbers from the international level because the BCI Media Toronto has disseminated this to the globe. Tomorrow we will know. That means you are not alone. You are not in close spaces. You are in open horizons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.